Big oof. Chinese forces just launched a massive invasion of Taiwan. The US Army deploys into action across dozens of small islands, but they would face three major challenges. In this nightmare scenario, American troops would be heavily outnumbered, they'd be difficult to resupply, and would now face swarms of enemy kamikaze drones. That's why the US Army's pouring billions of dollars into a unique strategy to counter this dilemma.
Their brand new reconnaissance unit, called the Hunter-Killer Platoon, is the first ever American infantry equipped with next-generation FPV attack drones, high-tech jamming equipment, unarmored vehicles, and sophisticated new tactics learned from observing the war in Ukraine.
The mission of the Hunter-Killer Platoon is to sense, kill, and protect on behalf of the brigade commander.
We've been tasked with being painfully light and disproportionately lethal.
Sir, that might be the first ever time that I've heard buzzwords go hard as
It's unprecedented to hear the Army call one of their own units painfully light, acknowledging just how crazy it is how unarmored they are. The British Army's creating a similar unit, calling it their Recce Strike model. In fact, Chinese forces are trying to develop the same capabilities, calling it something in Mandarin I can't pronounce. But not everyone thinks this controversial strategy is the right direction to go in. A high-ranking Army general is talking the plan publicly on X, because in order to pull off this controversial strategy is the right direction to go in. A high-ranking Army general is talking the plan publicly on X, because in order to pull off this multi-billion-dollar transformation, the Army has committed to canceling a number of vehicles and removing tanks from some formations. Boys, this radical transformation is worth studying, I think, because every major force is copying the Ukrainian and Russian military's tactics here. As my mom would always say when I was growing up, if Ukraine jumped off a bridge, would you jump too? Probably. Today, we're going to learn how recon's evolved, whether or not the Army's making a giant mistake here, and why they're betting everything on the Hunter-Killer Platoon. This recon unit's tactics are a direct response to the type of threats that the open source intelligence community has been flagging from hotspots in Ukraine and the South China Sea. That's why I reached out to this video's sponsor, SITREP, because they're an open source intelligence app that actually pulls reports for me from sources like Telegram and Signal that are hard for me to search through, because they have a team of open source intelligence analysts trained in the military's methods for gathering intel. They gain access to normally private Telegram intel channels, then they crawl them and they deliver that information to you in a neat daily report. They vet these sources for high quality information, so you don't have to weed through a bunch of misinformation and disinformation that's out there. SITREP gives me a precision filter that lets me tag specific regions so I can watch lists from over 180 countries. That's the way I stay ahead of the curve and know what's happening in the world. First, no spin, just clean, actionable intel. So right now, my viewers get an exclusive 7-day free trial to see if you like it first. After that, it's just $10 a month. So click my link in the description, download SITREP to get real-time OSINT reports that journalists, military personnel, and intelligence professionals rely on.
time spent in reconnaissance is seldom wasted. Recon has always been an important aspect of warfare. These are the elite soldiers who are trusted with gathering intelligence for the larger force. They're the eyes and ears of the main push. What's at stake with them? Good reconnaissance is often the difference between victory and defeat. Modern recon traces back to World War II with the cavalry units that drove around in unarmored, fast-moving jeeps to spot the enemy for the tanks. Then in Vietnam, it evolved to these long-range recon patrols, or LRRPs. These guys operated deep behind enemy lines, just on foot. They were dropped off by helicopters, and stealth was incredibly important to them. They developed a lot of the techniques and skills that are going to be evolved upon in this episode.
During the Cold War and the global war on terror, though, recon took a left turn in its evolution. Cavalry units traveled around in increasingly heavily armored Strykers, Bradleys. Their footprint increased in order to survive against Soviet armored columns and then threats of insurgent ambushes and IEDs. Then a massive earth-shattering change was put into place in 2024. It was a major change to reconnaissance that the Army made that no one seemed to notice. The Army officially removed cavalry units from the infantry brigade combat teams, and what that means is thousands of Cav Scouts were inactivated and moved to the division level. What all this means is that the infantry will have to buy their own comfort pillows instead of sharing one with their 19 Delta Cav Scouts. This was basically a large divestment done to save funds to invest more money into air defense and counter UAV. It was based on lessons learned from observing the current war in Ukraine. As part of this transformation, you saw the M10 Booker was canceled, and so was the Humvee and JLTV. Then additional Apache attack helicopters were retired. All of this saved the Army billions of dollars so that they could put it into this transformation that we're about to talk about.
However, there was a problem. Without Cav Scouts attached to them, the infantry no longer had the ability to conduct full-scale reconnaissance, which is an issue because those are the guys who protect the main battle tanks and found targets for artillery and airstrikes and missile attacks. That's why this multifunctional reconnaissance company was recently created. But to find out the truth about this new recon unit, I went straight to the source. I was authorized to conduct an off-camera interview with U.S. Army Company Commander O'Hagan and Platoon Sergeant Spitzeri of active duty 101st Airborne Division. Together, they run one of these experimental new reconnaissance units. When I interviewed them for over an hour, they were actually currently forward deployed in Romania, just a few miles away from Ukraine's border, testing these very tactics out that we're going to talk about. So most of the information in this episode about these new platoons and their capabilities, weapons, systems, and tactics come directly from these active duty soldiers. So huge thank you to them for using their very limited personal downtime to bullshit on the phone with me about Army tactics. So I owe you guys a beer next time you're in the Jersey area.
So Captain O'Hagan informed me that the Multi-Domain Reconnaissance Company deploys 3 different types of platoons that each specialize in a different area. First is the Hunter-Killer Strike Platoon, second is the Electronic Warfare Platoon, and third is the Robotics Platoon. In order to understand how each platoon works, we'll use the example of war sparking with China. Typically, the Army is designed to fight on large land masses, like in Europe or the Middle East throughout history. They're now being redesigned to also be able to fight in a worst-case scenario on small island chains. The first thing the U.S. Army would do is send out Captain O'Hagan's new recon company to conduct joint forcible entry onto the island. Their lightweight, unarmored vehicles would make it easy for them to land on the island by Chinook helicopter. They are ahead of the brigade-sized large element of 4,000 soldiers. This multifunctional recon company is the most forward-deployed position, the most forward unit that pushes out to within 5 kilometers from enemy lines and 20 kilometers from the closest friendly units. They deploy 6 FPV drone teams that then search for the enemy. They spot a high-value target, a column of enemy Chinese People's Liberation Army armored tanks moving toward them. Sergeant Spitzeri's platoon sends out 3 kamikaze drones to kill the lead tank, which stalls the rest of the enemy convoy.
Hunter-Killer Platoon consists of 2 dismount reconnaissance teams, as well as 4 snipers that can move between the teams, and a Stinger Sergeant and Stinger Operator.
Each Hunter-Killer platoon has access to Kamikaze Switchblade 600 series anti-tank drones. Captain O'Hagan then calls in artillery fire on the enemy GPS coordinates. They then pack up and quickly displace to a new location. The multi-domain recon company is dispersed widely across the island and acts as a sensor, a hub that feeds in intelligence to the larger follow-on force. Actually, as I'm saying this out loud, hearing this come out of my mouth hole, I'm realizing I went on a Hunter-Killer platoon mission. When I was reporting from Ukraine, we infiltrated to within 5 kilometers of the enemy position in an unarmored, stealthy vehicle with a drone in the back. They used that as a sensor, and then they dropped munitions on the enemy, protecting and screening for the larger force.
But these changes are not without their critics. Retired Major General Pat Donahue said on X, quote, "A mobile brigade combat team concept has no protected firepower, no recon platform, and few light vehicles. This isn't transformation, it's disarmament," end quote. So the multi-domain recon company tactics are being pushed out to the rest of the force as well. They're transforming into what's called mobile brigade combat teams. Is the Army learning the wrong lesson from the war in Ukraine? Are they taking the wrong lessons and applying them in the wrong way? The criticism of these new recon units and the new mobile brigade combat team is that the U.S. Army shouldn't be planning to fight in a contested environment. They should plan to destroy the enemy's ability to contest the airspace in the first place. Critics believe we should look at the war in Ukraine and learn what we need to do differently, instead of copying it. The Army's current Chief of Staff, General Randy George, disagrees though, and he's the man behind this transformation. And he responded to that criticism saying, quote, "I would disagree with him. We're actually upgunning our infantry brigade combat teams into mobile brigade combat teams. They're 85% smaller, much lower signature. But to say that we're disarming our mobile brigade combat team is wrong, because we're actually upgunning their capabilities." End quote. So to better understand what the general means by their upgunning their capabilities, we have to look at the new recon company's second platoon, the Electronic Warfare EW platoon.
In our combat example, the People's Liberation Army, their unit retaliates by launching a swarm of kamikaze drones to find and kill our recon team. This EW platoon detects these drones by sniffing out their electromagnetic signals in the air. The EW platoon jams the incoming Chinese drones, dropping them to the earth. But what about fiber optic drones that are impervious to jamming? The US Army soldiers are able to use a new method to detect these drones early, and then to send their own interceptor drones after them.
And they are critical, because we know that jamming is responsible for the majority of drone losses in Ukraine. Ukrainian forces at one point lost around 10,000 drones a month to Russian electronic warfare systems. One of the soldiers in this platoon pulls out a Balchatri, which is a handheld drone detecting device. The Balchatri is a high-speed, expensive piece of kit, previously reserved only for like your special forces types.
If you look at the Army's publicly available 2025 budget request, they're asking for $13 million for these handheld anti-drone devices, and $54 million for the backpack-sized drone jammers. Here's what the Wall Street Journal had to say about this transformation that they're tracking. They said, quote, "The U.S. Army is embarking on its largest overhaul since the end of the Cold War, with plans to equip each of its combat divisions with around 1,000 drones, and to shed outmoded weapons and other equipment. The plan, the product of more than a year of experimentation at this huge training range in Bulgaria. According to U.S. officials, altogether the overhaul would cost $36 billion over the next 5 years.
So I think there's something about the recon role that's very attractive. It's the idea that you're independent, you're far away from reinforcements, totally reliant on your skills for survival. I think it's easy to romanticize reconnaissance because operating in remote locations is many soldiers' fantasy.
Unseen on the face of the earth, in orbe terrae non vice. The U.S. Army Company Commander Captain O'Hagan told me, quote, "We are able to sense the enemy's Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signature. In today's day and age, everything from our Garmin watches to complex radar systems is emitting a signature that can be targeted. With that information, we can begin to determine what size element is in the area and launch UAS to identify it, followed by a strike. EW is an amazing tool that we need to force ourselves to learn and leverage because it's almost like speaking a different language."
There's something wild to thinking about how the Bluetooth signal emitting from my watch could get my entire squad killed. Carl, turn your Apple Watch off. We don't need to know how many steps you walked today. You're gonna get us all killed. According to Captain O'Hagan, the Electronic Warfare Platoon is composed of electronic warfare and UAV soldiers who are attached to the infantry. So if you signed up for the electronic warfare job because your recruiter told you that you'd be sitting in some air-conditioned room farming XP points for your civilian career later on when you get out, think again. You're going to the front lines, brother. Sergeant Spitzeri said, "The main way we stay hidden is being hyper-paranoid, staying on the move via infantry squad vehicles and operating in communication windows. If you make a radio transmission, you need to move. We have ordered thermal blankets as well, but at the end of the day, survivability comes down to limiting our signature, moving if you emit, and executing the basics at an extremely high level." The company commander of the recon unit told me a mantra that they preach is that no help is coming. They're far out there on the frontier.
The Electronic Warfare Platoon allows our guys to stay hidden and jam those incoming PLA drones, but they're unable to stop what happens next. The People's Liberation Army Battalion begins assaulting forward quickly. This is where the 3rd Recon Platoon jumps into action. This is the Robot Platoon. They operate unmanned ground vehicles called UGVs. but that's just a nice way of saying killer robot, isn't it? The platoon deploys their Themis, which looks like a mini tank, to slow down the advancing People's Liberation Army, and they pin them down with remote-controlled machine gun fire. This buys our recon team time to exfiltrate out of there. Captain O'Hagan said currently the robot platoon is focused mostly on pack mule stuff, but the robots are designed to transport fresh batteries, weapons, and ammo.
Here's how this new recon unit and the mobile brigade combat team are going to be painfully light. The infantry squad vehicle is the single most controversial part of the new reconnaissance strategy because they're completely unarmored. It doesn't even have doors. It's basically a Chevrolet truck that's been modified and tricked out for the Army. It's a Ghost Rider of a whip. Big Army put a major investment into them to acquire 2,000 for $200 million. I remember when I first saw these and I thought it was a totally crazy idea. No way would I want to ride around in vulnerable vehicles like that. And I wasn't the only one who thought that, but many units will now be trading in their armored strikers and Abrams tanks and Bradleys for this infantry squad vehicle, because those are all going to the division level. I read through a series of reports from the Pentagon's testing department on these vehicles. In 2020, those testing departments also agreed and clearly thought there was some wild shit going on here, because at first, the top testing department said that the infantry squad vehicle was, quote, not operationally effective and wasn't protected enough and couldn't carry enough supplies for more than a day's mission. The actual designers of the infantry squad vehicle then clapped back at the Pentagon. Steve Herrick, the guy in charge of the ISV program, told Breaking Defense that the infantry squad vehicle is not designed to defeat or counter specific threats, nor is it intended to operate as a combat fighting platform. The primary role of the ISV is as a troop carrier to provide ground mobility to designated infantry rifle squads, reducing their need to cover large areas of terrain on foot. When I spoke with Sergeant Spitzeri and Commander O'Hagan, they gave me their opinion on the vehicle, saying, quote, the infantry squad vehicles are a tremendous asset to move the brigade rapidly after a joint forcible entry. It's meant to cover ground fast, ditch and recover after actions on the objective. Commander O'Hagan said that the unit was just on foot prior to being issued these vehicles and that this was a way better way than having to walk everywhere, essentially. Either way, by 2024, the Pentagon had stated they changed their mind and that the issues with the vehicle had since been corrected and that they were all good to go with the infantry squad vehicle.
The squad vehicle could be unpredictable and reach remote places that enemy drones might not be searching for them at, might not expect them to find them there. It can travel to where the Stryker, Bradley, and Abrams can't. Infantrymen are meant to quickly jump out, ditch the vehicle, and recover it later on. First in, last out. The mobility isn't just for movement. It sets the hunter-killer platoon up to get eyes on target that no one else can. And once they spot something worth blowing up, that's where the next piece of the tech comes into play. Sentinel AI. If you're like me, you find AI to be kind of boring and lame and kind of gay and not in the good way where there's two bros staring at each other longingly for several minutes with uninterrupted eye contact. But it's important we talk about it, I promise. You'll be glad that you heard this out. Once an enemy target is detected by the hunter-killer platoon, that information is sent to new artificial intelligence software called Sentinel AI. Can't make this shit up. Sentinel's job is to basically be ChatGPT, but instead of sending out recipes and questions about weird rashes that I'm too embarrassed to ask my doctor about, it computes firing solutions for artillery cannons. It's combined with the new AI Shrike, and it takes the targeting process even further. I'll let Commander O'Hagan explain it, because his answer was kind of mind-blowing. He said, quote, the artificial intelligence is truly the future in terms of shortening the kill chain, which everyone loves to say, and connecting the sensor to shooter. It runs 3 algorithms: aided threat recognition, call for fire generation, and adjust for fire corrections. Aided threat recognition is essentially an object detection, putting a green square over suspected enemy equipment on a map. The user then clicks the threat that he wants to prosecute. This then generates a call for fire mission. Now generating a call for fire mission, depending on the user, can take 8 minutes plus and generally is inaccurate. Shrike, however, generates a call for fire mission instantaneously in the target location. Error is within 45 meters, which means lethal effects. Once the rounds impact, the AI can automatically generate corrections if the rounds are not having the desired effects. Again, that's done at a greater speed and with greater accuracy. This takes the time from 8 minutes to less than 60 seconds for fire missions. So this is the reason why they can justify being painfully light, because the infantry plan to be disproportionately lethal with their targeting systems. The British military is using similar messaging with their defense documents, saying that they plan to have their ground forces be 10x more lethal.
So how do you get selected to join this new recon unit? When I deployed to Iraq, the scout platoon would take all the squared away guys with high PT scores and expert marksman badges for the scout platoon. The pipeline to join the new recon team is to be pulled from those already elite scout platoons. It makes sense why they need to weed out all kind of the bags, let's say. I've never seen the Army try something so revolutionary with the regular infantry before. It appears to me that the Army's transformation is geared toward a worst-case scenario in the Pacific. They're going all in on how to counter that threat. It seems they believe if they plan for the worst-case scenario, they'll be able to adjust from there to any other threat case. In the event of war with China, the fight would be taken on a series of remote islands, which is an environment that the Army is not well designed for. The Army is taking its restructuring seriously. And just because it's going somewhat slowly doesn't mean it's not going in the right direction. Whether or not this strategy will ultimately work out or not, one thing is for sure, soldiers hate two things: the way things are and change.
And remember, there's a 7-day free trial of open source intelligence reports waiting for you on the SITREP app. Just click my link in the description of this video and go to cappyarmy.com if you want the show notes and full sources for this episode. An all-out cartel war just exploded south of the border in Mexico, and now officials are warning the violence could spill over into the United States.
Dozens of people are dead, and a major Mexican city has been paralyzed by an explosion of violence in the state of Sinaloa,
where the Mexican army has killed at least 19 suspected members of the deadly Sinaloa cartel.
A mile from the Texas-Mexico border, cartel gun battles resulted in 6 people being killed, and a vehicle with Texas license plates burned and shot to pieces. This is all according to state police. But don't worry, you don't have to mourn the loss that badly, because what we're witnessing is 2 rival factions of the Sinaloa cartel at each other's throats, battling each other in the streets, competing for control of the world's most powerful criminal organization, worth billions of dollars. What a shame both sides can't lose. If only it were that simple, though, because meanwhile, the Mexican military has responded by deploying over 1,000 soldiers to the city, where they're now engaged in brutal urban combat. But according to the New York Times, there are bodies being dumped on the side of the road, gun battles in upscale neighborhoods, tractor trailers set on fire on the highway, and people being grabbed from their cars by cartel gunmen in broad daylight. I can't even imagine how terrifying it would be to live in a city where you're terrified to just go outside during the day. We'll see how the outcome of this battle will have a massive impact on both the security of Mexico and the drug epidemic inside the United States. Today, I want to examine why is this happening now, what is the Mexican and US authorities doing in response, and what does all of this mean for the future of the cartels? But first, I want to tell you about the folks that made this video possible. Navy Federal Credit Union. Serving more than 2 million veterans around the world, Navy Federal understands the community and provides the support and service that they need. For more than 90 years, their mission has been to help active duty in all branches of service. Veterans and family members reach their financial goals. Along with the top-notch financial services and support, Navy Federal also actively works to give back to the community by providing resources like Best Cities and Best Careers after service to help vets transition back to civilian life. And they're also proud to support the mission continues to connect veterans and volunteers with under-resourced communities, providing an outlet for veterans to continue service after the military. Many Navy Federal employees are veterans, military family members, and reservists, so they understand firsthand the needs of the community, are members of the mission at Navy Federal. So head over to NavyFederal.org/veterans to check out all the Navy Federal offers and how their mission can support you today. These events all kicked off on July 25th, 2024, when the co-founder of the Sinaloa cartel named El Mayo met up with Joaquin Guzman Lopez, who's the son of the cartel's kingpin, El Chapo, who's been in prison in America since 2019. So they planned to take a private plane to go look at some real estate together with the governor of Sinaloa, which added fuel to the fire about claims that the cartel is in bed with local politicians, just casually going to hang out with the governor. So El Mayo claims that he was lured there under false pretense and was instead ambushed, blindfolded, forced into the back of a pickup truck. He was then driven to a secret landing strip where the plane flew him and Lopez to Texas and El Paso instead. Once there, U.S. authorities made the arrest. El Mayo claims that this was all so Lopez could cut a deal with the United States and get a sweetheart deal, a lighter sentence. He released a 2-page letter through his lawyer with this whole version of events, claiming that he was double-crossed by Lopez. He's basically saying that El Chapo's son tried to do the cartel version of a coup. Now, why does any of that matter? In the cartel world, loyalty is everything. So betrayal of this magnitude, especially at such a high level, it's almost unheard of. If true, this raises questions about how deeply the DEA and FBI have infiltrated into the cartel and how much the U.S. government may or may not have kept from Mexican authorities about this operation. One thing is for sure though, El Mayo made his accusations public so it would send a message back home to anyone loyal to him in the cartel. There was a tense period that lasted for about a month after El Mayo was arrested. All of the people in Sinaloa were holding their breath, waiting to see what would happen next. How was it all going to shake out? Would the cartel's two factions, one loyal to Lopez and one loyal to El Mayo, find a way to resolve this peacefully? By early September, we knew that would not be the case. It would be a war. One of revenge and vying for control to fill this power vacuum left in the Sinaloa cartel. According to Reuters, new brutal methods are now being used. Tactics that would only ever occur to Gen Z cartel members. What they do is they stop you in the street or in your car at one of their roadblocks that they've set up, and then they demand to see your phone. If they find that you've been in contact with a rival faction, if you're chatting with the wrong person, then they put a bullet in your head and they kidnap everyone in the vehicle. Then they go after the people on your cell phone contact list to track them down. Today, gang wars have gotten a lot more complicated than just needing to wear the correct colors. You need to make sure you're not following the wrong people on Instagram too. Since September 9th, more than 260 people have been killed in the city and 200 kidnapped, which explains why the Mexican military has responded in the way that they did, and we'll get into that in a minute. But all this came as a shock, because over the past few years, they've been relatively peaceful there and lower homicide rates than ever before. This peace wasn't provided by the police and the government though. The reason for this stability was because there was a dominance by one single criminal organization which stopped all the smaller turf wars. It's what I like to call good old-fashioned put your head in the sand approach. But anyone who's been bullied in high school knows hiding only makes things worse in the end. With the government looking the other way, they didn't have a problem with the Sinaloa cartel as long as their existence didn't make news headlines. But they only grew more powerful during this time. According to historian Benjamin Smith, the reason this has destabilized the situation so much is because El Mayo's job at this point was to mediate between the Sinaloa cartel and the Mexican government. He was kind of like their liaison, keeping the peace until now. So the recent surge in violence is like a volcano that hasn't erupted in years. It's paralyzed the people living there, with parents refusing to even send their kids to school. But there is one organization that might still stand in the way of the cartel, aside from their own factions. The Mexican military has been deployed to stop the war. They've been tasked with urban combat in a city with a population of 1 million people, a difficult job for any unit. Squads of soldiers are seen pictured in luxury apartment buildings and homes in the city center. Some of them bombed out, burnt up cartel living rooms. Gun battles between Mexican soldiers and the cartel have sent locals diving for cover in supermarkets and cafes. In response, cartel members set fire to vehicles and left them in the middle of the road in an effort to block military reinforcements from reaching the city. Still, over 125 Mexican armored vehicles have arrived. But the first thing that the Mexican military did might actually surprise you and sound kind of counterintuitive. They went in and they disarmed all of the local police, took away all their weapons. Why? They do this every time there's concerns that the local cops are corrupt and working with the cartel.
Mexican Marines and federal troops went in, surrounded Acapulco police headquarters. They charged into the building. They essentially arrested 700 cops. They took their guns, their bullets, their bulletproof vests, and their radios.
The Complexity Science Hub, which is a research institute in Vienna, estimates that as many as 175,000 people are on the cartel's payroll, making them the 5th largest employer in Mexico. The second thing that they did was go weapons-free, hunting cartel members. On September 21st, security forces were involved in 3 separate shootouts with cartel factions. Gunmen tried to flee into nearby apartment buildings, but the Mexican army laid siege to the entire complex. They stormed the building, and they eliminated 3 of the attackers, and they arrested the 4th. On October 21st, though, it was the most intense firefight of the battle so far. Mexican troops came under fire from a platoon-sized 30-man team. They returned fire, eliminating 19 of the cartel members. When they checked their bodies, they found evidence that they were from the El Mayo faction. To this, I would like to extend the biggest unironic hua to the soldiers of the Mexican army who were on the front lines of this fight. Whatever criticism that we might have about how the U.S. and the Mexican government have handled the war on drugs, whatever corruption issues that we've seen, a lot of these lower enlisted soldiers have displayed incredible bravery. To that point, 2 Mexican army soldiers were injured in the shootout, and many civilians have been caught in the crossfire. But despite soldiers' best efforts in their attempts to restore order in the city, residents still refuse to open up businesses, and I can understand why. I'm going to quickly list off some of the horrors that we've been seeing here over the past 2 months. An elementary school found a severed head on school grounds early in the morning. In another account, there were unmarked van that was abandoned on the street, packed full of 6 bodies in trash bags, just left there for days, until the cops finally found it. In the heat of Mexico, this is not a pretty picture. A Catholic priest who was a peace activist was murdered, gunned down on the street, in broad daylight. Media buildings have been shot up to intimidate and send a message not to report on them. About 96% of all crimes in Sinaloa are never solved. The cartel basically operates with impunity. The Financial Times spoke with a 35-year-old resident of the city who said, quote, "It's like a narco pandemic. The city's being held hostage. They wouldn't give their name for fear of reprisals against them and their family," which just goes to show the state of what's happening over there. Yes, it's true that this state has been the home base of Sinaloa cartel since its founding for like 5 decades, so residents here say that they're kind of accustomed to this sort of thing. But what makes all of this unlike anything that we've seen before is that it's gone on for nearly 2 months now, when normally these periods of violence usually sparks up for only a couple of days. Meanwhile, the governor here, Ruben Moya, said, quote, "The government is not overpowered at all. On the contrary, we're increasingly better positioned to confront the violence. And there is no shortage of violence. In the latest civil war between the El Mayo faction and the Little Chapitos, as they're called, Lopez's faction, the new tactics that they're using remind me of some of the rumors that I heard when I was growing up about some of the cartel's horrific tactics, like the Colombian necktie, for instance. And if you don't know what that is, I strongly encourage you to not Google it if you're eating right now. So this new generation is taking knives and sticking them through sombreros and pizza boxes to their murdered victims. Don't worry, it gets worse than that. An indictment from the U.S. Justice Department in 2023 claimed that the Chapitos also used corkscrews, electrocution, hot chilies, not even sure what they did with those, and they also fed their victims to tigers while they were alive. All of this is what YouTube would prefer me to call enhanced interrogation techniques. It's the current trend of morbid message sending between sicarios. On a strategic level, looking at these moves, the fact that the bodies are often dragged out into the open make me think that these are territorial markers or tokens of allegiance. Basically, they're playing "this is our turf" or insulting the rival faction. Public displays of intimidation like this and brutality are hallmarks of cartel hitmen. It's also what terrorists do. When I was in Iraq, insurgents would publicly execute collaborators and put up flyers threatening anyone who worked with the Americans. It's an attempt to show their strength by flaunting how they can target anyone, anywhere, even when hundreds of soldiers have been deployed to the city. They're called narco messages, and Lauren Etchiana is a sociologist and consultant on cartel issues, and she says, quote, "Drug traffickers in Mexico brag about their killings with show-off practices. Barbarism is a sign of power. Blood is a sign of power," end quote. It's true, we've seen the Mexican military step up their operations in the San Diego-Tijuana border. They're targeting smuggling points and monitoring U.S. border routes in this hilly topography here. They've created new command centers with outposts to prevent these cartel operations, and they're taking the heat doing it. We've seen cartel drones attacking these new outposts. In fact, just in August, the Mexican military first acknowledged rumors that some of their soldiers had been KIA by drone-dropped bombs. But there are competing ideas of how to stop the violence. Some, like General Francisco Ileana Orde, said that the state security, quote, doesn't depend on us, it depends on the rival groups stopping their confrontations. So basically he's suggesting that the only way for the violence to stop is for the gangs to stop it. That's not what people want to hear right now from the guy who's supposed to be in charge of security here, which is probably why he was removed from duty about a month later. So Mexico's former president, Obrador, pointed the blame of the cartel war at the U.S. government for this new rise up of violence. He claimed that the U.S. struck this secret deal behind the Mexican government's back to make this arrest happen. He claimed that the violence in Mexico was the fault of this arrest that was orchestrated by U.S. law enforcement. Okay, if we take that on face value, if that really did happen, it could have undercut Mexico's sovereignty by not including them. In international relations, that is considered a party foul. However, the U.S. government claims that they had no advanced knowledge of the operation. It's plausible that the American government did actually know, but didn't want to compromise the operation by sharing the details with Mexico, who could be corrupt and have it leak. Personally, I think it's crazy that people are legitimately upset that one of the world's most dangerous drug lords was arrested. There are people who are doing mental gymnastics to try to justify why it's bad that a cartel leadership is getting dismantled, but that's just me. What we do know is that the U.S. Justice Department has undoubtedly been focusing their efforts on the Sinaloa cartel more recently, especially after an indictment last year that reported that the Sinaloa cartel is responsible for most of the illegal fentanyl that has been shipped into the United States and killed more than 70,000 Americans annually. So, since 2021, they've managed to infiltrate the Sinaloa cartel and obtain unprecedented access to the organization's highest levels around the world, implying that they have informants throughout the cartel. What's fascinating about this new generation of the cartel war, though, is how differently it's being fought from the past. We're witnessing a period of fast, radical change inside Mexico right now, as they try different approaches to keep the violence in check. Take a look at how in September 2024, the Mexican government approved putting their 120,000 National Guard personnel under the command of the military in an attempt to fight the Sinaloa cartel. And this is part of a wider trend. A 2021 study by CIDE, a Mexican research organization and university, found that between 2006 and 2021, over 246 government functions that were previously overseen by civilian authorities were transferred to control of the Mexican military. This is a major change because the National Guard in Mexico is very different than how it is in the United States and other countries. It was originally created in 2019 specifically to be a civilian security force under the control of the Public Safety Ministry. Its purpose was to get Mexican army personnel off the streets by 2024, but now things are going in the opposite direction. Critics of the move say it'll lead to forced disappearances with impunity. One of those critics is former U.S. Ambassador to Mexico, Arturo Scoricon, who said, quote, "For the first time since the Mexican Revolution, the armed forces are playing a role in public policies that have nothing to do with national defense. It makes it harder for whoever comes after him to change course." Critics of the strong arm approach claim that these steps legitimize state violence and come with the horrors that history has shown are inherent in a militarized police state. What is the Mexican National Guard up against? Supporters of it say that there really isn't any other way to crack down against the cartels. So what is the Mexican National Guard up against? What happened is the Sinaloa cartel fractured into two major groups. You've got the El Mayos on the one hand, the El Chapatitos on the other. So they're now up against two cartels instead of one. So gunmen have pledged their allegiance to either El Mayo or Lopez, the son of El Chapo, who's in prison right now. The cartel actually operates as this decentralized horizontal system of departments, the point being that they have no clear leader. Each wing of the cartel operations has their own leader that cooperate with other departments instead of taking top-down orders like in a traditional hierarchy. From their point of view, this is a smart strategy because you can't cut the head off the snake to kill the whole organization, which is what law enforcement would love to be able to do. The downside from the cartel's perspective is that this decentralized strategy also means that a breakup of the cartel means both sides have a lot of power. And that's how the cartel manages to be a threat to the military, by adapting tactics normally seen on the battlefield to strike at Mexican military and police forces. Just look at how earlier this year in June, a raid discovered 4 US-made rocket launchers in the Sinaloa cartel's weapon cache, along with belt-fed machine guns, grenade launchers, and hand grenades and other military-grade gear. Mexican authorities have said that they want to see the United States government stop and crack down on guns being smuggled into Mexico. Meanwhile, the U.S. has requested Mexico stop the flow of migrants and illegal substances. They've had to step it up by deploying anti-mine equipment and troops to counter an increasing number of IEDs and roadside bombs. Mexican authorities are concerned that the cartels have access to even worse tactics and that the violence could spread from the capital city to the rest of the Sinaloa state and onward to neighboring regions. Looking further north, a civil war within the most powerful cartel could slow down the flow of illegal narcotics into the U.S. briefly and might even weaken the cartel if that split lasts long enough, but that's a double-edged sword. Whatever conflict splits apart the cartel in their hometown of Culiacan could spread throughout the cartel, breaking out into even more open violence in the United States as well. And if the rival cartels sense that the feared Sinaloa cartel is weakened, they could smell blood in the water and try to take Sinaloa's assets or territory by force, upsetting the delicate balance of power throughout the United States and Latin America. The new wave of violence taking place in Mexico is happening under new President Claudia Sheinbaum. And right as she took office on October 1st. And the eyes of the United States and the entire region look to see how she's going to handle it. Each president in Mexico over the past few decades has tried different approaches to handling the cartel, ranging from crackdowns to olive branch approach, and each approach has had mixed results. Sheinbaum looks like she has pledged to continue the same tactics as her predecessor of hugs, not bullets, of trying to not provoke the cartels. She argued in a recent statement that a military solution alone wouldn't solve the crisis, saying, quote, "Going in with firepower would cause a war, as occurred in the past, and which didn't get us anywhere. When we come into government, a series of new laws reforms will be presented that will allow us to have a national system of intelligence and investigation," end quote. So she cites evidence that this is going to work because, by her estimation, murders went down slightly since 2018 in certain areas, and even though forced disappearances have increased and cartel control of territory has become more than ever before. Yet in a paradoxical twist, Sheinbaum has acknowledged this strategy of hugs not bullets has its limits. And she's a strong supporter of the Mexican National Guard acting like police and first responders. But we still don't know what her short-term strategy will look like on the ground in the state of Sinaloa. So what do you think of this new cartel war? What do you think is the right way to respond to it for U.S. and Mexican authorities? Should they go and crack down harder like in El Salvador? Or do you think that they should go with a more peaceful approach and try to invest in welfare programs to lift people out of poverty so that they don't ever turn to the cartel? I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Thank you for watching Spare Parts Army, and check out one of these other videos on the cartel if you're interested. Black Hawk helicopters take off from Fort Bliss in Texas and fly a few miles across the border into Mexico. They touch down outside a nondescript single-story building that intelligence believes is being used by the cartel for manufacturing fentanyl. The door is blown, 5 sicarios are eliminated. The squad leader finds intelligence on a laptop of the location of another cartel facility up the road. Just then, an FPV explosive drone slams into one of their helicopters. They blow the equipment in place and the team jumps into the remaining helicopter. An MQ-9 Reaper drone flying overhead fires a missile, flattening the entire building. On January 20th, 2025, the United States government officially designated Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, which now opens up the door for the possibilities of missions exactly like this to occur.
This evening, the president declared a national emergency at the southern border.
President Trump officially designating them as foreign terrorist organizations.
What historical examples can we examine to better understand how this situation might unfold? What would military action against the cartels look like at the tactical level? How might the cartels respond? And are we finally going to get Sicario 3? A series of 10 executive orders signed by President Trump into law outline this crackdown, and within them are a lot of surprising changes. One of the most important to understand, I think, is the United States government declared the border with Mexico as an emergency, which orders the U.S. Armed Forces to repel forms of invasion at the border. This includes illegal migration and cartel drug trafficking. By declaring an emergency, it will change the current situation in a few ways. But before we get into that, I want to tell you about this video sponsor. PDS Debt provides personalized debt solutions, and this would have been a game changer for me back when I was underwater with multiple accounts. It's a new year, and we're all looking for a fresh start on all kinds of things. From eating better to losing weight or quitting one of those pesky vices, we all have bad habits to quit and some good ones to start. You can give your finances a huge fresh start with the help of PDS Debt. Make 2025 the year you start getting out of debt and stop being crushed by it. And the first step is to contact PDS Debt for a personalized debt solution. Whether you're making payments every month or your balances aren't going down, you qualify if you have $10,000 or more in eligible debt, whether that be credit cards, collections, medical bills, and uninsured loans. Bad and fair credit is accepted. PDS Debt has customized solutions just for you. Make this year the year that you take control of your debt. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/test23. It only takes 30 seconds, and it could be the only thing keeping you from being debt-free in 2026. Back to the show. First, the executive order will significantly increase the federal authority and funding for missions at the border. This will in turn surge the amount of troops at the border who will work to construct additional physical barriers. We're talking about the most overpowered part of the U.S. military being put into action here. It's logistics, its ability to bring material on site. According to an internal U.S. government memo obtained by CBS News, right now they're considering sending 10,000 additional soldiers to the roughly 2,500 already stationed there. The memo revealed more about the plan, stating that the Defense Department may convert its bases into holding facilities for detained migrants and will use military transport planes to send migrants back to their home country. The first thing that stood out to me right off the bat is the type of units that are being sent gives us some kind of clue of what's going on here. These are some of America's top infantry units, the 82nd Airborne, the 10th Mountain Division, and 500 engineers from the Marines. This is meant to send a signal to the cartel, I think. Shortly after the changes, cartel gunmen opened fire on American Border Patrol agents on Fronton Island, which has been nicknamed Cartel Island because the cartel often gallivants through there. The gunmen were in the middle of trying to smuggle migrants across when they opened fire on the agents. Border Patrol, of course, fired back, causing the cartel to flee, and there was no casualties, but it's clear indication to me personally that the cartel is pushing boundaries and testing what the response of the new administration will be. Cross-border gunfire between rival factions in the cartel isn't unheard of, but what's really unusual, I think, is the cartel directly targeting Border Patrol agents now. So there's a misunderstanding here with a lot of people. Technically, designating cartels as FTOs does not immediately grant authority to use the US military against the cartel, but it does open the door to it, and let me explain why that is. So they're actually prohibited from doing any law enforcement roles under the Posse Comitatus Act, but possibly not for long, because there's a part of the emergency at the border executive order that I think a lot of people might have missed. If you look at section 6B, it says, quote, within 90 days of the date of this proclamation, the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security shall submit a joint report to the President about the conditions at the southern border of the United States and any recommendations regarding additional actions that may be necessary to obtain complete operational control of the southern border, including, and this is the important part, including whether to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807, end quote. I think that paragraph is almost more significant than the FTO designation, which is already huge, and that's because if the Insurrection Act ends up being recommended, it will allow US troops to pull triggers and arrest cartel members. So the logic here is that by first designating them as foreign terrorist organizations, it builds the case that there's a justification in using the Insurrection Act, which would in turn allow special forces to knock on cartel doors, Well, probably they won't knock, but you know what I mean. The Insurrection Act is one of the most powerful emergency acts that the US president can use. It would essentially let the government to go weapons-free ham style on the cartels. It would take Congress and the courts a long time to try to revoke it, in a difficult process if they even wanted to try. So, what would that look like? The Insurrection Act has a complicated history from being used against the KKK during the Reconstruction era in the early 1870s. It was used to combat widespread terrorism by the Klan against African Americans. And to me, that sounds like a pretty badass mission to be on. But there's also been kind of less cool uses. It was used to persecute Native American tribes and capture fugitive slaves, which in hindsight, not so great. It's not just the Insurrection Act, though. President Trump also stated that he would invoke the Alien Enemies Act, which would further grant the US military the ability to deport foreign gangs and cartel members. To get a better idea of what using special forces against the cartel would look like, I spoke with former Green Beret from 1st Special Forces Group, Nate, from the YouTube channel Valhalla VFT. Nate has experience running counter-narcotics missions in Afghanistan.
The biggest one that we don't see getting talked about in all these videos right now about, you know, Delta Force to smash the cartels and Special Forces to destroy the cartels. Okay, this isn't Iraq in 2006. This isn't Fallujah, where we can just do call-outs into Tijuana or wherever a city and then just be like, if you aren't out by tomorrow at noon, everybody dies in this. This is an allied nation, okay? So civilian casualties is a massive consideration for any type of operation or direct operation that we're going to do against the cartels, because keep in mind, the cartels are inlaid through everything. The cities, the government, police forces, tons of people make their money through the cartel system. Really, what we'll have to do is assist the Mexican military or police in whatever they think is the appropriate way to do that. Keep in mind, as Green Berets, that's all we do. There's only 12 of us on a team. We can't do anything unilaterally, really. It's not realistic.
As an American, this is a lot to unpack. Not sure how I feel about this exactly, right? You don't want the cartels operating with impunity any longer, but there's also some possibly downsides to this. Usually when I'm unsure about something, I like to make a pros and cons list to suss it out. So, for the pros, we have disruption of cartel operations, reduction of drug flow, increased intelligence gathering, improved regional security, potential humanitarian relief by helping weaken cartels that subject local communities to violence and exploitation, possibly more control of weapons trafficking from the United States to Mexico. Those are all, I like that. Now, the cons. Could violate Mexico's sovereignty and cause strain in relations with our largest trading partner. Could increase civilian casualties, retaliation from cartels against US assets. Could escalate violence and create more chaos. Could become just a long, prolonged engagement that's similar to past failed US military interventions like in Afghanistan and Iraq. Could have a negative economic impact. All right, so the pros and the cons list hasn't really made it any more clear. Let's take a look at lines on the map to see if that tickles my tism any better and sheds some more light. To give you some context visually on what the problem looks like, this here is a map that shows where the Sinaloa and Juarez cartel control sections of the territory that extends along the border. So these executive orders are aimed at keeping that contained, but the exact scope of the mission is going to be determined in part by the Secretary of Defense. According to a former U.S. Special Forces operator who spoke to the Rolling Stone magazine, this is how U.S. military action against the cartels might play out. U.S. Special Forces would run vehicle interdiction missions where they would track targets to their headquarters and then they would execute raids on high-value targets. Intelligence gathered from mobile phones and interrogation of captured fighters would lead to a mission cycle or a core gameplay loop that would rinse and repeat until a list of the top cartel leaders were absolutely eliminated. From there, they would start to move down to lower-ranking foot soldiers.
That's a huge one that we're going to have to deal with, is getting that intelligence. Even in Afghanistan, the majority of our intelligence, human intelligence, came from Afghanis who would sell out the Taliban for money and things like that, right? So it's not as easy as we're going to war with cartels, we're going to go get them. Like, okay, who? Okay, where? These questions have to be answered before we could ever consider, sending in U.S. Special Operations to take down cartel syndicates and bosses.
In the past few years, we've witnessed cartels turn into private armies with armored cars, vehicles, attack drones. There's full-on battles between the cartel and the Mexican army, and I can't show the footage here due to restrictions, but I have uncensored combat analysis on Pepperbox TV. If you're interested, the link is in the description. To test it out, you get a 14-day free trial. It's $7.99 a month after that, and you can cancel any time. So if the FTO designation doesn't allow for use of force just yet, what does it allow for? According to a former DEA agent, Mike Vigil, quote, Number one, it allows the US government to seize bank accounts and properties belonging to these designated groups in the United States. Secondly, it would sanction American citizens if they have any ties to businesses belonging to these designated groups. And thirdly, it tries to prevent them from coming to the United States, end quote. But it also allows for using military intelligence.
Everybody thinks that like we have the CIA, right? So we just know where everybody is around the world, and we know where all the cartel bosses are. Most likely, we probably don't know shit in Mexico.
Since the pros and cons list didn't really solve this, let's see if a barely credible defense briefing can. Welcome to the briefing. Please be seated. Thank you. First slide. I think the best way to understand what's happening is by using a historical frame of reference. This actually is not unheard of, and there is recent historical precedent that we can examine here. In 1997, the United States government labeled the Colombian drug cartel, FARC, as a foreign terrorist organization. After that, there was increased military aid and cooperation between the two by a heck of a lot. Because since then, the US government gave $12 billion in equipment and training to fight the FARC organization. It was called Plan Colombia, and it's ultimately credited with helping deal a decisive blow to the Colombian cartel. One of the key aspects was they didn't deploy American boots on the ground in large numbers or conduct missile strikes. Instead, they worked together to embed U.S. Special Forces, small teams, and CIA officers into the Colombian security force to help advise them on missions and give them actionable intelligence. It'd be like if you were playing a video game and someone is whispering over your shoulder, telling you where the bad guys are located. You'd have a huge advantage. You'd be like having a wall hack. My producer Armando and I spoke with Francisco Santos, who was Colombia's vice president from 2002 to 2010. He was instrumental with advancing Plan Colombia and its policies, and it was a little surreal to talk to a former vice president from Colombia.
Colombia was almost a failed state in 2002. 180,000 hectares of coca. A third of the country was controlled by the paramilitaries, a third of the country was controlled by the guerrillas, and a third of the country was controlled by the state. With Plan Colombia going after drugs and going after the guerrillas which were involved in the drug business, in 8 years we changed the country. They were really relegated to far areas of the country. They didn't have the impact that they were having. Yeah, so it can be done. It needs political capital. It needs results.
But it took time to start to see positive results. Jan Schakowsky, a U.S. Congresswoman, said in 2003, quote, Plan Colombia was supposed to reduce Colombia's cultivation and distribution of drugs by 50%, but 6 years and $4.7 billion later, the drug control results are meager at best, end quote. However, that didn't stay the case because 7 years after she said that, by 2010, homicides had been cut in half, terror attacks reduced by 90%, and U.S. exports to Colombia quadrupled to $15 billion. By April 2010, former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates said, quote, in just a few years, Colombia has achieved a remarkable, indeed historic transformation in the security arena that few would have thought possible. From a nation under siege from drug trafficking organizations and military groups to a country quickly becoming a linchpin of security and prosperity in South America, end quote. But I think a lot of that ended up getting swept under the carpet. You didn't really hear about it because of the war on terror was so big in the news at the time. But by 2016, a peace accord between the Colombian government and FARC was reached, and FARC agreed to dissolve itself and disband. It's hard to imagine hearing the Mexican cartel disbanding, but that's the goal here that I think we should be aiming at with these executive orders. By 2021, the US government removed FARC from the foreign terror list. Nothing's perfect by a long shot, but there are, of course, a lot of factors that went into that happening, and it's not an exact one-to-one comparison, but it's close. Because if we want this to succeed, what we're going to need to do is have clearly defined goals, a clear end game for what success against the cartels mean.
That, I think, is a good end goal. I think one of the complications with that in Mexico is it's not like the FARC in Colombia. You have 10 different cartel organizations that are all competing.
But look, one of the problems of the US is that they hate to learn from success. They love to learn from failure. So you go to the State Department, they have tons of books on Iraq, where we failed, Afghanistan. You go and see, hey, and what do you have about Plan Colombia? A 1-inch folder with some memos. That's really, that happened to me when I was ambassador.
But we need buy-in from the Mexican government and the people there on those goals. I think one of the mistakes we made when we got involved in Iraq was not understanding what the people wanted there and not understanding what the criteria was for mission success. Whether cracking down on the cartels with military force will be effective or cause blowback will depend on how it's executed and how the Mexican government and people feel about taking the fight to the cartels. I, for one, was surprised to learn that according to a Mexican newspaper, Reforma, a poll that they conducted found 46% of their respondents, nearly half, had a favorable view of Mexico collaborating with the United States to fight the drug cartels. I guess it shouldn't be surprising when we consider the fact that nearly a quarter of people in Mexico have been personally affected by cartel violence in their lives. The poll found that 75% of respondents believe the best way the United States can help Mexico fight insecurity was a collaborative scheme relying on joint operations. It's also telling that only 24% chose undercover operations by U.S. security agencies. Polls are, of course, fickle creatures, but these numbers suggest to me that if we want buy-in from the largest stakeholders, then working with Mexican security agencies is the way to go. It's like my old squad leader used to always say, fight smart, not hard.
The perspective of people in Latin America is, like, what matters to them? What do they want? What do they not want?
They want safety. It's like in the US, they want safety. They want to feel safe. You don't want a drug trafficker giving you safety. You want the state to give you so in the end, it's the same. The problem is that you have really strong police institutions. Many of our countries don't. I have no doubt they're going to start using the drones to get many of those high value targets. Okay, so you're screwing with us? There you go. Because that's become a new way of exerting pressure, of creating having a political effect.
How do you get that buy-in? You have to provide some type of value. What is the value opportunity cost here? If I'm a politician that gets paid off by the cartel, what's the value in it for me to want to say, hey, yeah, let's clean this up?
Now that we're talking about it, I feel like it just could be very expensive. Like in Afghanistan and in Iraq, for sure. I went on missions where we would hand out hundreds of thousands of dollars to local sheikhs, and it's basically, you know, we said it was grant money for your farm or this or that, but really it's work with us, not the insurgents. And I don't know, you know, if we're really serious about doing this mission in Mexico, I would think that it might look similar to that.
There's something like 1.6 million Americans living in Mexico abroad, and nearly 40 million Mexicans living in the United States. This is a joint problem that requires a joint solution. And who better to join forces with than our allies and #1 trading partners in Mexico? Who wants the destruction of these cartels more than the Mexican people themselves who suffer at their hands? The Mexican army has fought bravely against the cartels. We usually only see the headlines of cartel violence,
but if you monitor the situation closely, the Mexican army routinely wipes the floor with cartel gangs when it comes to battles won on a tactical level.
The problem is, fighting an insurgency takes more than just bullets and stacking bodies, as we learned in Iraq and Afghanistan. Is America's goal to get the cartels to disarm and disband? Then some kind of agreement would likely need to be made to turn the cartels into legal political entities in exchange for laying down their weapons. This has been done in history, is filled with examples of this, of armed groups transitioning away from violence.
other cartel and insurgent groups have followed similar paths. I believe the greatest threat to a joint operation is corruption, which spawns distrust between the two.
A mayor, they buy the police, they corrupt the police, and they have a territory they can move through. Two, they can control territories. In Mexico and in parts of Colombia and in parts of Argentina, they control territories because they intimidate so hard. They have the police also pushed back or bought.
Mexico has arrested hundreds of their own officers, judges, politicians, military generals for taking bribes from the cartel. Plata o plomo is a Spanish phrase that translates to silver or lead. It essentially means money or bullets. It's used to convey a forceful ultimatum from the cartel where someone's given a choice to cooperate with a bribe, plata, or face violent consequences, plomo. And it originates from a threat that Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar used to make against government officials if they didn't take his bribes.
Plata o plomo. Ustedes eligen.
The United States has prosecuted thousands of their own customs agents and other authorities as well. What we can't do, I think, is let the cartel push us to see each other as enemies. The United States and Mexican forces should be united against the common enemy of the cartels because we both have a lot to gain by weakening them. How will the cartels choose to respond to increased pressure on them? According to a CIA officer who spoke to Rolling Stone magazine, past administrations had turned down the option to use CIA ground branch due to the potential risk of cartel retaliation against the operators' families inside the United States. The cartels could also choose to attack Americans living abroad or tourists visiting, or energy plants or oil infrastructure in the United States. These are things that they're considering.
I think the scariest thing for America to understand is that it doesn't matter if you close the border completely, because there are tens to hundreds of thousands of cartel members in America living in America right now. What will they start doing? Terrorist tactics in America.
I'll give you a story of cartels. When Pablo Escobar killed Justice Minister in Colombia, all hell went loose. If the Mexican cartel does that, they're gonna pay a very high price. So they have to understand, and as a Mexican government, you have to raise the cost and say, you go after us. Look at what's gonna happen to you here. And I think that's part of what is going to be, we're gonna see it in probably this year.
The official executive order, it's published online, and I think it reveals a lot about what we're seeing here. It reads, international cartels constitute a national security threat, beyond that posed by traditional organized crime, with activities encompassing convergence between themselves and a range of extra-hemispheric actors, from designated foreign terrorist organizations to antagonistic foreign governments. They're talking, of course, about how the cartel cooperates with Chinese companies and likely the Chinese government to produce massive amounts of fentanyl. To me, though, the million-dollar question is how much of this will be by, with, and through the Mexican government. Meaning, will Mexico choose to cooperate with the United States to combat the cartels? And I think there's a lot of new evidence to indicate it could go either way. The United States and Mexico have decades-long history of working with each other. America sent $3.3 billion worth of aid to help train and equip Mexican soldiers through the Medellin program to fight the cartel. This initiative went from 2008 to 2021. Putting aside its effectiveness, it shows that the two nations can and have cooperated on security in the past. Delta Force, the DEA, and other American experts have been welcomed by Mexican authorities in the past to help give advice on high-profile counter-narcotics operations. One reportedly led to the capture of El Chapo. One of the biggest proponents of labeling the cartels foreign terrorist organizations has been Congressman Dan Crenshaw, a former Navy SEAL. He frequently stresses the importance of working together with Mexican security forces as partners. He also states that it's a two-way road, and the United States needs to cut down on the flow of weapons into Mexico, while Mexico needs to cut down on drugs into the United States.
Now, the way we do this in places like Colombia, we have done it for decades, is we of course work bilaterally with them. If you to go in unilaterally, that means that we've exhausted all other diplomatic options.
The Mexican government has stated they strongly oppose any actions that are taken without their approval inside their nation. On January 21st, Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum came out and she gave her first remarks about these developments. And she said that they would not object to America trying to keep asylum cases being heard in Mexico. She also said that they would cooperate on security matters so long as Mexico's sovereignty is respected. Her exact words were, "They can and should act in their territory, they in their territory, we in our territory," end quote. This response appears to show some early indication that there's room for cooperation. I think part of designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations is a symbolic move. It'll put additional pressure from the international community to act against them, or at least not cooperate with them. The White House executive order states that justifications for why the cartel fits the bill as an FTO is, quote, "In certain portions of Mexico, they function as a quasi-government entity, controlling nearly all aspects of society," end quote. The fact that they control parts of the government's function is a huge justification for why they're able to designate them as a foreign terrorist organization. Goes on to say the cartel's activities threaten the safety of American people, the security of the United States, and the stability of the international order in the Western Hemisphere. But there's a big reason why Mexico might not be excited about this or want to get on board. It's partly because it could have an impact on them economically. This designation will have knock-on effects, potentially impacting foreign investments from, say, the United States into Mexico. It means that payments made to any company that has cartel affiliation in their organization can be seen as sending material support to a terror organization. So if you own a business that's working with companies in Mexico, if it turns out that they have cartel connections, you could be going to jail for a very long time. Considering just how wide the cartel network is, they employ some 175,000 people. This means that there are huge liabilities when choosing to work with a Mexican company, because you better hope that you're vetting them correctly and doing your due diligence and that they don't have a cartel connection. The reason I think this is an interesting time for this to happen is because right now, the most powerful Mexican cartel is in the middle of a kind of civil war. The Sinaloa cartel is fighting themselves. Two rival factions within that organization have been at war with one another over the past few months. To me, this raises a question, a huge question, of whether they will choose to unite against the US government or if it'll be easier to destroy them in this weakened moment. We know that currently the cartels fear retaliation from American forces. In 2023, 2 US tourists were killed by them when they were mistaken for drug smugglers. The Gulf Cartel immediately did an apology and turned in their own member who was responsible for what happened. But at this point, it might be a little late for an apology now. Former Special Forces soldier Brian Michael Jenkins, current senior advisor to the RAND president, put it this way, quote, "The terror label seems to have great appeal not because it expands legal authority, but because it sends a loud message. People view terrorism as more heinous than ordinary crime. Calling it drug trafficking, kidnapping, and murder by themselves doesn't adequately reflect the national outrage of some. The terror label elevates the issue, suggesting that more must be done to prevent these kinds of acts in the future, and that, in this case, if Mexico does not do something, the United States will. Applying a terror label raises the possibility of military action," end quote. As the famous Kissinger quote goes, "The guerrilla wins if he does not lose. The conventional army loses if it does not win." Everyone agrees on what the problem is. The drug epidemic has been horrible. Nearly everyone, myself included, have lost someone close to us or know someone who's died from a drug overdose. There was a period of several years where we were losing 90 to 100,000 people a year, and that might still be occurring. But they can't agree on the solution. I think the way a lot of Americans feel about this issue is it largely shakes out into two positions. On the one side, feel like the problem is not being taken care of, and so someone has to do something about it. The other side feels like the root cause of the problem might be in US demand for drugs, and military action might have the opposite effect of destroying the cartels. The stakes are high, and so are the risks, but the reward of being rid of the cartels is one that I think is worthy of cooperation. Check us out on Pepperbox TV. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy, signing off this net. Time now. There have long been whispers of U.S. Special Forces top secret missions inside Latin America. Some of it I think is real history, some of it's rumor and recently declassified documents. The idea has made its way all the way into pop culture with games like Ghost Recon Wildlands and the movie Sicarios. This is going to be sort of like an iceberg video where I'll go through some of the most known and increasingly more obscure American Special Forces missions inside Latin America. The first story is the Joint Combined Exchange Training Program. The Washington office in Latin America, which is a human rights-focused think tank, used the Freedom of Information Act request to uncover just how many personnel and resources are going to Latin American countries each year. What they found was shocking. There was a dramatic rise in JSOC training missions in the region over the past 2 decades. Between 2007 and 2014, the number of JTAC missions inside Latin America tripled. Joint Combined Exchange Training, or JTAC missions, was a program first founded in 1991. It allowed the Defense Department to deploy Special Forces personnel to train and coordinate with foreign nations outside direct wartime goals. It was kind of a loophole, because it's long been suspected that these are more than just innocent training missions. They're likely a way to provide a legal framework for counterterrorism and counter-drug operations alongside partner forces. Most of these missions were to Honduras, a country where there's been tremendous levels of gang violence, political instability, and as we'll see, a long history of covert missions of U.S. Special Forces. Now, 21 JTAC missions deployed here. Colombia and El Salvador were tied for second place with 19 missions each. It's no coincidence that these closely track with the worst hotspots of cartel and gang activity all across Latin America. The released documents actually showed that 4,000 U.S. operators were invited to train about 13,000 Latin American personnel during this time frame at a cost of roughly $73 million. While the exact details of these missions are still classified, even to the FOIA request, we know that they were teaching urban combat for foreign internal defense, as well as gaining regional access with a minimum footprint and enhancing U.S. influence in host countries. And we'll see these training missions are tame compared to some of the ones we're about to get into. But first I want to tell you about this video's beautiful sponsor, Odoo, the online business management platform that provides entrepreneurs an all-in-one application to simplify the day-to-day operations of their business. Everything from website building to inventory and accounting, Odoo provides all the tools necessary to launch and run your business, and the best part is, the first Odoo application is free for life, including unlimited hosting and support, letting you create a vivid site for your business easily and efficiently, and yep, you guessed it, completely free. They even offer a free personalized domain name for 1 year. With the Odoo website configuration, you can build your site in 4 quick and easy steps, define goals, pick color palettes, and insert your logo, add your pages and features, and choose your theme. And just like that, your online business is up and running. The platform couldn't be any simpler to use. Just a few clicks and your site is ready to go. Odoo even integrates ChatGPT to help write, reword, or even change the tone of your copy. No more writer's block. Click the link below to jumpstart your online presence today. Combined, the population of 32 different countries across Latin America is over 660 million people, roughly 8% of the world's population. By 2021, there were about 62 million people from various Latin American countries living in the United States and calling it home, or roughly 19% of the total population. These two regions are closely tied together politically, economically, and culturally. And that's where the United States 7th Group comes into play. So the way it works is there are 7 different U.S. Special Forces groups, and each one focuses on a different region. 10th Group, for example, specializes in Europe, including Russia. 7th Group is focused on Latin America and Southern Command. This means that they learn languages, cultures, customs, and the history from the countries in this region before they deploy there. 7th Group is now headquartered in Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, and they learn either Portuguese or Spanish as part of their job. This unit's role in Latin America was expanded starting in the 1980s when President Reagan took a more hardline stance against communist activities in the Western Hemisphere. The mission in Honduras are some of the most sensitive and classified and downright wild to this day. But we know about one of the most insane operations because former Delta Force operator Eric L. Hanley revealed exactly what he did there. According to him, he was deployed to Honduras in 1991 to train and advise their special forces in direct combat.
The U.S. Delta operators were sent on a mission to intercept and destroy roughly 100 Honduran Marxist-Cuban-trained guerrillas that had infiltrated from Nicaragua. Working alongside local Honduran troops, they tracked the Marxist fighters to a mountain base. His team opened fire on them, and during the battle, Hanley claims that he spotted one of the fighters with a radio. He shot and killed the man. After the fight, it turned out that the man he killed was none other than David Baez. The identity of this man blew me away. Baez was actually a Nicaraguan-born American citizen who was a former U.S. Army Special Forces operator. Hanley had even met the man years prior back in the States during Delta Force selection courses. Baez left the U.S. Army, defected from 7th Group Special Forces, and joined the other side, because the side the U.S. was fighting with had executed his father. Baez saw himself as a Che Guevara-type guerrilla leader. It was like a real-life Apocalypse Now, Heart of Darkness story. However, former Green Beret Greg Walker's research shows something much darker might have happened. David Baez was captured alive along with 35 other prisoners. The Honduran general gave an execution command, and an unnamed U.S. official agreed to the execution order. Baez was then executed by Honduran soldiers. Evidence for this comes from a declassified CIA internal investigation. Even though it's heavily redacted, it reveals several guerrillas were executed by pistol. Now, the entire mission is controversial even to this day, but I think that it shows at the very least that the US government was far more involved in the fighting in Honduras than they publicly claimed at the time. Most people have no idea that American soldiers were engaged in limited combat in the region throughout the Cold War against other foreign-supported forces. So Greg Walker, a retired Green Beret, revealed how special forces were routinely shot at in El Salvador while on top-secret missions in 1981. President Reagan sent the 7th Group to train El Salvador and help grow El Salvador's security forces from 12,000 to 55,000. Later declassified CIA documents would reveal that these organizations developed into paramilitary groups that were known as the Salvadoran Death Squads. Some sources claim they killed as many as 75,000 people. The mission back then was centered around countering communist-backed forces. They were so undercover that in 1986, the U.S. military denied giving them combat infantry badges, which is something that proves that you are in combat. According to SpecialForces78.com, which is run by retired SF guys, the Green Berets who served in El Salvador self-described themselves as the Double Nickel. By 1982, a mission of 55 Special Forces advisors had a budget that was increased to $80 million annually. They were fighting against leftist guerrilla forces who were from the FMLN. They turned out to be better organized and better trained than the U.S. anticipated. They were backed by Cuban, Nicaraguan, North Vietnamese, and even East German advisors from the Soviet Union that were provided to them. Basically, the way it worked was that the Reagan administration avoided anything that would trigger a congressional review of the operations by special forces there. So they were informally promised none of the advisors would be in combat. But they used loopholes to get around this. An additional 75 CIA operators were deployed alongside them. Medical SF soldiers were also not included in the count, and the total number of operatives may have been closer to 300 in El Salvador. According to Greg Walker, himself a veteran of the conflict in El Salvador, he says that there were Purple Hearts issued in El Salvador, but that those killed in action were often misrepresented by the U.S. government. For example, on March 31st, 1987, a guerrilla unit attacked the Salvadoran Brigade headquarters at El Parisio. The relatives of Green Beret Staff Sergeant Gregory A. Franis was told that he was killed in action while he was asleep in his bunk by a mortar round. In reality, Franis had left the barracks and helped rally a counterattack. He returned fire and helped secure the command bunker before he was shot multiple times during the battle. These missions in El Salvador are controversial to this day. We did a deeper dive on it in another video, but these kind of kill teams, kill squads trained by the CIA were accused of mass killings, and so too were the FMLN opposing forces that were backed by the Soviets. Ultimately, 39 Americans were killed during operations supporting El Salvador during the Civil War. Now, the next story comes to us about a Delta Force mission to help kill Pablo Escobar.
A lot of people probably know about this one. In the early 1990s, Pablo Escobar was the leader of the most notorious drug cartel in Colombia. Operation Search Block aimed to dismantle Escobar's empire. A U.S. Navy SEAL helicopter raid was executed in 1991 inside Bolivia, but they just barely missed him. This put pressure on him to leave Bolivia and go back to Colombia. In order to find him, the U.S. Army Intelligence Support Activity used modified civilian planes to surveil local phone communications. Meanwhile, Delta Force handpicked and trained a unit called Search Block. This is because some of the Colombian forces were compromised by Escobar's deep pockets. The U.S. government didn't want to appear like they were undercutting Colombian sovereignty, so they had the Search Block team conduct the actual arrest themselves. The ISA's surveillance equipment from the U.S. Army could pinpoint Escobar to within about 200 meters, but the operation would still need visual confirmation. In December 1993 is when they thought they found him. The electronic surveillance kit got a fix on Pablo's phone at his mother's house. 2 Delta Force snipers set up an observation post in the hills surrounding the area. The Search Block unit was sent to confirm. They spotted Escobar in the second-story window, and that was all they needed. The Colombian unit stormed the house. They fought their way through Escobar's bodyguards. Pablo fled the gun battle, attempting to escape across the rooftops, but agents caught up and opened fire. Pablo Escobar's reign had come to an end. There have been rumors for years that the final headshot that ended Escobar's life came from one of the Delta Force snipers, but there isn't really any hard evidence that I could find for that. Jerry Boykin, commander of the Delta Force team in Colombia, stated flatly in his memoir published years later, quote, "I can answer that, no." Despite Boykin's denial, legends and rumors persist decades later about exactly how Escobar died and how big of a role Delta Force played in the final raid. However, not all operations have had this level of disclosure, and some are still unconfirmed. In one of the most secretive operations to date, Delta Force was allegedly sent to Mexico in early 2016. I'll tell you right off the bat, this mission is still a rumor. It has not been confirmed yet. It was reported in SOFREP and several other sources. Allegedly, their mission was to assist Mexican authorities in their recapture of the notorious Sinaloa cartel leader Joaquin Guzman, also known as El Chapo. The elusive drug kingpin had been arrested and jailed twice before, but had managed to escape each time. The reason this was possibly a joint operation is because it concerned both countries. Under El Chapo's leadership, the Sinaloa cartel had expanded its criminal network out of Mexico and deep into the United States. Phoenix, Tucson, Atlanta, Chicago had all become major distribution centers for illegal narcotics. The Sinaloa cartel and its ruthless tactics and its black market trade fueled poverty and crime wherever it reached. In 2023, the Chicago Crime Commission named Guzman public enemy number 1, and numerous international manhunts tried to recapture El Chapo, but he slipped through law enforcement's net every time. In early 2016, authorities finally caught a lucky break. The Mexican government launched Operation Black Swan, which was an intensive surveillance and tracking operation that gradually narrowed down Guzman and the cartel's hiding places. So, allegedly, at the invitation of Mexican authorities, the U.S. government supplied Mexico with some of its most closely guarded intelligence and counterterrorism assets, including Delta Force. The American operators helped track down the cartel's leadership to the town of Los Mojis. Now, on January 8th, they pinpointed the location of a prominent sicario, or hitman, in one of the cartel's safe houses. These were professional hitmen who eliminated the cartel's opposition, whether they be rival gangs, government officials, or innocent witnesses who've seen too much. Mexican Marines seized the opportunity and stormed the safe house. But as an intense firefight broke out between the Mexican Marines and the cartel hitmen, a familiar figure escaped through the tunnel. Now, a few blocks away, out popped El Chapo in a stolen car. But it wasn't a clean getaway this time. Mexican federal police saw the car and arrested El Chapo in front of a nearby hotel, this time throwing him in jail for good. The authorities hadn't even known El Chapo was at the safe house, but they hit the jackpot in this raid. Exactly how much of a role Delta Force played during Operation Black Swan remains undisclosed, and the Mexican government insists that it was only their forces that prosecuted the arrest, but defense news outlet SOFREP reports that it's very confident that they have an insider source that Delta Force played a role on the ground all the same. According to U.S. government insiders, Delta Force played a supporting role on this one, training and advising Mexican Marines and intelligence personnel on the best ways to raid the Sicario safe house or how to nab such an elusive target. They provided guidance and intelligence assets. However, Mexican soldiers have reported that the U.S. did send law enforcement personnel to Mexico. The DEA and DOJ regularly get embedded with Mexican Special Forces units, where they assist with intelligence, while the Mexican troops are the trigger pullers. So it might be that people were confused and it was just a special division from the DEA. Mexican SOF cross-trained with American teams throughout the early 2000s in an attempt to get an edge on the increasingly well-armed cartels. And the rapid intelligence processing systems from Delta Force and the CIA are used in the fight against ISIS around the same time, which would be a big help in Operation Black Swan for quickly hunting cartel leadership, if they send so much as a text message, for instance. But the next story does have some more information that has become declassified since then. On December 20th, 1989, 4 MH-6 Little Bird helicopters tore through the darkness over Panama City. Their mission was to rescue U.S. citizen Kurt Muse from the prison, and the whole U.S. invasion of Panama was set to kick off only an hour later at 1 a.m. If they encountered any delays, the broader invasion could blow the element of surprise, and they'd be flying essentially into a death trap. This is the story of Operation Acid Gambit. At 0:45 a.m., the MH-6 Little Birds carrying the Delta operators arrived on scene, and they landed the assault team on the prison rooftop. The clock was ticking. They had 6 minutes. Panama's defense forces started pouring rifle fire onto the rooftops. Bullets slammed all around them. Former Delta operator Larry Vickers later recalled, "I heard shots the whole time. I could sense bullets flying overhead. The place was a hornet's nest now." End quote. Delta snipers fired rounds into the generator, which cut the power supply. The entry team stacked on the door as planned. Another operator rappelled down the side of the prison, assigned with shooting the executioner who was trained on Muse. At the same time, the assault team set a small charge to blow the door leading inside. But in the humid climate that they hadn't trained for, the tape wouldn't stick, so they tried again, and this time the door was vaporized. They swarmed into the prison. Guards were so turned around and confused that they didn't even realize the fight had moved inside the prison walls. The Delta team safely grabbed Kurt Muse out of his prison cell. But Muse and his team weren't safe yet. As the helicopter carrying Kurt Muse took off, it lost power. The engine had been hit by all the crossfire. One of the Delta passengers took a round to the chest, which knocked him out of the chopper, while it was still 20 feet in the air. The Bird's engine gave out, and the chopper crashed onto the street. The team regrouped, formed a perimeter around the crash site, while one of the operators handed Muse a Colt 1911 pistol to defend himself. A U.S. infantry lieutenant had been looking in the right direction when the chopper went down. He was part of the main invasion, and directions from overhead from the planes led his convoy of American 113s to reach the Delta team. Then a short ride to a nearby U.S. base along the Panama Canal, and Kurt Muse was finally returned safely. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, they first started operating in Bolivia in the 1950s. Starting in 1962, the CIA established their Special Operations Division, or SOD it was called at the time. SOD was their ground branch paramilitary force. In 1966, they deployed to stop Che Guevara's revolutionary attempt in Bolivia. The CIA document that was declassified in 1997 and put on their website reveals the CIA perspective on what happened. According to a captured journal by Guevara, his goal was to force U.S. military intervention in Bolivia and have them fight a protracted ground war insurgency. The CIA deployed Rodriguez and Villalobos as part of their task force in an attempt to avoid getting pulled into a large ground war. Rodriguez provided advanced intelligence to the Bolivian army. It was critical in narrowing down Che Guevara's location. He was embedded on the ground with the battalion of 650 Bolivian Rangers when they caught up to Che on October 8, 1967. Now, they surrounded Guevara and his guerrilla units inside a Euro ravine. The two sides engaged in a fierce firefight, expending hundreds of rounds. Guevara was wounded and captured alive. The next day, orders came from Bolivian High Command that were influenced by CIA operatives, allegedly, to execute him. Although Rodriguez insists that the CIA wanted the revolutionary Che Guevara alive, but the Bolivian government gave the orders to shoot him. The Bolivian Rangers wired Rodriguez coded information that said, quote, "Papa tired," which meant that the guerrilla leader had been captured alive. He went to where they were holding him. Now, Rodriguez was interviewed years later, and he said, quote, "I tried to save him, Che, but to no avail." CIA operative Rodriguez claims the U.S. government gave him direct orders to keep Che alive, and that they had, quote, "a helicopter and planes waiting to take him back to Panama to be interrogated," end quote. A Bolivian soldier was allegedly chosen to carry out the execution. Other reports indicate that the U.S. government didn't care if he was captured or killed, and that his death would help stop revolutionary movements across Latin America. Since then, an extensive amount of CIA wires and documents have been declassified by the U.S. government surrounding the mission. However, this next mission is a more recent and still murky as to what exactly took place. So, Operation Golden Pheasant was a mission that I was totally unaware of until I researched this. It was an emergency deployment of U.S. troops to Honduras in 1988 by President Reagan. U.S. forces parachuted in as a response to Nicaraguan attacks on Contra logistics in Honduras. So let me explain that. The relationship between Honduras and the Sandinistas in Nicaragua during the 1980s was tense to say the least. The Sandinistas was a leftist group that took control of Nicaragua in 1979. They were opposed by the Contras, who were a rebel group that was supported by the United States and based in Honduras. So that's all the background you need to know. These weren't just American special forces here, although it was also 5,000 light infantry, some from the 82nd Airborne, supporting 12,000 Honduras troops against the Nicaraguan Sandinistas. There is a lot of talk recently about how airborne units are obsolete. You don't need parachutists anymore. You don't need paratroopers because they could be shot down by advanced missile systems from far away. But having the capability on hand allowed for this kind of quick reaction, which is credited with preventing a full-scale conflict. U.S. forces started a combined live fire exercise alongside Special Forces units. They were given strict orders to not engage any Sandinistas, but be prepared to if they needed to. However, the show of force was enough to cause the Sandinistas to withdraw back across the border. Just a few days after that, the Sandinistas government negotiated a truce with the Contra leaders, and by the end of March, U.S. forces had withdrawn back to the United States safely. Let me know what you guys think of these kind of iceberg-style rundowns where I give you a whole rundown on the craziest stories from... What if you could fire artillery while you were still moving? What if human beings had the capability to do the artillery version of drive-by shootings?
Hit and run!
Are we responsible enough to handle that power yet? Hopefully, because that's exactly what the new RCH-155 self-propelled artillery system is designed to do. This gives artillery the ability to shoot while scoot for the first time in history.
The Ukrainian military will receive their first batch of 18 out of 54 of these by the end of 2024, when they'll make their combat debut. Great Britain is also acquiring 116, and
U.S. Army Futures Command Chief General James Rainey hinted that the U.S. military might be looking to acquire this system when he said, quote, "There are some very good wheeled howitzers that are having great effect in places like Europe," end quote.
Rheinmetall's CEO also claimed that the U.S. military was interested in acquiring this one-of-a-kind weapon system.
This weapon has the potential to change the artillery warfare meta as we know it. I want to know, how is the RCH-155 able to accomplish this feat, and what kind of new tactics will this unlock? I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Hit the like button while on the move and let's find out.
But first, I want to tell you about the team at General Atomics Aeronautical. They're the people that made this video possible. General Atomics Aeronautical is at the forefront of unmanned aerial and radar systems for the United States military and countless other commercial operations worldwide. And their newest and most cutting-edge project is the XQ-67A. The XQ-67A is an unmanned combat aerial vehicle for the United States Air Force with a long list of potential applications. And General Atomics, harnessing its 30 years of experience in the advancement of unmanned aircraft systems, continues to dedicate its work to support warfighters around the world. The XQ-67A accelerates the integration of autonomy for air dominance, including the ability to seamlessly adapt algorithms during flight in real time. That means that the human crew can integrate with AI systems to collaborate on attack dynamics at various phases of engagement to achieve truly unmatched air superiority. The Air Force Research Laboratory partnered with General Atomics to build the XQ-67A, achieving their first successful flight on February 28, 2024, just 2 years after the initial concept was implemented. Learn more about the XQ-67A and how General Atomics Aeronautical is leading the way at UAV.com. Self-propelled artillery has been around since at least World War I, when some mad lad got the idea of slapping a cannon onto a moving vehicle. One of the earliest known examples comes to us from the 1917 French Schneider CA-1, a tank that had a 75mm field gun mounted on top of it. This wasn't purpose-built self-propelled artillery, but it did demonstrate the concept of a mobile gun platform. So I want to know, how did we go from that primitive tech to firing shells on the move? It wasn't until the 1950s, when we researched the technology skill tree enough, that we unlocked vehicles that fired while on the move.
Looks like a good run. Break it loose. Whoa! Run them over.
Early versions were single plane stabilizers, which helped tanks keep the gun relatively steady, but only on one vertical axis. One of the first tanks to feature this was actually a version of the American M4 Sherman. The early version of these gyroscopes would send feedback to an electro-hydraulic system that was connected to the gun's elevation mechanism. If the tank pitched forward or backward, the stabilizer would then adjust the gun's elevation in real time in response to counteract the tank's movement and keep that gun cannon aimed on target. Deadly science is my favorite kind of science. But the major breakthrough came to us with the introduction of the more advanced two-plane stabilization systems. The British Centurion Mark III tank was one of the first equipped with this ability.
It's a well-known cliche in the entertainment industry that when you get the power that comes with fame, the next things to follow are money and women. It's nothing new. In fact, rock and roll was built on this concept, with stars of the past gaining a reputation for being hell-raising womanizers. But while legendary rock stars were known for their wild escapades and thousands of flings, rappers haven't exactly been left out of that conversation either. If anything, the idea of MCs living a life of love and lust is as much of a part of hip-hop as it was in rock, if not more. Back in the day, the rap icons of the past were running rampant across the world and fully embraced that women were drawn to them, leading to some of the most craziest stories of debauchery we've ever heard.
And we had Wu-Tang. Everyone's all excited, and a girl he works with is like, I'm gonna get on that bus. I'm gonna one of those guys. And he's like,
the odds are good. I mean, there's like 18 of them.
Yeah. He's like, are you sure you want to do it? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, all right. And she goes on, comes off, and she blew, like, the crew. She blew the entire, she blew the Wu-Tang.
Hey, easy.
Yeah.
Guys could be in relationships, you have no idea.
And these tales aren't just some made-up rumors. The stars of the 90s themselves are more than happy to tell you exactly what went down.
When we first started, I had my time, man. I didn't make no fucking lies about that. Now these days, you know, I got wifey and shit, so all that stuff is put the brakes. If you've had some success, you know, and you're still out there doing your thing, yeah, there's gonna be opportunities all day, you know what I mean? Because there's just that group of girls that want to be attached to this particular dude, you know, like a trophy.
According to some people, it even basically became a sport for certain rappers like Eazy-E, whose womanizing ways ultimately led to his downfall.
They said that Eazy would give, like, girls, you know, groupies, like, fake record deals and have them sign just so he could get them to bed.
He had contracts. I don't think they ever were, like, real contracts for aspiring girls.
Okay.
They were going to be stars.
Eazy was a player. Yeah, he was a player. God bless him, man.
And today, women obsessed with rap culture are just as crazy as they ever been, blatantly showing rappers how thirsty they are, with some artists proudly putting it all on display.
You're my number!
Why?
Because I want you good. I'll suck it so fucking good, you don't even know. I'll suck it so you fucking come. I'll fight for that fucking...
But what this might simply be a part of the culture, something's gone wrong. These women are so prolific that they're actually famous for very little, other than being known for spending so much time in the beds of rappers. Because once they have a platform, they can make a living from telling their exploits, and somehow still wind up enticing artists with their reputation for fulfilling every man's fantasy. And today, more people are getting a bag off this than ever before. It's your boy Luesta, and this is why hip-hop has a groupie problem. And while you may think that this epidemic began in modern times, older hip-hop heads will know that this has a precedent in the 90s, where one infamous individual made a whole career from hooking up with rappers. The name Corinne Steffens is probably not a name you're familiar with, but you may know her often referenced nickname that cropped up in plenty of rap lyrics, better known as Superhead, even if she has apparently objected to the nickname since the start of her career.
And I want y'all to give a round of applause for Corinne Steffens, a.k.a. Superhead. Here's here on the program.
Wait a minute. Can I not get the AKA? It's too early.
That doesn't apply no more.
It's never applied to me. I've never used that.
Never.
I've never, ever in my life used that. That was such a bad joke. I wish we never started that joke, because you know how like jokes run? You have a running joke?
I thought you was cool with this.
No! I've never introduced myself. I've never been cool with that.
For those not up to speed, let me explain that she basically laid the blueprint for the women you see today. Over the course of her career, she was said to be acquainted with the likes of Method Man, Dr. Dre, Exhibit, Snoop Dogg, Bow Wow, Kanye West, Tony Yayo, Dame Dash, Young Berg, Keith Murray, and a whole lot more. When asked about how this happened, she outlined her mindset and explained how she ended up in relationships with so many different rappers.
What is it about you and entertainers?
I like creatives.
Okay.
I like creatives. I'm always drawn to people who create things because I create things. And I am inspired by people who create things. I love when the men in my life, because they help me create. So if I want to be inspired, sometimes if I'm having a hard time writing something, I'm just I'll go to the studio and hang out with my friends and watch them make music. And I'll start writing.
But it's fair to say that people aren't buying her use of the word creatives. So is she drawn to interior decorators, artist directors, or architects? Get the fuck out. She's drawn to people with money. I'd respect her more if she just admitted it. Nah, probably not. While she may be named in rap songs, Corinne actually managed to monetize her hustle, as she wrote a series of books entitled Confessions of a Video Vixen, which is a model or actress who appears in music videos, especially hip-hop and R&B, and is often styled to look very attractive, seductive, or glamorous. And that was just the start. Later in her book, Corinne Steffens even dishes out wild stories of encounters that she had with the Diddler, Usher, and even NBA legend Shaquille O'Neal, who, according to her, she met through a blind date.
I open the door and it's Shaquille O'Neal. That's how my life works.
What happens when Shaquille walks in?
He says, the furniture is too small. Tomorrow we're gonna wire some money into your account. You'll get a big screen TV, you'll get some bigger furniture.
At that point, are you thinking, I'm gonna have to do something to get this sofa?
No, he said to me, you're my woman now, there you go. $10,000, you're my woman.
Naturally, she's a controversial figure in plenty of ways, even when compared to other women who've been close to the hip-hop scene. People even objected to her describing herself as a video vixen, prompting outrage from women like Melissa Ford of the Joe Budden podcast, who are better known for appearing in the visuals for rappers as tracks than she was.
She's one of the first video vixens.
Name a video that you know of her in.
Mystical.
I know one, but the music video.
That's what I'm saying. I know another. I mean, I can name a lot of videos.
Y'all please stop stepping on Mel's hate right now.
But it's not just rappers from the 90s that she found her way into the bedrooms of. During her illustrious run, she found herself carving out a unique relationship with Lil Wayne.
What's your relationship with Wayne?
Currently, we're good. Like, that's my friend. You know, I consider him a friend for life. Love him always.
But what's crazy is that rather than say she was simply a girl he messed around with, Corinne maintained that she was basically his muse and vice versa.
As an artist and someone who has to create something out of nothing, it's important that we pair ourselves with the right people. When I was with Wayne, I wrote my best stuff. You know, I felt like when he was with me, he wrote his best stuff. When he was trying to figure out his new style, that singing thing that he started doing, he was with me on the bus, singing into a remote control. Like, how does this sound? When he was starting to learn to play guitar, he was with me. I feel like certain...
Yeah, but hold on. Did you stick around when that actually happened? Because if so, we might have to change this conversation. Because if you were on the bus when he wrote Prom Queen, someone needs to escort her out of the building.
Yeah, Peter Rosenberg is right, because taking credit for Rebirth of all projects is probably not as big of a flex as Corinne thought it was. However, this wasn't the only Mr. Carter in the rap game that she apparently had a little hookup with. Because, according to her, after getting a role in the Hype Williams directed video to Jay-Z and Memphis Bleek's Hey Poppy, Corinne said that she had a thing with Hove, which she detailed in her book, stating that she was chauffeured away from the set, down the winding road, and closer to the shoreline. Jay and I feasted on our attraction for each other, rapidly and quickly. After just a few minutes, I lifted my head from his lap, wiped my lips, and knew we'd made a mistake. Now, you would think that considering she was so notorious across the scene, that these MCs wouldn't want to go anywhere near her, especially if they knew there was a chance they would end up in one of her tell-all books. But Ja Rule, who was featured in many of her bestsellers, explained why people kept going back for her.
Why do you think men continue to get involved with Corinne?
Niggas like playing with fire, man. It's like a little kid. You say, listen, that right there, hot. Don't touch this hot. The little kid, what he do? Burn his motherfucking hand up. It's the same shit. Motherfuckers like playing with fire, man.
I mean, Lil Wayne seems to have had some sort of
I don't get it, man. And she's old as shit now.
And when you think about it, that's a lesson that rappers clearly are not learning. As while most of the girls they're dealing with today wouldn't know how to open a book, let alone write one, they can certainly get in front of a podcast mic and tell stories. As for Corinne, the constant demand for more content meant that she eventually struggled to keep up, particularly as she got older and her lifestyle changed.
If we're both having sex at the same time, why am I the one being used? Why can't it be that he's being used? Seeing a woman play a man's game and win at it was very disturbing to people. Publishers did not want me to stop, so they kept asking me to write the same book over and over again. I started a persona that nobody wanted me to finish. Yeah. She had to keep going. By the time I got to my mid-30s, I was like, guys, I've grown and my son is getting older and I can't continue to write this way. So there was a time where the persona and the person went through a little war. The person was growing and the person was learning and the person was evolving, but the persona can't.
Despite the fact that she was best known for being with rappers, Corinne kept saying that it wasn't her being used, but them. And whenever possible, she stood her ground. Such as the time when the former video vixen reflected on her appearance on the Tyra Banks show back in 2005, where she felt unfairly judged for being open about her past.
People expect me to be ashamed. And all my life, I've been expected to be ashamed of who I am. And I'm not. And I think that it bothers a lot of people that I'm not ashamed.
Amazingly, she still kept getting the bag from essentially getting bagged, something she even admitted to on an Instagram post where she said, "This book has been taught in at least 10 universities in their women/gender and hip-hop studies. I owe my lecture and teaching career to this book." For Corinne, she had a good sense to turn her promiscuous past into something profitable. But it's not fair to say that all of those who followed her lead did the same. Just take a look at someone like Kat Stacks, often cited as the original internet rap groupie. From the outset, her life was on a dangerous path, including a traumatic childhood of trafficking that led her to getting the words bottom bitch tattooed on her at the age of 16.
So who was actually the first artist that you slept with? How did you get into sleeping with artists?
I've been working in strip clubs since I was 10 years old.
Damn!
The first person I met in Miami was actually T-Pain. Because he used to always go to Tootsie's. Then he bought this club called Encore, and I met him there because I was a dancer there. So then after that, I started meeting up everybody.
If you're unfamiliar with her hustle, it basically revolved around her exposing the rappers she slept with, including Lil Wayne, Nelly, Bow Wow, Soulja Boy, and many others. And although she never gave an exact number, Kat, who's of Venezuelan descent, did reveal how she decided which rappers to expose and why their names ended up going public.
Do you have like a list of the number of artists that you've been with?
I've been with a lot of artists. I just haven't exposed everybody because they still keep a good relationship with me. And like, the ones I put out there is people that's cut off, doing me wrong, and ain't mean nothing to me.
While she often has smoke for these individuals, she has clearly extracted a lot of joy from it. During a reflective interview with No Jumper, she said that her time with Bow Wow gave her a feeling of self-worth, but ultimately ended when she got clingy.
Who was the first rapper that you started to like date in the game?
Bow Wow.
Bow Wow. How'd you get in touch with him?
He followed me on Twitter, and he lived 2 minutes away from me.
And you were like, I'm coming through.
He said to come, gave me his address. Just went there.
What was fucking with like an actual celebrity rapper like in that situation, as opposed to like, you know, I don't know what other kind of guys you would have been dating, but you're dating this pimp and he's out and he's driving around neighborhoods in Miami and picking up 15-year-old girls and turning them into hookers. I'm just assuming that Bow Wow's probably living a very different lifestyle. Did that occur to you? Did it seem like you were kind of, oh, I'm in this different lane. I'm dealing with actual people with money.
It made me feel beautiful.
How often do you like keep hanging out with him, or was that kind of just like a once?
Maybe like twice a month.
Okay.
But then I started being clingy.
And he wasn't into that.
If any platform made Kat a star, it was WorldStar, where her videos of exposing MCs often went live. As a result, she often got actively attacked by rappers and their entourages for exposing them, including getting smacked around by Lil Twist's aunt and her friends.
I was drunk as at Club Miami in Atlanta. I went home with Young LA and Jay Futuristic, slept over, whatever, the next day, we hit up the studio and shit. And Maggie had 5 G's on me, whoever found me. And this called him up talking about, because his dumbass put on Twitter that was going to use stream or whatever. So Maggie and then pull up in the studio with Lil Twist on and his 2 little 3 hippo hoes. And they didn't jump me, because back and forth touch me and shit, he was talking about it here, whatnot. But they really like attacked me, just made me lie on camera and say that I apologize and I lied on all the like they really put their hands on me though.
But over time, Kat's infamy died down. While her life was already full of hardship, things got even worse when she got caught up in a deportation battle, landing her in custody multiple times along the way. Long after her heyday, Kat has had time to reflect on her reputation and appears to have found some meaning in it.
How do you feel about the fact that your name holds such weight in that regard, that there's so many people that kind of look back in awe of that era that you put your stamp on in hip-hop history?
I guess it feels good to be kind of remembered after you die. No, so when you die, people still kind of remember me.
And now, rather than feeling spiteful towards her or judging her, most people just want her to find some harmony. Kat has literally been thrown through the mud. Her soul is hurt. I hope she finds peace. For people like Kat, the rap life chewed her up and spat her out. But for others, they managed to harness their infamy and use it to their advantage to become a household name. If you've been around hip-hop for any length of time, I can bet you've heard of the name Amber Rose. Back in the day, she was a model whose signature shaved head look proved to be her unique selling point and gained her tons of admirers. Among them was none other than Kanye West, who became obsessed with her after she co-starred with him in the video for Put It On with Jeezy. Before long, the two were a couple, but she denied every allegation that promoted the idea that she was out here looking for a rapper baby daddy, and that her relationship with Ye happened completely naturally.
When you go on the shoot, you're like, I'm keeping it professional.
Yes.
Is that the goal of some women, like go on these sets and maybe try to get with the guy that's...
I'm sure women do that. That's personally not me.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy because he flew me out to do RoboCop video because he was like, you look like a robot. I think this would be cool.
Right.
And I said, absolutely. You're Kanye West. Of course, I'll come out and shoot the video. I go to LA. We're like hanging out that night. I meet him and he's on another video set. And I'm like, okay, so what time should I be ready tomorrow morning? Is the car gonna, so I'm so used to like these.
You're keeping it professional.
The other videos I've done before that. And he's like, no, just chill. We're gonna figure it out. I'll just, So I'm like, okay. So then a day goes by, then another day goes by. We're going out to dinners.
Uh-oh.
We're going like...
You doing everything but shooting a video.
Yes. I'm doing everything but shooting a video.
The pair ultimately dated for 2 years, with Amber being by his side for some of the most controversial moments of his entire time in the limelight. Well, at least until all the stuff that Bianca has had to put up with. But since then, things have taken a nasty turn. And Ye has persistently dissed her in a way that Amber has found it hard to bear.
Nobody really knows my side of the story. No one knows what I've been through when Kanye made his album and he talked reckless about me on his album. And then, I have people throwing things at me in the street because they're fans of Kanye's.
Take your time.
I'm just crying because I don't deserve to be bullied like that. I'm a nice girl. I don't bother anybody, and I keep my mouth shut because I don't want any trouble. But to be bullied through music and through stuff like that, it's not fair to me. I don't deserve that.
He was an a-hole, and he was mean to me, and he didn't treat me the way he was supposed to. I accepted his apology because, I feel like he's remorseful for how he treated me.
Yes.
I'm just gonna keep it moving. I mean, it was a nice gesture. Do you think he wants you back? I don't care.
As Ye moved on to Kim Kardashian, he continued to go out of his way to demean Amber at a moment's notice. For instance, during his appearance on The Breakfast Club, he claimed that he literally had to be cleansed from Amber Rose's energy before he could get with Kim.
Because by the way, it's like it's very hard for a woman to, want to be with someone that's with Amber Rose. So she wasn't sending nothing, you know what I'm saying? Like I had to take 30 showers before I got with Kim, you know what I mean? I'm sorry. Please wait.
And clearly, that was the last straw for her, because not long after, she began airing out some of her private preferences, including this infamous tweet about Kanye saying he likes his salad tossed. Along the way, Amber Rose shut down rumors linking her to multiple men in the industry, such as Fabulous, Drake, Chris Brown, LeBron James, and more. But there was one rapper who ended up playing a way more meaningful role in her life than Ye ever did, and that was Wiz Khalifa. After Wiz was asked in an interview what girl he would be with if he could choose any in the world, he specifically named Amber Rose as the one. Soon after, Amber reached out, and it didn't take long for their connection to blossom into a full-blown romance, with the two quickly becoming inseparable, which meant that any attempts that Ye made to get back with her were soon irrelevant. And in her opinion, being with Wiz basically renewed her faith in men.
I want to be with Wiz for the rest of my life. Like Are you married? We're not married. You're not married? Do you believe in marriage? I never did until I met Wiz.
With Wiz by her side, Amber felt empowered enough to withstand Ye's constant jabs. And together, they even welcomed a son by the name of Sebastian. But in 2014, everything came crashing down when she caught Wiz cheating in their own bed. Amber made it clear on Twitter that she had stayed faithful, and while the breakup hurt them both, they managed to put their son first and maintained a healthy co-parenting relationship.
How do you feel about co-parenting? I love co-parenting, man. His mom is amazing, Amber. I love her. She's a good friend, a great partner, probably like the best ex ever, Like we talk, we go through difficult situations together, we make it out of that together. So we have a really, really strong relationship, and we're on the same page when it comes to raising him.
After the two previous experiences, you'd imagine that she'd sworn off rappers. But she still wound up dating MGK and 21 Savage, the latter of whom she dated for 2 years, and dropped some explicit details about her infatuation with him. And for that, she even got saluted by the likes of Charlemagne for being so unapologetically herself.
Amber Rose says she likes to smell 21 Savage's underwear. Here is what she had to say.
I've sniffed his underwear, like where his butt are. Like, it smells so good. But it has that like the smell of like the pubic hair, just like walking around throughout the day. And
Drop on the cruise bomb for Amber Rose for consistently showing us at the end of the day she's just a dirty foot Philly chick. God bless Amber Rose. Amber don't give a damn. You hear me? Salute to you, Amber. And I do the same.
I don't want you do what? Sniff my wife's panties? Me too, yeah.
For a little while, the pair were inseparable, and she even brought him along during her slut walk movement, causing him to get relentlessly trolled for photos like this, where he had a sign saying, "I'm a hoe too." After they split up, she moved outside of rappers in terms of the dating pool, instead having her second child with Alex A.E. Edwards, who is actually a Def Jam executive. But they would eventually split too, leaving her to seemingly leave love behind, as now she's dedicating her time to the MAGA life instead. And more recently, she tapped back into the fame and notoriety she got from the hip-hop world, heading out with Natalie Nunn to film Baddies Africa. For the most part, Amber has expanded beyond the life she once lived, and is now channeling her time and energy elsewhere. And for Ruby Rose, she tried the same transition, going from frequent arm candy of an MC to a rapper in her own right. Born and raised in Kentucky, Ruby Rose began making a name for herself on social media before getting the call to star in Migos' Bad and Bougie music video. Reportedly, she had similar calls before, but she turned them down to make sure that she was given a starring role, and it's fair to say that she made it count. From that moment on, she became one of the most sought-after women in hip-hop, and by the sounds of it, she was happy to oblige as she went on a spree of dating artists. So much so that DJ Vlad sat her down during their interview and proceeded to cook her about exactly who she hooked up with and what caused lies and rumors to spread.
Well, because there are rumors about you and various famous men. I'm going to name a few.
Okay, I'll tell you which one.
You could react.
Okay.
Cam Newton.
That one was weird. No, never. I've never even met him.
Travis Scott.
When I was younger. Oh wait, actually, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this game. I shouldn't do.
Shout out to Travis Scott. One of the monsters out there in music right now. Soulja Boy.
Fudge, no. I think we DM'd as friends, but like nothing like freaky or crazy.
Lil Yachty.
We're friends.
21 Savage.
When I was younger.
Okay, how many more are left?
No, that's it.
Okay, cool.
However, 21 and Travis weren't the only prominent artists who she was with in the past. For a little while, she was also engaged in a volatile relationship with Playboy Cardi, one which she spoke openly about in interviews that he rather didn't see the light of day.
The only interaction I've had at all with a Playboy Cardi was when we put out the Ruby Rose interview.
You guys got into an argument and he pulled out his gun and...
Oh, I don't want to get into the...
Well, he allegedly shot off his gun.
A gun did get... Yeah,
A gun went off.
That's what we do.
And you didn't get hit.
I did not. I'm here.
So we got the cease and desist from his lawyers, and we're like, y'all go f yourself for this.
Once that elapsed, she found herself dating none other than DDG, and from the outset, that relationship seemed to be similarly chaotic, defined by no shortage of cheating rumors and crazy moments, such as this one recalled by Zayas, where Ruby basically broke into his house after DDG flew out a girl to come see him. In the aftermath, Ruby Rose broke one of DDG's chains that was worth thousands of dollars.
So we just in the living room playing the video game, and out of nowhere, bro, we like, what's going on? Like, you know, boom. R stomp in. They wasn't on speaking terms, so like, she had came unannounced. She don't say nothing. She goes straight upstairs. DDG look at us like, we like, she come downstairs with some flight tickets. Just for context, I guess DDG had flew some, flew a little yeah or whatever, and put the thing in the trash. So she dig through his trash and found it. So she come downstairs mad. She grabbed this big ass chain, bro. Bro, and threw that across the living room. I looked at DDG's eyes, bro, and pupils was dilated, bro.
However, even after all of that, they still managed to make up afterwards.
So we calmed them down. Everybody's cool, everybody chilling. And we turned into therapists, bro. When they was talking shit, she was popping her shit, yeah, talking this shit, yeah. They was like, it's like they was having a who can put who down battle. Yeah. These niggas like they talking to us like, he did this, she did that. They ended up making up, bro.
Then, when things went wrong between them, DDG spoke about the extent of her love on a track, where he looked to shame her for being promiscuous in the past.
And I think she said something about you, like, said, oh, like, my next guy's gonna be taller or something. And then you said, my next girl's not gonna have 60 bodies. Were you serious about the 60 bodies thing, or you were just talking shit?
Nah, it was a little back and forth shit, you know, regular shit.
Amid all of this personal drama, Ruby has kept it pushing, beginning a career as a rapper which has led to collaborations with high-profile stars. At the same time, she has acknowledged how lusted after she is by locking in on OnlyFans. Recently, she made headlines after it was reported that her #1 fan has paid her $62,000 in 1 year. While all of this fame and fortune has come at a price for Ruby. In interviews, she has spoken up about struggles with her love life due to her notoriety.
So how does a girl like you go on dates and cultivate a relationship? You said you want to get married.
Mm-hmm.
Can these things happen given the insane lifestyle that you're living?
I'm not gonna lie, it's really hard to date. Like I was just telling my friends, like going to cause going to a nigga's house is like, it's just already too intimate. But then like going like to like the movies or going to eat, like people will take a picture and then assume that y'all are with each other. So it's just like
tough.
It's a little tough.
But while her relationships with rappers and even comedians have failed, she still maintains that she draws the line at white dudes.
I have never and will never touch pink dick. I love all races though. Is that racist against pink?
No, it's not. And actually I have a confession. My first kiss was a man of Caucasian descent. And I gave him a hand job and he was white. But since then, I have never done that.
But while Ruby has yet to find another partner, the same cannot be said for Brittany Renner. A high-profile influencer and fitness model, Brittany made a name for herself on social media as a sought-after woman, one who has led men like Kodak Black to actively lust after her in full view of cameras.
I like to drink what I like to drink, and you can give me what I like to drink.
You gonna drink me, so you drink a yak?
You want me to drink you.
You gonna drink a yak anyway?
You want me to drink you?
I drink you.
I know you drink me, but I don't drink yak. Anyways, Brittany Renner, Kodak Black, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you. Thank you.
Over the years, she has assembled an extensive roster of rappers and basketball players, the size of which had even a freak like Shannon Sharp panting.
Because my dating pool is impressive, expansive, I've had sex with 35 guys. Okay?
Woo. Oh, Lord.
Impressive isn't the word.
Particularly after she revealed 3 of them occurred in one day.
There was a video that I did in my car where I was talking about how I had sex with, was it 3 men in a day,
Yes.
and then I ended up getting a yeast infection.
Yes.
I came out pretty unscathed for just a yeast infection.
Although not confirmed, there are rumors that she had a thing with none other than the sex god Drake, as they were spotted out together plenty of times over the years. But one rapper we know for a fact that she was embroiled in a relationship with was none other than Lil Uzi Vert. Sadly, the bond did not last, with Renner insisting it wasn't all that serious.
I mean, you've spent time with the GOAT.
Who's the goat? Who is the goat?
Lil Uzi.
Oh my god. She doesn't even call him Lil Uzi. She calls him by his real. Yeah.
You were never in love with Lil Uzi?
Of course I love him. He's cute, he's fun, he's nice. Like, I mean, what's not to love about
Not
Uzi?
that kind of love. We all love him that way.
I haven't been in love in years, so I haven't met that guy.
Once on the rebound, she dipped back into the pool of professional athletes and wound up having a kid with basketball star PJ Washington, leading to a chaotic relationship that Britney admitted to acting out with during interviews.
I will air this the fuck out. Delete the fucking tweet. You are a fucking psycho fucking path Delete the fucking tweet or I will fucking drag you, bitch.
I don't recognize that woman in the voice check. I don't recognize. Thank you, mother.
Since then, Britney continued to make her living from social media, and it resulted in plenty of ridiculous moments, including one very strange encounter with Charleston White.
Of a persona, an online persona, a scapegoat. Whereas Miss Renner doesn't have the same luxury. She is who she is. And we're gonna try to do this. We're gonna try to. Ladies and gentlemen, we in Miami right now. I need some music, baby. Can I get some motherfucking music?
Although she's never formally said it, this seemed to be her rock bottom. As soon, Britney was about to repent her old ways. Because while she's still dating rappers, things have taken an abrupt U-turn. These days, Britney is dating Kevin Gates, a satiation which they seem to manifest when you consider the flirty videos that surfaced when they were younger.
Hi. Wow. How you feeling?
Amazing. Hey, thank you. Hey, this I don't care if you get this on camera. I just want to say thank you for being an amazing person, always living in your truth. You inspire others silently. They probably don't want to admit it, but you know, you inspire me. Thank you so much.
Since then, she's converted to Islam and is now living a normal, idyllic life with Kevin.
Here, make this left right here, baby. It's very wholesome. Oh my God, grocery shopping. I love this for us. You know, we just doing wholesome. Baby, this is very wholesome, regular activity.
However, this hasn't come without its issues, because as it turns out, making money has proven to be difficult, especially when she's best for being known as an IG thought.
First of all, Allahu Akbar. I've gone through a lot of changes internally, and as a result, my outer world has completely crumbled. I have no idea where I'm going to live or how I'm going to provide for my son. The facade is fading, alhamdulillah. And I'm at a place where I don't want anything that doesn't have my name on it. Take it away.
And when she took it to IG, it's fair to say that she received little to no sympathy. $5K a month child support. You crying to the wrong tax bracket, girl. Bye. UPS is hiring. For Renner, it seems like there's a path of redemption that she's intent on going on. But some people seem beyond salvation, and if there's a prime example of that, it's Selena Powell. Today, she's a prominent online figure, but back then, she gained prominence when she faked a pregnancy from Offset without caring who got hurt in the process.
A bad experience, we made up with Offset.
Okay, you made up with him.
Yeah.
Isn't it it's kind of amazing that you weren't the one to call him out and get his whole relationship done?
You know, Cardi, like, she messaged me and shit, you know that, right? You know, I had
What'd she say?
CEO or whatever of Atlantic Records calling me, telling me I need to delete that shit. I had lawyers reach out to me telling me I needed to chill out. I've had
Why didn't you just actually listen to
Rel
him?
money, because I didn't feel like it. Anyway, I didn't tell everybody I was faking the pregnancy because I didn't want to ruin Academics' credibility.
After that initial run of infamy, she unveiled a whole host of tales, including various times which involved married men.
I went to a Fetty Wap and Waka Flocka. And you Waka Flocka while he was with Tammy?
Yes.
And you had a conversation with Tammy?
Yes.
And gave her the
told
receipt?
Yeah, I gave her the receipts and everything. I didn't know celebrities like you and like don't talk to you after.
How long did you and Offset fuck around though?
That was it.
That was it?
Girl, that was it. He hated me.
It was Snoop Dogg in the video, and he was snorting lines off of your chest.
I FaceTimed him. He answered with his full face on the camera.
Now, he was very married at the time.
I found out he was married when he flew me out for the BET Awards, and on stage, he's thanking his wife. I'm like,
She acts as if that wouldn't have only required a Google search to find out. Along the way, she also had plenty of praise for Young Thug.
I remember good. That's why I could tell you when I could.
Okay, good.
Yeah, Young Thug, #1.
And as much as she had kind things to say about Thugger, she also had a similar level of shade for Academics, who she claims was essentially a simp for her.
Now, Academics, I've seen him like in a tape online, and his belly is really huge. It's hairy. His kind of small, and he had to stay close.
Kinda. It's so small, babe. Literally the smallest thing ever. Oh my god. So mad that I just him too.
How long were y'all together? Because y'all was like in a relationship.
Bro, he's gonna deny being with me, but like that man would literally have a fucking heart attack if he ever saw me with anybody else. He would always call me, always text me, like always making sure I'm good. He's told me he loved me. He's in love with me. Like I've slept with him like overnight. We've cried together.
Right now.
Babe, like we've cried together. Like
Their time together was chaotic to say the least, even leading to the infamous tale of when Tekashi 6ix9ine blatantly cucked Ack, borrowing Selena in the same way that you would ask your homie for a lighter.
You never spent 6ix9ine,
no, I fucked the shit out of him.
How was that?
Actually, I fucked him in Bernabé.
You what?
I fucked him in Bernabé.
Wait, so is this like an Academics cuck thing where he like gets off while watching that?
Not in like literally in front. Like 6ix9ine was going through my phone and he saw a video of me sucking dick and he was like, no, I need this. He was like, AK, get out.
And what Ack said?
AK looked at me and he was like, I was like.
Over the years, Selena's antics have garnered her disgust of basically anyone who encounters them online, with some viewing her as an indictment of an entire generation of women. This woman really thinks she's about something, proud in fact. I can't believe she's sitting there talking about this like she's so proud of herself. Absolutely sickening. Yet, much as rappers still flocked to Superhead back in the day, there are still artists willing to subject themselves to the potential danger of getting trapped with Selena for life. And at the moment, she's got YBN Namir in the crosshairs, and he's seemingly got her pregnant. To no one's surprise, this has been a source of infinite clowning. I ain't think bro could do worse than Soul Train. Having a child with everybody's former side chick is crazy. Bro unlocked a new level of rock bottom. And clearly, it's not a situation he thought through. Just look at how he reacted when he found out about her past with a prominent adult star who is known to have herpes.
Who had 50 dicks in their mouth? The girl you was kissing on Instagram. The girl I was kissing on Instagram.
I just want to know if she really stuck that Gucci third leg nigga shit, because if she did...
Gucci third leg?
Boy, ask her about Gucci third leg.
Nah, I'm on live. You ain't never say that. You ain't never say that, bro. You ain't never say that. Don't scare me like that. What? So I'm fourth leg?
Although they think it's fun at the time, getting into situations like this is ultimately enough to tarnish a rapper's reputation. And beyond that, it also created an entire hustle for people who haven't really done enough to merit the notoriety they have. So how about we just stop making dumb people famous? Seriously, it's an epidemic at this point.
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about mods. Moderators online. Whether you're streaming, maybe you're in a Discord server chatting with your friends. Moderators have taken over the internet as basically hallway monitors for the internet. People that have a little sense of justice for things and fandoms or groups that need protecting. Mods are there. They are the saviors, the angels. But they're also kind of creepy. Regardless if it's a god complex over power, or maybe it's harassing women or being just like kind of creeps or incel-y behaviors, mods are this kind of conglomerate of disgusting ooze. And today, I'm very, very excited to talk about them. So today, let's dive deep, deep into the depraved and disturbed minds of online moderators. Today's video is sponsored by Opera GX, the browser that leaves boring behind. With tons of customization, you may not know where to start. So let the GX mods cultivate the experience you want. And the GX mods go wild, giving you background music, keyboard sounds, opening and closing tab sounds, theme and colors of the browser, mods, dedicated wallpaper, disabling and enabling mods and individual modifications in the mods menu available from the sidebar. And you can visit the GX store, which shows the wide range of mods available to explore and create. Which, you know, there's some great examples of the official GX mods, right? Like you got the Day One mod. You got the Very Spirited mod, the Medieval mod, the GX Boy, the Lo-Fi Chill. And some of the great user-generated ones are like this Dark Souls one, the Hades, Fallout, Witcher, Berserk, and Dog. Also, Opera GX just got a whole lot smarter. With their generative AI and AI tools, you can now access AI prompts and sidebar access to ChatGPT and ChatSonic. Gotta go fast! Let them summarize and find related content for you while you do whatever you want, saving you time and brain power. AI is going to kill us all. Opera GX is also equipped with an important tool that allows you to quickly import all your settings from your previous browsers to Opera GX, like browsing history, bookmarks, and cookies. It's also compatible with every Google Chrome extension. Thank you, Opera GX, for sponsoring the video, and be sure to click my link down below and download Opera GX today. Back to the video. We're gonna focus a lot on Twitch today. I don't know why, but I've had this weird obsession lately of looking at random Twitch moderators. Maybe it's because in my own streams, my moderators have to lay down the law for unsuspecting victims. Really, it's just dickheads online. It is what it is. They help me. I get my feelings hurt very easily. Majority of it is fun stuff on Twitch, which if you don't know Twitch, it's an online streaming website. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. You have a brain. There you go. We're going to be focusing a lot on Twitch moderators, and we're going to start off with a classic one that popped up a couple years ago. A moderator who mods for a user named Saint Peach. Oh my God, you're beautiful. Please, love me. First time I met her at a convention, he came his pants. Roll the clip.
I met a girl who's a streamer. I went up to her, I hugged her, and I came in my pants.
I like also too, after he said I came in my pants, he's just like, I came in my pants. Just a little quirky, that's me. A little bit of clue glue. Why not, dude? Baby gravy in my pants. She didn't see it. She probably smelled it.
What do you think that smelled like?
What do you think? What do I think his jism smelled like? I hate to speculate, but I would assume it's probably salty pumpkin seeds and peanut butter. If I was a betting man.
I think you need to get laid a little more often. Exactly. Yeah, I was just saying, was she hot though?
What kind of weird follow-up question is that? Was she hot at least? Because if she was a big fucking porker, then it wouldn't be. That's wasted seed, dude. Was she hot? And he's like, yeah. Bro, of course she was hot. I'm not gonna mod for some weird porky pig, whatever. Come on. But you know what? I digress, man. Sure. Sometimes you're a guy online who feels lonely. I feel that way all the time. I have a wife and I feel that way. Going through a very litigious divorce. It's not, I don't want to pry. Don't ask me. I'm not going to tell. But even I've wanted to pick up the mantle of being a moderator to have a little bit more power in my life, a little more justice. Just like some of Amaranth's moderators. And if you don't know Amaranth, she's a big, beautiful queen online. Ew, we don't know Amaranth. Sure, buddy. Sure, let's lie to ourselves, huh? And especially female communities usually will be the ones to have kind of the creepiest moderators. Sure, there's a lot of lovely moderators out there, but as the list goes down here, it hurts their case. You know what? I'm just gonna put it out there. Every moderator is a freak. I'm gonna put it out there, and I don't give a f if you're my own moderator. You're a freak. How dare you? How dare you? What is this hat? What is that kind of hat? Like an English Bobby wears it. You know what's f***ed about this clip too is that she definitely saw the hand up there. She definitely saw that hand too, and she walked away, and he's like, hey,
Why ignore it though?
You just want to touch him?
I don't know, power trip? I don't know. Well, I don't know the guy. He could be a nice man. It's like an awkward fan interaction. It's like sometimes you just don't want to give into it because then when you give into it, they take so much more. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
It's a high five, though.
It's a high five, but at the same time, it's just one of those things where then it's just like one high five becomes 5 high fives. Then it becomes a hug. Then it becomes, you just nip it at the bud. Which he did get his revenge 3 years later, Nick. He did. She put one up to him, and he rejected it, and then she looked shut down. So who really got the last laugh? She did. She's a millionaire. She definitely got the last laugh, I think. And a big thing to preface is that all of these, I don't think, well, I guess there's probably some mods who get some paid. Well, I would say 99.9% of mods are volunteers who do not get paid. So this kind of power trip or this kind of obsession is fueled off fandom, essentially. There are mods out there who are just like, I'm happy to help and I'm usually here. And they're respectful and there's like usually a level of friendship. But like me and my mods, I would say we're friends. I chat with them outside of my Twitch stream. It's cool. But there's some people who take it to where I would say there's an unhealthy social, like parasocial relationship to where maybe you feel by extension that you're a part of that person's team or that you get to speak for them. Like if somebody was, let's say, Amaranth's moderator or something, I'm sure that at some point there's some moderators who are like, I'm like really good friends with Amaranth and I get to speak for her and say these things. And I feel like at times there just might be moderators who don't see the line, I guess, in an unhealthy, weird way. Or they could just look weird and I'm being rude. Amaranth also, by extent, is a very beautiful princess. Can I say that, Nick? Can I be so frank?
You can.
Can I be so bold?
You must.
I know. Amaranth's fans, if I may be so bold as I must, I would say a lot of them are guys who are simping. Simps! Online simps. I feel like there's a direct correlation between moderation and simps as well. Guys, which if you don't know what simps are, they're men who flock in droves. They give women all the attention because they're sexually attracted to them. Them's is the facts. Nick's done it. Hell, I've probably done it. Fond after a woman who definitely doesn't love you back, but you're fixated on her. And then when it's an internet personality who's there all the time and you get to watch from afar, I mean, it's a public thing. I mean, it's not like she's at her day job and you're like looking in like a bakery window like, oh my God. Beautiful women attract a lot of nasty bot flies. Bot flies sit there and they go around, as you can see in the various fan interactions and stuff. It's just kind of cringy stuff. Maybe they want to smell her. No, don't point at yourself, Nick. That kind of fandom is going to bring that kind of moderator. That's the connection I'm trying to make. So sexy women are going to have weird moderators as well. Doesn't mean they're all bad. I want to put that out there. Doesn't mean they're all bad. But I would say if I had to be a betting man, I'd say the majority of them are just a little weird, a little odd guys. Especially whenever the first level of interaction is, I find you sexually attractive. That's a recipe, bam, you know what I mean, for disaster, I'd have to say. Which even Amaranth has gone on fictitious dates with some of her mods. I wouldn't actually call it a real date. She would go on a date or grab like a coffee, a casual date, a friend date with some of her mods.
I don't think clubs open this early.
Guy on the right legit looks like a drawing. And you know what? There is nothing wrong with being a man who maybe wears like a Superman shirt. Hey, my beard is unkempt, but your hair's a little so I'm not gonna tell you which streamers I mod for, but I do mod for some of them. One of her ex-mods, her then mod, found out that she was married, and then it felt severely wronged by her. He felt betrayed because in this way, these moderators or simp/moderators have an unhealthy relationship where they're like, maybe one day. Every day you wake up and you're like, is today the day? Maybe. Or you live with this delusion in your mind that one day it'll happen. By being the moderator, you're one step closer to being in a relationship with her. She can trust you. You can trust me. You can trust me. I love you. So I'm on r/livestream fails, and there's news you have a husband. This can't be true, right? I do have a husband, but obviously I'm not going to mention him because then people get turned off by that idea. Do you know what I mean? I don't want people to know that I'm taken because then they won't donate me money. It's essentially what it is. That's business 101, baby. Supply and demand. Supply and demand, Nick. No, I don't understand it. Why did you hide having a husband? It's just like, I don't know, dude. Use your brain. The fantasy is that she is attainable. And whenever you have, hey, used goods, nah, she's a virgin. Can you imagine looking at some of these streams and being like, she's a virgin. She's mine for the taking. And why is that any of your business anyways? I am not allowed to keep that aspect of my life private. Good point. I've been supporting you for 2 years now. I'm always moderating your chat, making sure dumbasses don't say shit about you. Do you know how much I support you? I always donate to you. I've given you thousands of dollars at this point. Also, kind of fair as well. Do you think that in a way, is it like dangling a carrot in front of a rabbit? Also, this might be a bad person to ask because I feel like you're gonna be like, what a bitch. And I am still thankful for that. Like, okay, well, I'm still, okay, thank you. And 2 months ago, do you remember what you said to me? I had just got off work, and I sent you a picture of my bored but tired face on Snapchat, probably the Jim Halpert. And you said I looked cute. Obviously, you know how much I like you. I was going to fly out to TwitchCon this year, and I was hoping we'd get a few drinks afterwards. Just you and me. See where the night takes us. And now this comes out. I feel like such a moron. Whoa! Man, first off, bold. Just implying that it's going to happen. We'd get a few Captain and Cokes, and we'd go back to the Hilton. What I don't understand. Now I feel like a jackass. He's like, I work at a plastic factory during the day, and I thought that I'd be with my princess and millionaire, billionaire, OnlyFans goddess. I guess I just feel a bit naive at this point. And she says, don't say that. Listen, of course you're cute. Jump up, bunny, grab it. I am so thankful to call you my friend. Ooh, that's the dagger right in the heart. And you are such a big supporter of me, but I do have a husband, and that's just how it is. I'm sorry if you had intentions in mind, but I am taken. I'm sorry if you thought that you could f me, but that's not gonna happen. Is pretty what that translates to. Also, you can say someone's cute. I guess between man and woman, it feels a bit wrong. Does it not, or I don't know.
Oh, I feel cute's playful. It'd be one thing if she said you're sexy.
Well, that's true. Well, yeah, it could be joking. But yeah, if someone's like, oh, you look cute today, I don't think that's bad. You're wearing cute shoes. Those shoes are cute. Oh. And he says, I don't need you. Ooh! There are a whole lot of other streamers that deserve my time. Just to let you know, bitch, you're not the only hot chick on Twitch, all right? As they say, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Fish without husbands too. You liar skank. Whoa! I will no longer be dedicating 1/3 of my day to moderating your chat. Let the wild beasts roam. And if you need me, I'll be in St. Peach's chat from now on. You may not know this, but I actually do watch her streams after yours are over. And I've been a 6-month subscriber as well. I donated her $30 the other day and said her outfit looked cute. She said, I'm a sweetheart. Things are looking up for me and down for you. This is where I bid you farewell. Have fun being a liar bitch face. Oh, and is this a tweet from the guy? Yo, at Twitch support, I need your help on a purchase I made. The girl I donated $13,000 to spent her countless hours moderating her chat and keeping creeps away and spent time being there for an emotional level on your website is actually married and I want a refund. 13 grand. Also, it is funny that because then you're looking at your moderator status as basically a pimp or like a prostitute. You're like, well, I've put in so much money that after a few Captain Cokes, we'll see what happens. After this person leaves and takes his juicy 13K away, the wild beasts are free to roam. Well, we have to have interviews to find his replacement. I look at this guy, right? Sure, he has what I have, which is the obese man, sleepy eyes. Probably choking a lot while he sleeps because he has sleep apnea, much like myself. What is it about this situation that this guy just looks like a creep? I mean, maybe it's just because it seems pathetic.
He wants me, on a pickle, floating around in the pool. I'm in.
He's willing to do that? In a bikini?
Sure. I'll head out to, Bath and Body Works, wherever they sell bikinis. I don't know a lot about it.
Why am I kind of coming around to him? I'll go to any places where they sell bikinis. I don't know, Victoria's Secret, Bed Bath & Beyond. They smell good, too. I will smell them. I send it to you. But let's move on from Amaranth. This is videos and all about her. We need to talk about other beautiful little kittens. Or, as I like to say, Kiara Kitty's moderator. This might be one of my favorite videos on the internet. A man of power with his queen, and she got to hang out with him. She's hanging out with him in the car. Someone donates $5 to her, and it says, make the world and yourselves happier. Kiss him, Kiara. You have the longer neck, and it's 2019. Make the move. First off, I'm calling a Twitch person like gooseneck, basically. You have the longer neck, so you have to be the one to instigate. There's part of me, too, here, which wonders, did he tell a person in chat to say something? Did he do something where he's like, hey, when I'm with her, give him a donation and tell her, hey, like, I don't know, kiss him. Not a bad move. Not a bad move. You know what that's called? Peer pressure. You can also see his chest start to flutter. Like, you can tell he's like, oh my God, it's happening. I love that little glance at her. Ears are skittish. So he knows that if there's any abrupt movements, she's going to be like, no, whatever. So what does he do? He keeps it cool, but he gives her the eye dart. He does. He thinks he's even more locked in because she puts her head on his. She's playful, right? There's a little physical connection. So he sits there. He's not being pushy with it either. Her looking at him and then him looking at her like, I guess we have to do it. And she's like, Her face right there where it's just like, no. Oh, you know what he does? He looks back at the chat like, Remember what they said? He looks back at her. You have a good time today? This period on the day, it's already done. This interaction's done. We're just in a car together. Ooh! I think he kind of purches his lips together. He does like. What's sad too is at the end of that too, he kind of does his look back like he kind of knows he fucked up. He was like, I feel bad for them in a way. These guys dig their own grave. That's fine. I'm looking at it more from the angle of like completely delusional, like mentally unwell people. But I'm just saying, is there is like a weird back and forth with something of a dangling the carrot aspect. You want to be friendly and be like, you know, this person does spend a lot of time in my chat, whatever. And I've gotten to know them, so I wouldn't mind meeting up with them. Because I bet you there's so many interactions where it's like, yeah, I met my mod, we're having a good time. And it can be like a female guy fiasco that isn't, you know, so weird. Uh-oh. As soon as you start a video and you're like in a dark room and it's like an Android cell phone webcam. Also, he's definitely like in his grandparents' house or something. What dude? Kind of laughs like you a little bit.
Oh, sweet child.
I think he said, oh, sweet child. Oh, sweet child.
Dear kitty, you soon will see.
That's up to watch that one last because now it gives the context everything. I mean, I'm sure he's trying to be romantic, like anime, kind of like, you'll soon see. But it just reads like a serial killer. And also had the same color grading as the Jeffrey Dahmer show with Evan Peters.
Shout out to my girl, Cara Kitty.
So this user is well known in many communities on Twitch, apparently. He streams type user Unicorn and appeared on her stream. Oh, look at that. Dude, little gremlin in the back. Oh, no! He's got that little no-neck thing. Unicorn was in New York streaming in public, and he found her so he could meet her. Which the whole interaction is just so cringy and weird, and she completely, like, keeps asking him to leave. She's like, okay, leave, please.
See you next time.
It's so weird how there's just different context with things. You put some stuff out. See, this is why I hate feeling sympathy for anything, because then they do shit like this. Like, just crawls out of the ground and just, like, shows up somewhere. Come on, man. Let's just branch out of Twitch for a second. We're looking at too many creeps walking around in the dark alleys of the world. Let's go to the digital alleys. Discord mods. So we have a user named Blaze here. Hello, Eva. I notice you have a profile picture of a very beautiful, but also intelligent-looking female. And I am under the presumption that this goddess is you. It is quite astonishing to see a female here in Pummel Party official Discord. What is Pummel Party? I am quite popular around here in this server, so if you require any guidance, please throw me a mention. I will assist you at any hour, day, or night. And, before you are mistaken, I do not seek your hand in a romantic way, although I am not opposed in the event you are interested in me, as many women often are. Love the confidence. I'm a man of standard, and I do not bow to just any female that comes my way, unlike my peers. So rest assured that I will not be in the way of your gaming and socializing experiences. Consider me a player too, a companion, a partner, and perhaps we can enjoy some video games together sometime. I see you play Pummel Party. And are you good at minigames? I am a minigame aficionado, so I'd be happy to assist you in games. Platonically, of course. Unless you, like many others, change your mind on that. I look forward to our future together, as friends, of course. I love that cheeky little, like, as friends. But me and you know goddamn well that's not gonna happen. Why can't I have a nice Discord interaction with that dude? Hello, I saw you had a Princess Bubblegum profile picture. At first I thought this was a boyfriend-girlfriend picture, right? It was just on glance, and it's like one of my moderators flew thousands of miles to meet me. That feels pretty, like, normal. That doesn't feel too, like, I hate to use the word pathetic. It's not pathetic. I just mean like, hey, he came to fly out and we got to hang out. Cool, see you in chat. That feels fine. But then it's just his response. And he immediately starts off a little too strong. You're even more beautiful in person. That feels strong. That feels like two different conversations. One person saying that's friendly, and he kind of starts off with the romantic side. It is an honor getting to guard your Twitch chat. Here's to many more years of moderating and cheeky little donations here and there. Cheeky is what really threw it there to me. Cheeky, cute. You know, he's like, you look beautiful today. I'm outside your house. It's a $3 donation too. She's like, come on, dude. If you're gonna stalk me, at least throw me some fucking more money. You know what I mean? We would not be talking about this kind of Discord moderatorship if we didn't throw in Pokimane.
Morning, Pokey. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, cute dance moves.
The queen bee is what I would say, right? But I like on r/Pokimane, someone just put, how do I date Pokey? I've been donating and getting her attention. She always smiles when I do. Oh, she always smiles when I do? So she's just like, oh. We have a like, is it that kind of connection where it's like, she's like, or she's just already laughing and he's like, where's so simpatico? I love when she says thank you in my Twitch username. Well, yeah, it's like a $2, $5 donation, whatever. God, Twitch names are always the worst, dude. Thank you, slimy panda. Where should I take her when we do? What should we do? God, I can't wait for us to get married. Okay, this might be a troll post. I can't wait for us to get married is pretty crazy. Which, because then you have also like some troll posts like this that I think are fun, but I'd like to think that they are real. But there's some screenshots here of some other stuff of Discord mods on TikTok of random things of a guy sitting crisscross and he just has like the fattest legs imaginable. I looked at his legs and I'm like, those are what my legs look like. Me at age of 34, moderating 60 Discord servers, and e-girls flag my messages begging for my attention. You know, it's all kinds of people taking pictures with their queens and stuff. I'm kind of short on savings, but I'll defo give $500 to drop this week. LMAO. Hope she sees this and knows how much I love and miss her. This idea that you have to hit a certain quota of money. Because then it goes into like weird stuff too, where you're getting into territories where it's like you're the breadwinner of the family. It's like man shit. Okay, well I need to give her $500 so I can support her. And then you become a base to the foundation of her survivability and her living in this nice place. And you know, God, I do spoil my little princess. Kissing your mod is like kissing your brother. This woman bringing her moderator on stream and then like parading this around like, oh, I can't kiss him, whatever. He's not bad looking. Just kiss the son of a bitch if he's sitting there. It's one a peck. Little Tom Brady peck right on the lips, dude. Taking shots too. He's like, keep taking your shots. He's barely taking shots though. He barely poured anything in that. Well, I'm drunk too.
Hook her up.
I have small lips.
Oh, this is so cringe. His eyes are closed too. I feel bad that a man would be getting this situation and it's this pathetic, whatever. But then to like be publicly humiliated and like in front of how many viewers, and she's like, oh my God, I can't. It's like one of those things where it's like you can't give a friendly kiss to somebody. I friendly kiss my grandma. Does it make it fucking weird? She has great lips, by the way. Because they're saying like, look how stupid. Because it's not a big deal. She barely kissed him and she screams. Come on, dude. And then she runs off scream, holding her tits. He's sitting there. He's like, jackpot. After Caitlyn told Dilly to clean himself up for the kiss, she tells chat that she wanted to drink specifically because she didn't want to remember the kiss.
I only did the kiss room because I knew I'd be kind of drinking, right? And me drinking, I won't even remember this kiss anyways, so...
He suggested he grab her by the chin to give her a kiss, and she laughs in his face. That's kind of cringy. That's like definitely a fantasy he's probably had. Those are the kind of guys too that saw like Spider-Man 1 and they're like the upside down kiss was probably the hottest thing on earth. She does a belly shot from Dilly. I will say that belly is not looking good. You can pay me enough to put my stomach out there like that. Are you kidding me? I got enough fucking stretch marks on my stomach. It looks like a river map of Missouri. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Also, I hate that fucking thing, honestly. Does it not? Does this look like a fucking toddler's room? Like it looks like I feel like a baby crib should be in there. What is the deal with women being like? You have to cover their fucking mouth when they laugh. Why? What is that?
I want to see their horse teeth, dude.
Is it just insecurity about teeth? She has perfectly straight teeth. Everyone now.
Oh my God, oh my God.
And she keeps like covering her tits. I'm like, your tits have been out this entire time. If you're laughing, own your laugh. Have a little more fucking pride in your laugh, dude.
Kate's been a great friend to me since I've been out here. We've had fun every single night. She's done things that she personally didn't want to do, but for me, she would do it.
Wait, what? It sounds like he's like, so I mean, I don't know, she like licked my ass and whatever else. Mod behavior, dude. Streamers and content creators have to be very, very careful. Honestly, whenever I've done stuff, I don't have huge streams or anything, but still, yeah, there needs to be a level of decorum, right? Grace that you have with people online. Moderators online need to be careful, right? So do the creators themselves. Moderators out there are usually, from what we've seen today, an odd bunch. They do it because they're going to show up anyways, and that's nice. But people that take it too far, they try to find out where you live. They try to sniff your panties. They want to kiss you. Probably not the best moderators to have. Versus people who are there to just hang out and make sure that no crazy borderline racist shit said in chat. There's a big difference. So all I got to say is this. If you're a moderator who's doing the good fight, working hard, who keeps the community nice and safe, I say God bless you. If you're a moderator who's just trying to get some pussy, God bless you. No, I don't know. Find a new path. Open up Tinder. Go out there and try to meet someone in real life because this fabricated reality you've made for yourself does no good. No good for anyone. Thank you so much for watching some moderator cringe today, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
The reason why he would sometimes turn around videos a week or two late is because he couldn't stop touching himself. I was trying to pick which word to use.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're going back into hell. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we are talking about alpha males. Yes, alpha males. I've been scrolling through Instagram for a while, and for some reason on Reels, I used to see a little more on TikTok, but on Reels for some reason, Instagram just has a lot of alpha males. I guess you could say Andrew Tate wannabe kind of guys, but mostly just men who are fixated on a set of rules that lets them also be a man. I mean, I'm talking alpha boot camps, spiritual alphaness, business alphaness, anything that makes you a stronger man. Because we need grown men online to sell us courses on how to be men. I don't know how to be a man. That's why I have collectively spent $70,000 every month on alpha male courses so I can please my wife and I can be the best man I can possibly be, spiritually, socially, and economically. Right? I'm a little business fiend. But what's prompted this idea today that made me want to talk about this was one man in particular that I've had a lot of fun watching. And who am I talking about, of course? Well, his name is Andy Elliott.
You're killing yourself. Get it? So get disgusted.
I've been seeing Andy Elliott pop up on my timeline for whatever reason. I don't know if his promoted posts are just targeted towards me, my demographic of a, you know, beta, not respecting man. But Andy has popped up everywhere, and his Instagram reels are a little unhinged.
What if someone kidnapped your son David and they told him they were going to kill him unless you sold 40 cars a month?
They go another player tip. You gotta kill yourself.
But before I dive into him, let me tell you a little bit about him. Andy Elliott is the founder and CEO of the Elliott Group, which he uses to promote his Alpha Leader Mindset training program, okay?
You cannot fuck with us. Culture. I can say, move right, bam, they'll ship now. I can say, move left, bam, they'll ship now.
He's a motivational speaker and guru whose whole shtick is that he trains people on how to be a better salesman. Everything we look at today is going to be courses on how to be a better salesman, which Andy specializes in cars. He's a car salesman. Imagine you go to a Kia or a Toyota dealership, and this is this giant thumb comes up to you and starts talking this way. Andy used to be a car salesman and claims to have made $720,000 in 1 year on used cars in Norman, Oklahoma. Which is funny because on his website, if you look, he has a screenshot of, he has a scan of his pay stub. This looks like some piece of crime footage put in here, my God. And his whole philosophy is that if you're not making $500,000 in used car sales, or I'm guessing just car sales or sales in general, every year, then you're incompetent. You're doing something wrong. In a video, he even says that he has salespeople in his program that make $100,000 a month.
People go spend 50 grand on college to learn how to make 50 grand a year. A doctor goes to school for freaking 7 years, pays 250 grand. No ways. We in here have salespeople that can make 100,000 a month.
I also like the idea, too, that he's like, college is overrated. And he chooses the one thing that you actually need college for, is to be a fucking doctor, dude. Yeah, you know what? Doctors might not make as much as a salesman. But guess what? They're saving lives! They're productive members of society, not con men, not fucking sales parasites, my God. Today's video is sponsored by Aura. Online brokers will look to sell your information to spammers, scammers, and anyone looking to get their little paw on your information. They can find embarrassing photos of you, important addresses, and health records. And if you're me, they can find out your real age. I've tried so long to hide it, but those nosy people on the internet found out and now posted it everywhere! Which is why I'm begging you to use Aura and don't end up like me. Aura automatically alerts you to data brokers selling sensitive information and stops them in their tracks. It also keeps your spam folder clear and monitors your suspicious activity. Recently, AT&T revealed that over 73 million customer records were released on the dark web, which is absolutely horrifying. But I sleep soundly knowing I have Aura. They're always protecting my information with strong passwords, constant monitored activity, credit card freezes, and fraud alerts. And best of all, Aura does everything you need to prevent a breach from one app. I value my privacy and I value yours. To spend less time worrying, go to aura.com/papameat to start your 2-week free trial, or take a look at the video description to get started today. Thanks to Aura for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. It's becoming clearer and clearer now, and I was going to try to thinly veil this, but it's one of those things where it's another guy who's taking insecure men online who are looking for any kind of direction, probably don't have a lot of education, so of course they're not going to be doctors. I was like, why would I even want to be a doctor anyway? What am I, fucking nerd? What are you even doing? I could be making $100,000 a month at a Kia dealership, dude. He is also the self-proclaimed world's fastest growing sales trainer. Gave that title to himself, you know what I mean? Because of social media. He's blowing up on verticals because, vertical content. You know what I'm talking about? You sit there, you have a dog that gets 8.5 million likes, and then you have Andy Elliott, who yells at you for becoming a doctor or for drinking soda, which if you look at his Instagram bio here, world's fastest growing sales trainer, I still like how the text me thing is going on. They got some celebrities to do that for a little bit. Like I remember like years ago, they had like Ninja and all kinds of other people have this text scam where you get paid when people text you. It's fucking stupid. But he says, it's time to get it all. Fit as fuck, best marriage, badass dad, love God, and $100 million plus business, dude. It's right there to just grab hold of. Andy Elliott's the man you want to be. Here's some other little stats from, if you had a little Andy Elliott baseball card and you want to flip it over, this is what it might say. He created a 9-figure company in just 3 years. He's trained 11,000 businesses, and he's the most sought after public speaker. That can't be true. There has to be C-list actors and celebrities who are definitely getting more public speaking gigs than him. He's not even getting public speaking gigs. He goes on podcasts sometimes, and then he like rents out a Hilton event center thing or like a conference room, and then he sells tickets to come watch him speak. But there's like 20 guys in there. On his website, you can get his free book, Sales Warrior Playbook, and of course, $993 of free training. That's a deal. You also get almost $1,300 worth of other courses for free when you get his book. Just buy the book. Come on! All you have to do is you just need to pay $15.99 for shipping. Not a bad gig if you ask me. Oh, sorry, I'm just waking up. I like how even on his website, it's just him like in black and white screaming at men in a crowd that are like this. Andy also is a fitness icon. Andy is a big, buff, alpha man, and he believes in the six-pack mentality. And one thing with the six-pack mentality that he preaches is that being a good salesman is being fit as fuck. Having a six-pack, gentlemen. Because have you ever bought something from a fat fucking weirdo? I'm waiting. Anytime I go into a store and I see a fat person, I say, get out of here. I tell that to my family. I say, we're leaving. We're going to go to GNC and we're going to get our groceries there. All right? He makes all of his employees have six-packs, and it's even the women. Women and men that work for him, you have to have six-pack abs, or guess what? Get out. You're fired. I need to start doing that with my own studio, dude. I'm just the fattest guy here, and I'm like, yeah, actually, you guys need to start having six-packs.
I'm going to tell you this, my entire company, my entire team, if you don't have a six-pack, you don't work for us. No, I know. It's called, everybody say standard. How about we raise them? How about we raise them? How about you guys quit getting civilized and you guys quit settling?
Imagine being like an in-shape guy. Like you're just like, I don't have enough time to go to the gym or do whatever to have six-pack out. Like I'm healthy at this point. I'm not a big gym guy. And he's just like, how about you quit getting civilized and you quit settling? You having a nice date night with your wife here and you want to order some lasagna? Who the hell are you to order lasagna? Quit settling. I have a very good life and I'm happy and I love my family. Yeah, but where's the six-pack at, jackass? This reminds me of every fat guy I've ever met that gets in shape. They're like the nicest person ever when they're fat or kind of like out of shape, right? You don't even have to be morbidly obese. I'm just saying, whenever someone's life isn't fixated entirely on fitness and outward appearances, and as soon as they become attractive or they get like a six-pack or they become buff, it becomes their entire personality and it just like ruins them as a person. Not saying that happens to everybody, but I've seen it time and time again where he gives off that aura where everything now is associated, like being a sales trainer now has to be associated with fitness as well. It's just one of those like mental fucking blockhead type things.
You know, there's some people in this room that said, I would sue my company if they told me I had to have a six-pack. We know you would. That conversation was for the 1%ers. That wasn't for you.
I would sue my company if they told me, yeah, imagine being morbidly obese and you like rely on this income, you've been there forever, and they're just like, hey, by the way, we have a new 6-pack implementation. We have a new 6-pack policy for our employees. Okay, well, I'm gonna take this to court because that's illegal. Yeah, we know you would. Well, then what? That makes no fucking, sorry, you like, the way he phrases that makes it seem like he's like, we welcome people suing us. We want to be sued because we're breaking the law for raising standards. That's what he says in court too. All right, so you're pleading not guilty? Well, I hold myself to a standard, Your Honor, and I'm trying to raise them. It's like a Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump, who's also mentally disabled and ran across the country, I feel like probably has the same sales tactics as Andy Elliott. And don't be wrong, even if he can't see your body underneath your shirt, he will blatantly just call you ugly right to your face.
You're pretty fucking ugly, right? No, I mean, it's just real. So you get in shape. Hey, I'm not that good looking of a guy. I'm a pretty ugly motherfucker. But you know what? I get in good shape, and it makes me better looking.
My boy is vascular. My boy is on some Tren. My boy's on some HGH, some kind of steroid. He is vascular. Got those cobweb arms.
No, I mean, it's just real.
No, I mean, I'm not being a dick. I'm being honest. Okay, so we're gonna be mad at me for being honest. Okay, all right. The sky's blue. Are you gonna be mad at me for that? That's the ugliest man I've ever seen. And what would change that is if he went to the gym every day and transformed himself. He would probably love himself a lot more. Not because he's gonna be happier, healthier with his own decision of transforming his body, but because he's insecure, and because I've publicly humiliated him, he's gonna have a weird relationship with working out and getting in shape, to where when he finally does it, he's probably gonna be a monster, which is gonna make him a great salesman. Write that down. Write that down. Who here wants to be manipulated and emotionally abused into getting in shape? Who here wants to have fitness goals not for themselves but to appease other people? Raise your hand. I bet you're real happy. Shake your head yes. Don't shake your head no. Write that down. During these seminars classes, Andy will also make the people in the audience come up on stage and take off their shirts to prove this point.
You want to run around on the beach with your shirt off?
Right now.
Okay, do you want to?
No.
You got a girl?
Not right now.
Let him cook. You would have one if you listen to what I say. Listen, it's disrespectful to tell other people that you can help them when you're not helping yourself.
You want to run on the beach right now? And the other guy's like, no, I really wouldn't want to. I'm kind of insecure about my body. All right, do you have a girl? No, I don't have a girl. Dude, if you were listening to me, you'd have one. It's so manipulative and fucking stupid. Can I get one of the fattest guys in the room and a weird schlubby guy to come stand next to me because my body's bigger and better? It's like stupid manipulation tactics, and there's gonna be dumbasses in the crowd who are like, oh my God, he's right. Look at that Greek Adonis next to those schlubby fucks. Also, what does this have to do with sales training? He like will break down these people who are paying for his course, by the way. Break them down mentally. He's trying to manipulate the conversation to being like, oh, if you had more confidence in yourself, you'd be a better salesman. When I feel like half the time being a good salesman is understanding the customer and understanding the product. You being like overconfident dickhead, dude, I feel like the majority of people have been around an egotistical, narcissistic salesman before. Way too pushy. It's like you notice it in real time because they are not suave at all. Just pushing you to sign things immediately. Like car salesmen in general usually just be like, all right, well, yeah, let's get you locked in, whatever. And they're kind of like guiding you to the sales room floor, even after you've been like, I'm not buying this car. It's that kind of thing. This is the kind of person he is trying to make you into, is an aggressive man who only cares about the sale. I would argue that good salesman can be someone who is respectful to the consumer. That's like number one. Having self-confidence in yourself is obviously important, but going about it in this way, especially whenever it's as shallow as just their physical appearance, is insane. It's emotionally manipulative is what it is. 9 times out of 10, obviously the person's going to be insecure about his body, and you're going to try to manipulate him into buying your stupid fucking course. But that's just also part of his strategy though too. Make you feel weak, make you feel feeble, and that in return, he's a messiah. He's a savior complex, and only with his help, and if you pay him of course, he can get you out of this rut to be a better salesman.
Malcolm, how long you been selling for? A year. Are you the top guy here? Are you at the top of the board? There's a board. Okay, then you're not the top guy here. Do you want to be the top guy here? Okay, you got to carry yourself differently. I can see in your eyes, you got loose eyes. You need to wake up and compete.
The whole idea too of just singling people out, it's just so funny. Are you the top guy here? Do you want to be the top guy? I mean, what are you supposed to? No. Why would you respond that? No, I don't. It's like, obviously, he's like a tarot card reader or like a fortune teller, using blanket statements to kind of do catch-all things that are applicable to everyone's life. And especially in the sales room world, you can just be like, are you the top guy here? Obviously not. He's at a sales course, you fucking moron. Well, do you want to be? Yeah. Well, dude, you have weird chimp eyes. Your eyes are all sporadic and fucking weird. Why don't you carry yourself different? Okay, that's a good idea. I will. So now he's gonna go into work the next day and he's gonna be like, dude, I'm gonna be the best fucking guy here. And all of his coworkers are gonna hate him. But it doesn't matter because he's on that grind side and he's gonna get those sales.
I don't need any validation. Fuck you.
I love the beginning of that one. I don't need any validation. Fuck you.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna win. If you don't like me, eat shit. I don't care. In the end, we'll fucking see what happens. Bet against me. I love it. The more people that bet against me, the more dangerous you make me. When you speak, I can tell that you need fucking validation from other people that you're qualified for a good life.
I don't need validation. F you. He's posting all of his takes and stuff on social media to garner that attention for himself. Also, he's validating himself all the time with all of the follower counts that he has and praise that he gives himself. It isn't him building himself up as like, see what I did without validation? No, he's putting it out there publicly because he wants to be like some kind of weird social media guru guy.
I was calling to get some information about a vehicle I saw on the website.
Okay, which vehicle?
Oh, we got an old fart on here.
Oh, we have a man who's old as f. I'm gonna steamroll this old piece of shit.
So how many miles are on it again?
67.6.
I think I'm gonna look around for one with a little bit less miles.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for calling. Let me know if I can help.
Buddy, just like that, you're gonna let me go?
You're gonna give me my personal space and just, you know, let me be a human being? Are you dumb as f or what, dude? Get off your rocker and listen up.
Let me ask you a question. Is this a sales prevention line?
God, the cringe. Let me ask you something, and seriously, this is a genuine question. Is this a sales prevention line? Because you suck at this.
People that are order takers go work at Walmart, but people that can influence and persuade learn to close. They can get whatever dream they want in life.
People who are order takers work at Walmart. I like how it's just like, if you work in the service industry, you're a piece of shit. There's been not one alpha who works at Walmart, all right? It's funny, too, because he's selling this idea that everyone can just be a leader. So much of what is going on, and especially even with Andy here, is a big four-letter word called luck. Luck is a huge factor of how shit moves. You can't just, not all these things just fall into your lap, and sometimes just life deals you a shit hand. Just because you work a service industry job doesn't make you a weak-minded person. And you know what, here's the thing, it's okay to want more and want to do things as well, but you shouldn't have to beat yourself up because you're earning a living and you're paying your bills and you're taking care of yourself. You know what that is? That's being a functional member of society. That's being someone who is taking care of themselves, maybe even taking care of their family, and that within itself is the most respectable thing you can do on this fucking planet. You don't need some jack-off belittling your experience as a human being for working these jobs as well. Not everybody wants to be a fucking leader, dude. A lot of people are just like, I would love to just simply wake up and exist today. And that is more than fine.
Okay, don't ever let me catch you being an order taker again, okay?
God, don't ever let me catch you being an order taker again. Dude, fuck off. Oh, God, the cringe. Oh, God. He kind of said that sexually, too, doesn't he?
Don't ever let me... Oh, man, you got me acting up right now. All right, don't ever let me catch you taking orders again, all right?
Okay. He's like,
You're just a normal person. You want to be normal? You have a normal bank account? You have a normal car?
God, dude, you have a normal bank account. Makes you, God.
Go ahead. Nobody will laugh at you when you're normal. No one's going to laugh at you. You'll fit right in. Good job. Good job. You fit right in.
You know what's funny is that I think in a weird roundabout way, he's saying don't blend in with the crowd, be your own person is kind of what he's trying to say, which I think even for normal people you can do, but exceptionally here, him saying that if people laugh at you, it means you're doing something better. Sometimes being the butt of the joke is not a good thing. Sometimes being abnormal is a reason that you are trying so hard to be a zebra amongst like horses. It's obnoxious. Like you're putting a giant spotlight on yourself to be like, am I special? Is there any more? It's like there's nothing more insincere or someone who is so self-conscious about their place in life where they have to be so loud that they're distracting, and then when people have negative things to say about them, it's because they're jealous. So because I'm so unique and I'm so loud and I'm so crazy, you're not on my level. You don't understand who I am. But really, you're just a leech. You're a parasite on the fabric of this society. And that's why everybody is quote-unquote laughing at you. But really, they're not laughing. They're criticizing you. And there's a giant, giant difference between being in on the joke and criticizing someone for something that they're doing that is, for lack of better words, annoying, bad, and like I really have no other word for it. It is Is these little tactics too of him being like, oh, you want to be normal? Dude, all right, man, be normal. You want a house with a wife and a kid? Hey. No, you do you, man. You do you. You have enough money to live off of, and you and your family. Is these little tactics too? Like, I really have no other word for it. It is. Is these little tactics too of him being like, oh, you want to be normal? Dude, all right, man, be normal. You want a house with a wife and a kid? Hey. No, you do you, man. You do you. You have enough money to live off of, and you and your family live comfortably, and you're very happy. All right, man. Are you a millionaire? No. Okay, well, you'd be a whole lot happier if you were.
How many cars do you sell a month?
I'm limited.
I don't even know what the hell that means. When you're here for 9.5 hours a day, how many cars do you sell right now?
One this month so far.
Okay, all right. There's no way you can be fulfilled as a man. I wish every one of you could just get angry when you're letting somebody down that believes in you.
Guys, I want you to form a hatred. Whenever you're feeling insecure about yourself and you're letting someone down, that's when you need to start cultivating rage. Because rage translates to harmony. All right? Punch a couple holes in walls. When you get home, slap your wife around. Take it out on something. Build up that rage. Because when you start doing that, you'll become a monster, and you'll want to fight that monster to become a better salesman.
There's no way you can be fulfilled as a man.
To say you're not fulfilled as a man is insane. You can definitely say you're not professionally fulfilled, because in all honesty, he probably isn't. He's at a sales seminar. He's there to get some help. But instead, you're not fulfilled as a man goes so much farther and belittles his character. It belittles him professionally, and it belittles like all insecurities he has as well. Because here's another thing. 9 times out of 10, a lot of these guys are going to say whatever he's wanting him to say. One, because there might be plants. Oh, Hunter's saying he's planning? I don't know, maybe. Are these verticals fabricated events for social media campaigns? I don't know, you didn't hear it from me. But also, if there was someone there was a stranger, a giant bulking man that you've paid to come see, because if you got up and left, that's money you've wasted, who's looking you right in the eyes. You're around all these other men who are staring you as well. You're kind of wanting probably this interaction to be done with as soon as possible, so I might as well just let him. I'm just going to say what he wants to hear, so this can just be done, because I'm so uncomfortable. Or you might be so insecure that he is brainwashing you and manipulating you into saying what he wants you to say, and then you believe him and give him money. So fucking tragic, man.
You know what it'll cost you if you don't get in shape? You think it's hard today when you're 30 pounds overweight? Wait for 2 years. Wait till you're 60, 100. Wait till you get a heart problem. Wait till the people who once thought you were attractive and believed in and loved you give up on you because they see you don't love yourself. It's really hard for me to love you when you don't love you.
These are all just, like I should. You think it's hard right now when you're 30 pounds overweight? Give it 2 years. You'll be heavier. It's going to be harder then. You think? Also, you're preaching about heart problems and stuff? Dude, how about all the fucking steroids and supplements you're putting in your body? I know that you look like a great god here, but guess what? All that shit that you're putting in, how does your heart feeling, dude? You're walking around giving a seminar and your fucking veins are about to pop out of your goddamn arm. You couldn't possibly be doing steroids, right? Well, dude, because you look so good right now, well, whenever you have a heart attack, you're not able to do all these steroids and you're a weak old man, are people even gonna love you then? Even if you're not doing steroids, whenever you're unable to keep lifting weights when you're older and you become a lot smaller, you're not as big, and you're a weak old man, people probably stop loving you, right? Because people who loved you then, they're not gonna love you now because you're not as strong as you used to be. If you're a big fat bozo, no one's gonna love you right now because people are like, he doesn't take care of himself. There's no other qualities about him. It's only his looks. Look at him. Ew. Unironically, that's what my wife does to me. Andy Elliott, please, I need your help. I will starve myself. I will do steroids. I will become a car salesman if I have to. Please, Andy. Please. But, you know, him harping on this, the guy is obsessed with fitness. It's a part, I mean, it is a part of every sales tactic he has, is to belittle you because a lot of, I would say the majority of men, I'd love to know a percentage of even in the world, have a six-pack. And if you have a six-pack and you stand next to a guy who doesn't, who's going to look better? So it's just like, well, I'm going to listen to the guy with a six-pack because every guy with a six-pack, he has his head on right. He's able to not eat carbs. And I love pasta. I must be a real piece of shit, huh?
You ever seen a fucking salesman drink energy drinks all day long? Well, bro, why are you drinking energy drinks all day long? If you were healthy, you wouldn't need an energy drink. Dude, if you had a big goal, if you had a big standard, you'd be so jacked up to hit that, you wouldn't even need an energy drink. But you're dead. You're trying to raise yourself up with fucking drinking energy drinks, dude. You're killing yourself. You get it?
Did you have a Red Bull? You're going to die! Dude, also, here's the thing. Let me tell you something. I'll tell you something right now. People look at me and they say, you're the luckiest guy on earth, right? Which I am. I am extremely lucky. I am always grateful for the position I'm in. But let me tell you, it does not matter what you do. You could be getting paid to do nothing, and that's your job. You could be a streamer. You could be a content creator. You could be a podcaster. No matter what you do, it's awesome for a little bit, but it will always turn into a job. So the idea to always perpetually be happy about this obligation, this thing that is paying, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad job, but it is a job at that. And people in time, it doesn't matter what you do, I swear to God, after a while you'll be like, you're gonna have one of those days because it's a job, and that's normal. Waking up every day hyper fixated and just being like, I can't wait to suck today's dick and sell as many cars as I can, feels unrealistic. And also, you shouldn't punish yourself for having negative emotions. That is the that is like, I'm not even a fucking psychologist, and I can tell you right, that is the worst thing you can do. There are days where you can feel bad. You know why? Because you're a human being, and that's fine. Are you waking up and you feel a bit groggy? Have a Red Bull. I mean, my God, chug 4 of them? Probably not, but have a fucking Red Bull, dude. Is it hard to get up in the morning and you feel like kind of like a piece of shit? That's fine. Work through it. Because guess what? Once you're able to accept these negative emotions and you're able to actually understand and be like, you know what? I am feeling kind of a bit shitty today. The sooner that you'll be able to process that and then move on. Because people are able to do that. And then as the day goes on, they're like, I'm feeling better. And you appreciate shit more, dude. This whole idea of just like, it has to be one way or the other, or scolding someone, you feel bad. You're fat and you feel bad, so you're a bad person. You gotta change right now. It's just, it's FOMO. Fear of missing out on this program, fear of yourself. It's just, it's manipulation.
I was making a couple million sitting there, and I looked in the mirror and I fucking hated me. I was disgusted. But everybody's telling me I made it. Then why the hell am I so fucking disgusted? Because they got it confused. Do you guys know you guys were put here and built to help other people? Today, when I leave, I'm gonna go change millions of lives. You are too.
Oh my God, man. All of this comment is so fucking true. Downplay a doctor and go sell a Kia. Keep saving those lives.
Then why the hell am I so fucking disgusted?
Probably because you're living a very facetious and very surface level life where I'm sure all you ever cared about was getting that $1 million. That's why you feel hollow and empty, because there's really no goal. You selfishly sold cars to people, which we're getting ready to get into that. And then now, because you did that, you probably feel guilt. You probably feel disgusted. You probably feel that just because you have a lot of money in your bank account, it doesn't equate to absolute and total happiness. Money is freedom. Money absolutely is freedom, but it is not purpose. It is not drive. Money is a fuel for your ambitions and your passions, and money can set you entirely free. But if the dollar is to be framed and put on your wall, it will do nothing for you. So to chase this dream about being like, I want to make $40 million, it doesn't mean dick. If you have no character, no self-respect, and you have no genuine interest in anything, his whole interest was just sales. So of course you're gonna wake up and you're gonna feel hollow one day, because even though you would change your goal of making $1 million, you're still doing monotonous garbage shit that is just in service to getting this little number a little higher. Also, God forbid you go see some kind of therapist about this. You know what I mean?
Do you guys know you guys were put here and built to help other people? Today, when I leave, I'm gonna go change millions of lives.
What the fuck are you talking about? Do you guys know that you were meant to have people buy things from you? You're here to help people. That should have transitioned to you saying, it's not a bad idea to get some mental help every once in a while. Seek a professional. Have someone to talk to. Rely on a family system. Anything like that. But no, he isn't just a salesman. He's not a health guru. He's God, all right? He's here to be your daddy in every shape and form. He wants to emotionally manipulate you in the sales room, and then you follow him, and then he becomes your voice for every kind of decision you have to make in your life. Textbook cult shit. Is he forming a cult? I don't know if I'm gonna go that far, but it does feel that way. He feels like a cult leader. I'm gonna go change millions of lives. Okay, dude. Delusional bastard. Andy has a few controversies of his own. First off, he steals other people's content and success stories and reposts them as his own. Here's a little side-by-side of Andy Elliott and a guy named
Jocko Willink.
He also uses stock photos and manipulates them to paint a picture that he's wealthier than he actually is. I love this. The Elliott Group, no limits. It's the exact photo, but it's just a digitally painted thing. It's so funny. What a loser. He blatantly lies about it, and he also blatantly lies about his success numbers. That's a shocker, right? But this is where I wanted to build up his character here as being the elite manipulator, because there's one thing that is to take away from Andy Elliott, which is his giant controversy. When he was a used car salesman at Big Red Kia, indicted on charges for fraudulent loans, deceptive banking practices, and flat-out lies. He created this concept as something called King Cash, where they would falsify records saying the customer put down $1,500 on a car in cash when they did not. Banks would use this down payment as a backing for basis on a loan. After being caught confirming the fraud, he sold out all of his teammates and employees in a plea deal. Eddie, alpha shit, dude. That's king shit, man. King Cash. Big red Kia. In exchange for agreement to testify against his co-workers, underlings, and boss, he received full immunity for financial crimes committed, including identity theft and forgery. And during the period of 2014 to 2019, his entire team was convicted of wire fraud conspiracy, forgery, and identity theft. Alpha. During the events of the fraud trial, a loan officer named Donna Mullins for Tinker Loans admitted to being harassed and threatened by Andy Elliott. Threats happened both over the phone and in person, or even at church. Go with God, Andy. Go with God. And in 2014, a lender was made aware of their fraudulent practices, and Chris Mays, Elliott's boss, emailed threats to the CEO of the lender to cease investigating. On page 61 of an expose with court document testimony, Andy was told to force Donna to keep her fucking mouth shut, and she did so. He threatened to expose her for being a whore. Classic, dude. Alpha fucking insinuating she slept with many of the employees at the store. They spent whole days and workout sessions role-playing with one another, ways to pin blame on her, insinuating she was any way to discredit her as a person. But you know, you do have identity theft. They are big proponents of identity theft, which part of their loan process involved applications for loans that were submitted without customer knowledge. Portions of the loan proceedings were funneled off to illegitimate parts of the business, and fake documents were made in the customers' names. He would fake customers' pay stubs as well as fake customer utility bills, which is an actual court document thing here. A little back and forth here. The questionnaire said, so they were faking pay stubs? Yes, ma'am. What about utility bills? Every day. Yes, ma'am. Every day what? We would make utility bills because you would have to have two people and we would need to join them together sometimes. Which he also created a fictitious pawn shop where items were pawned as down payment for cars, but the items were never pawned. Okay, let's just go to the next one. What's this pawn item? A PlayStation 3 for $4,700. Fucking loser. God. Okay, how about the next one? A flash programmer for $5,500. And the next one? This is a weed eater for $4,700. The next one? Ozark Trail outdoor equipment. Looks like a tent. It's a tent for $6,000. Which, I love that. A PS3 that was pawned for $4,700. A weed eater for $4,700. And an Ozark tent for $6,000. So good. He also used bribery and manipulation against Tinker Loans employee Donna Mullins. He met the individual at his church during Bible study and found out that she was desperate for money because alphas can smell the blood from a mile away, dude. He's a shark in the water. As soon as there's blood, he goes wild, all right? And as soon as there's a helpless woman who's like, I'm really in need of cash, he's like, what'd you say? You said you need cash? I can help you get cash. Then he paid her in cash with the expectation that she would review and handle loans for Big Red and Norman Mitsubishi, aka he was a loan shark. And he gave her money and he said, you're going to approve every loan that we send you. And in her desperation, she's probably like, all right? She was asked to resign because it was discovered she was taking money from Andy Elliott. And Big Red, owned by Andy's boss, hired her as the finance manager. That's weird. Wonder why. That's okay. Well, there you go. Earlier in this document, we made it very clear that Andy boasted that he made $720,000 after tax, after Social Security and everything, in 1 year selling cars. When the entire basis of that achievement and that thing that is his center proof to being a great salesman was that he was manipulating fraudulent loans, giving people who never had a chance to actually buy the cars, giving them fake down payments for the cars for the loans, and was able to boost up his own car sales. There's probably bonuses involved in doing that as well. And yeah, it's easy to probably rack up $1 million in sales whenever you're just lying, doing illegal shit. And that is the crux of everything Andy is. He's a manipulator. He's a person who is out to prey on people who are insecure, people who are looking for answers. It is a cult. He is trying to run a cult, and he is doing it in a way that is run like an insane man on social media. Andy is not the only man doing this. There are hundreds. I mean, probably thousands of people doing this kind of stuff. There are whole camps and programs dedicated to you going out there and training with them and doing all kinds of stuff. And it's just got to be said that if you ever come across this, if you're ever insecure in your life, get some actual mental help. Know that you are loved by many and that you do not need to dump your money into a false prophet, savior-esque man who will give you nothing in return but manipulation and heartache. I'm telling you. This man is a fucking snake in the tall grass. Watch out for him. And if there's anything to take away at all from this video, it's for the love of God, don't fall in the hands of an alpha male influencer. Take care, everyone. See you next time. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about the Lord. Or at least servants of the Lord. Man, I know that's all of us, but today we're going to be talking about some of the most despicable people on planet Earth, in my opinion, which are televangelists. Televangelists, you know, I feel like the reach has never been greater. Right now, I see pastors tweeting out the Lord's message. I see people doing streams on Twitch praising the Lord. TikTok lives, Instagram Reels, all kinds of stuff. It has never been an easier time to get the good word out. But televangelists are a different breed. Formed basically right at the beginning of television, it has been a big moneymaker in the church regime for a long time. And today we're going to be talking about some of the most despicable members of that. We're not going to be bashing any of the Lord's words. We're just going to be bashing the people who abuse the system. Because if there's one thing that is probably the most disgusting thing that you can do with any kind of power via TV or social media is to manipulate people who are in dire needs for salvation, and all they have to do is drain every penny from their pocket. So, without further ado, let's get into it. Wait! Ooh, I got something to tell you. You better listen up. You better listen good. The Lord has come down and He's told me something. He's told me something good. He's told me something special now. He's saying that we officially have our Gamer Subs flavor. Raw meat. Ooh, baby, and it's the best. It's a nice watermelon cantaloupe surprise that'll make you say, oh, Mama Mia, praise the Lord. And right now, you can get it at gamersubs.com. Just head on over there, get yourself a little raw meat, and use promo code PAPAMEAT at checkout to get 10% off. Oh, baby. And you know what? As soon as you taste this, you'll be ordering them every goddamn month because they're that good. It comes in caffeinated, non-caffeinated versions, keto-friendly, low-calorie, okay? No sugar, all right? Nothing but pure goodness. Watermelon cantaloupe goodness. Perfect for any summertime needs. Hey, if there's any tithing, tithe to yourself, baby. Serve to yourself and get yourself some nice raw meat Gamer Subs. Support the channel, support Gamer Subs, and support yourself. Drink responsibly, drink tastefully. Gamer Subs, raw meat. I love you. Did you know there are over 1,700 mega churches in the U.S. alone? A mega church is defined as having a weekly average of 2,000 more people, and you know, you get into stuff too where the churches, I mean, mega does not even scratch the surface to the size of some of these people's complexes. I mean, an unbelievable amount of people. Almost like every weekend you're going to see a pop star act. The stage is that big, there's that many people filling up stadiums, literal stadiums of attendees. It's pretty amazing. But with tax-exempt status, churches are big business, pulling in an estimated $74.5 billion a year, which is pretty fucked. I mean, I don't think people really fully appreciate the tax-exempt status. You know, for a lot of smaller churches where it's a mom-and-pop organization and maybe it's in a small town, I think tax-exempt probably helps alleviate a lot of the things of maintaining and running the church and putting it back into the community somehow, versus being a pop idol god amongst your own peers and having tax-exempt status is fucking insane, especially whenever regular fast food workers, people who work regular 9-to-5 jobs, are paying taxes every paycheck, and then you have fucking Joel Osteen over there driving Ferraris and all kinds of shit, not having to pay the government one single dime. It's pretty fucked. We'll get into that right now. Peter Popoff, great name. Peter Popoff, who's worth $10 million, claimed to be a clairvoyant who received messages from an earpiece from his wife, which was proven by James Randi.
She lives at 1627 10th Street. 1627 10th Street? Is that right? That's right.
Wait. Clairvoyant is where you can speak to the dead, right? What was that one show where it was like the medium? Remember the guy? He'd be like, I'm hearing a Tim, and someone would be like, that's my husband's name. He's like, you. It was him as well? Okay. Which he was great because he was almost like a shaman. And he would accurately announce home addresses and specific illnesses of audience members during his healing sermons, called his skeptics tools of the devil. What's kind of funny about this is that, I don't know the specifics of this, but I imagine that people who are showing up to the church, they probably filled out something of like, what's an ailment you have, or who's a recently deceased person, and they would probably fill that out and put it in there, and then they would have like specific seating or something.
She'd gotten her information from prayer cards filled out by the faithful before the show began.
Probably to where they could be like, oh, that's her name, this is her, you know, they have like a little form.
It'd be easier now. You can just Google up their name.
Or did you just look up somebody's Facebook? Were you pretty depressed yesterday? I was. How did you know? Everyone's like, I followed that bitch. That bitch is some doom post. She's a black pillar. For real. Good lord. Sold miracle spring water on TV. With Peter Popoff's miracle spring water is a scam that involves respondents sleeping in the water, praying over it, and sending it back to Popoff with a donation. It's a pretty good deal. Also, to send thing back, that'd must be it. The shipping cost for that? Holy shit. In exchange, respondents are promised protection from disease and disability. Oh my god, that's so fucked up. As well as financial prosperity. The water is said to come from Russia Spring that protected those who drank it after the Chernobyl nuclear accident. I'm sure a lot of people drink a lot of water. Yeah, nothing bad happened to the Chernobyl people at all.
Did you use the miracle? I used the miracle spring water twice, and you sent me this miracle spring water, and I followed the instructions. 2 days later, I got a check for $2,500. The following week, I got a check for $30,000. 2 checks, double portion blessing.
What does that mean? What check? Who wrote you the check? Could you be more specific? Whose name was on the check? She's like, you didn't prompt me that when you gave me the script. Whose name was on the check?
She's like, your name.
Your name's on the check. He's like, no, no, cut the broadcast. Cut the broadcast! His organization brings millions of dollars in a year, and no financial data is available since 2005 as they've gained non-profit status. The Lord is good. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, thank you, Lord. One of Popoff's schemes was that he was claiming to sneak Bibles into the Soviet Union. What am I reading? What are we even talking about here? He reported that these Bibles were being floated over via helium air balloons. To facilitate this noble act, he requested large sums of money both for the large amount of Bibles he was buying and for the transportation. Popoff started getting huge sums for this effort, and when his skeptics asked him to prove the purchase of the books and balloons, he staged a burglary at his headquarters in 1985, which he later used on subsequent broadcasts to tearfully ask for more money to pay for the damages and replace the Bibles. That is so fucking funny. What a weird thing. So the scam that you're doing for people is that you're lying and say you're going to sneak Bibles into the Soviet Union using helium balloons. Why? This is why I feel so bad, because you only see a lot of times that people who watch this stuff are people who are like, well, those people who follow that stuff are fucking dumb anyways. I'm like, these are like well-adjusted people who are almost indoctrinated into a cult. Like, they put so much of their own faith and their belief into this thing, and I don't think that any of these people are truly stupid. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's probably some fucking dunces there, and there's probably a couple bad eggs, but I just mean, this is just sheer manipulation, especially for something that's been going on so long. It's fucking crazy, man. And also, it's kind of one of those like weird, what was that one, the Stanford prison experiment thing, where it's like anybody with a shrivel amount of power will abuse it, and then anybody who's like under that will abide by what they say and stuff. This was weird. I can see people kind of being in this thing where they would never question anything that he says, and God, that's so funny. Tearfully asking the money back from the fucking pussy. Which the biggest and highest earning of these churches is Lakewood Church in Houston, Texas, which is helmed by the ever controversial Joel Osteen. Joel Osteen's net worth is over $50 million. For a man who is serving the Lord and trying to bring people to salvation, I feel like you don't need $50 million. I'm going to go on a big limb. Maybe if he had some kind of act that he did. I'm trying to think, like if he juggled. If he did his sermons and he juggled, would that, I don't know. Even then, I'm not sure. He has one of those extremely big shit-eating grins too. It's just, it oozes with that just kind of like fake, almost like veneer mask. I hate it, but he has the prosperity theology, which believes that it is the will of God for the pious Christians to receive material gain. Kind of like that book, The Secret, I think, which is literally, if you think it, it'll come in, it'll come. Not that kind of come, but it'll come. He lives in a $10.5 million mansion and drives a $325,000 Ferrari. These are things that really, to any other person, you'd be like, well, hey, he's a rich guy. But to a pastor, it seems just a bit, dare I say, inappropriate to be driving a Ferrari as a pastor. It'd be so funny if a woman's just like, thank you, Joe, the service was so good. He's like, get off me, poor bitch, and just peels out. He takes a salary of $200,000 a year from the church. I doubt it. I bet it's way more than that. Yeah, on paper, he tells the government, I take $200,000 a year. It's like the same thing with like presidents, where it's like, oh, you have $300,000 or $400,000 a year salary for the rest of your life, and I'm like, oh yeah.
It's like Steve Jobs. I think he only gave himself $1 each year.
He gave himself $1, yeah, but it's worth billions in stocks and everything else. He claims that his money comes from his book sales. Less than 1% of the $89 million that was raised in 2017 went to any charities. The rest went into his extravagant lifestyle. And then during the COVID times, even, there was a thing called the CARES Act, which is basically, I think everybody got like a check or something. He claimed a bunch of money and fucking lied about that too. Made the statement that he didn't claim any money. I didn't claim anything. Hey, the Lord's got my back, right? But the administrative data shows that he indeed claimed $4.4 million. There's a lot of celebrities that do that. Didn't Brett Favre do something like that too? Some kind of crazy shit. And then during Hurricane Harvey in 2017, he refused to offer assistance or housing in its mega church. He had this giant coliseum that he gives his sermons to every Sunday. People were like, hey, my house, like, we're gonna die. Can you let us in? And he's like, there's too much water. He kept claiming that there was flood water surrounding the entire building. We would have let people in, but there was flooded water everywhere. There's just a plethora of photos that it couldn't look more dry, is the unfortunate thing. At least pick a lie that makes sense with video and photo proof, is what I gotta say. Joel later said that they did open the doors and it always was open. Had earlier stated that their church might open if all their shelters were full, and eventually they did open in a minimal capacity. In August of the next year, Houston Mayor Turner declared a day of honor for the church and Olstein for their efforts. Wow, what a stand-up guy. I'm pretty sure he only opened it also after there was like immense backlash. Pretty sure people were like, this guy's a fucking piece of shit, whatever. And let me tell you too, I'm pretty sure my mom has some of this dude's books and stuff. Do you think it's actually kind of an interesting thought experiment? If the majority of his wealth came from book sales, does that justify his extravagant lifestyle when the entire thing is you're preaching the Lord's word? You know what I mean?
Did he pay taxes on those book sales?
No, there's no way he paid taxes on those book sales. I doubt it. Well, even if he did, I'm just saying that, like, it's very hypocritical to be like, all you need is God, and then you give nothing back to anybody. And this is to me too, where I'm like, if it's your money, you can do what you want with it, but whenever you're a holier than thou kind of guy, it just seems fucking crazy. Next up, we have Jesse Duplantis, which he has a nice net worth of $20 million. What a pussy. Wow, only $20 million? Why don't you start selling some fucking books, you old bitch? Pastor of Voice of the Covenant Church. Voice of the Covenant Church. That's a fucking creepy ass voice. Covenant Church. Claims the second coming of Christ has been delayed due to lack of donations to his congregation.
And so what has hindered all these things is because people are not doing in the financial realm, because we live in an economic world, what God's called them to do.
Come on, dude. Jesus is trying to make his way here. Can't fucking afford gas, all right? If you guys would just donate more, he'd show up faster. God, what do you not know about that? He begged his congregation to donate money so he could buy a $54 million plane after already having owned 3 private jets. Well, dude, I mean, come on. Private jets are kind of small. Turbulence is bad because they're tiny. Sometimes you need a $54 million plane. Got to get places. I like to think that he just travels like 45 miles in this $54 million plane. Really taking a nice page out of the book of all the other superstars who fly around the world and stuff, but he's just like, I just want to go down the road.
The 4 jets of the apocalypse, dude.
The 4 jets of the apocalypse? People would just pay him more money, then we could get to where we need to go. And when criticized for his $54 million plane and his 3 private jets, he said, and I quote, I really believe that if Jesus was physically on earth today, he wouldn't be riding a donkey. Think about that for a minute. He'd be in an airplane preaching the gospel all over the world. What a weird, tone-deaf thing. Jesus wouldn't be riding no donkey. He wouldn't be riding a donkey. He'd be in a Boeing. Hell, he'd be in a jet stream, flying around preaching the word. It's always funny when people say flying around preaching the world as if it's just that convenient to just get in a jet and just be like, we're gonna go here today. And then they land and he's just like, hello. I've come to spread the good word. His house is a mega mansion, and he had it classified as a rectory. What's a rectory?
A house where a minister or priest lives, usually near the church.
Okay, so no taxes are paid on it, because God forbid, you have to just give a little back. You know, taxes suck, right? No one likes paying taxes, but the whole thing is that you hope that it goes to something kind of good. Better roads, you know, it helps pay for all the public bullshit we have and everything. And all these greedy cocksuckers just don't want, like, no, I have my own gold bowl that you're supposed to put money in. I don't give you money. You know what I mean? Come on. Next up, we have Jan Crouch. 50 million. Oh, Joel Osteen, watch out, huh? Started the TBN, the Trinity Broadcasting Network, with her husband Paul and fellow religious grifter couple. What do you mean by grifter? Scammer, okay. Why don't we just say scammer? Who the fuck says grifter? Like, am I in the Mad Max universe? Like, what are we talking about here? Fellow religious scammers and other religious scammers, Jim and Tammy Faye Baker, those fucking idiots. She was known for going on TV and emotionally begging for donations. I do want to see this. I love this.
Like certain Twitch streamers.
It does sound like a couple Twitch streamers that I am not going to name, but I think we might know who they are.
Last request. Said if you would just say on the air.
Dude, why did Jan Crouch kind of got me acting up a little bit, huh? That bitch is like covered in like gold chains and stuff. She has the exact outfit Xerxes was wearing when Leonidas went up and he was like, can we not just fucking call it a day?
We love you, Brenda. She will be watching because she watches 24 hours a day.
God, what a fucking loser. Watches 24 hours a day? Dude, get a... Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're diving back into the world of cults. Now, the last cult that we covered on this channel was the Yellow Deli cult. Sure, there was one here. I was a bit too scared. I think I even went outside of one and we were going to do something with it, but just creepy, dude. I don't know. You get a weird sense for cults and you're somewhere that you shouldn't be. That's what it felt like. To be fair, though, the food did look delicious. So I just want to say, if you're going to join a cult, maybe join that one because you'll be eating good. All right? But I just want to preface by saying I love talking about cults. It's one of the most horrifying things ever. People psychologically breaking you down to make you think in a hive mind, feel like you need each other, and the cult itself becomes a backbone for your own pillar to live. And I love talking about cults like the one we're talking about today because I can guarantee you, maybe not everyone, but I guarantee you a lot of people have already seen this cult. What, Hunter? What are you talking about, Scientology? No, dude. We're talking a little more eccentric. It's a little more foreign. I'm of course talking about Shin Yun, which maybe that didn't shock you. It should have. Today we're talking about Shin Yun, the classical Chinese dance show that you've probably seen advertised on basically any flat surface on the planet that exists. I mean, we're talking about, you've probably seen a billboard of this. I'm from Kansas City. There's been a Shin Yun billboard in our city for years, like so long, to the point where you're just like, well, you don't really even think about it, but you're just kind of like, why is there a Chinese dance show perpetually happening in Kansas City? You know, maybe if you're on the coast, right, where there's a bit more diversity, but if you're on some of these flyover states, how is that not raised any red flags or something? Or, you know, people aren't just curious. The show may seem like an innocent performance, embracing and celebrating Chinese traditions, but underneath lies an demented cult involved in much more sinister practices. The cult today is Shin Yun, which is basically a cult that is disguised as a fun dance group. It's like a NSYNC meets Chinese cult. That's what Shin Yun is. But before we dive too much into it, what is Shin Yun? Where did it start? Shin Yun is a large-scale production put on by Shin Yun Performing Arts, which presents a family-friendly show consisting of traditional Chinese dancing, acrobatics, and tumbling, all accompanied by a live orchestra. The show itself has around 480 performers in it, each dressed in extravagant traditional Chinese costumes. I mean, they're putting on the Nutcracker every night. If the crime was putting on a good show, they'd be locked away a long time ago, all right? Me and pageantry, Chinese pageantry at that. I'm surprised I haven't been there myself, Nick.
They're coming?
They're always here. I don't know how,
Are
but
they?
They're almost always here. Maybe not always here, but I mean, every once in a while, you're like, there's that goddamn billboard again. Some Chinese dude on a billboard just like Chinese woman wrapped up in silk cloths and but the show has become massively successful over the years, to the point where they now have multiple troops that simultaneously tour the world to perform. I mean, they're on competition with Circus Delay. Which one's bigger? I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Blue Man Group.
I feel like Shin Yun just would curb stomp the shit out of the Blue Man Group. At this point in time,
Do you think the original Blue Men are dead?
I think the original Blue Men are dead. Yeah. I think like some kind of alien life form, they weren't meant to last long. I would imagine that every Blue Man that you see on stage is 8 years old, but they live to 16. And that's when
they're middle age?
Yeah. Yeah. Through their network of volunteers, they have been able to advertise the show while hardly dipping into their own funds. Nonprofit groups linked to Shin Yun spent $18.5 million in advertising in 2017 alone. Almost $20 million that Shin Yun did not pay for, but people were just like, people have got to see this thing. The sweet smell of cult is already starting to waft into the air, dude. Most people have been bombarded by Shin Yun ads everywhere you go. show on billboards, flyers, TV commercials, posters, and more. And in fact, the advertising is so over the top that it's become an online meme. What are they always dancing, like jumping for? Kind of a bit creepy on the bottom of this thing. That's just like all of them are in unison, and there's just like one giant Chinese woman jumping over them, like a titan or something like that. Things get a little strange as the marketing ramps up for the year, and it gives you a little insight into just how obsessed some people are with Shin Yun, which is a post here saying, lady comes into our store every year asking us to put the posters up. This year, the lady wouldn't leave until I put the poster in our window. Just stood there watching me, pointing at our display window. Yeah, like a bunch of creepy that'd be too. She was just like doing a backflip every once in a while. She has a long silk dress on. She kept doing backflips, and she's just like... Shin Yun has a YouTube channel where they upload interviews with audience members exiting the show, often with people explaining how they believe the show is divine, with some being reduced to tears.
God, I need to see this show.
I do too, man. There might be a world where I go up and I'm like watching some Chinese pageantry and I just start weeping. Maybe it's because I'm afraid. No. Stop flipping.
Picture this. You're home alone when suddenly the worst happens. You have no one to run to, no one to yell to. You're all alone. This could have been easily avoided with the Meat Canyon Patreon, where you get behind-the-scenes perks, monthly stickers, and support one of YouTube's most beloved channels.
Should have signed up to the Patreon.
Please, for your own safety, consider signing up to the Meat Canyon Patreon.
To understand how Shin Yun has garnered its reputation of being a cult, we have to go back to before its creation. It all starts with a man from China named Li Hongzhi, because in 1992, Li Hongzhi created a spiritual movement that involved a collection of Tai Chi style stretches and exercises. By doing so, alongside special breathing exercises, he promised great improvements to health as well as spiritual well-being.
We can't show that image because even though that's not the sign.
Let's just say it's a reverse. It's one of those funny symbols that looks like a ninja star, but it's reversed. It's Buddhist though, right?
Yeah, it's a Buddhist.
It's a Buddhist symbol.
But this is the sign that looks like what Elon Musk would put on his Twitter profile.
Elon Musk would really grab his heart and say, thank you, people. We appreciate you. It's that Buddhist symbol. The Chinese government was against the formation of a religious teaching that is strayed from the control of the Chinese Communist Party, dude. My boy Xi Jinping does not like it when people are like, you know what, dude? Maybe communism isn't cool, dude. He's just like, you know, the teddy bear looking ass is just like, get him out. Get them out. His big pot of honey. They were shocked to find that large groups of people were gathering in the park to perform these exercises and feared that they could become a serious threat, especially because some of the members included high-ranking members from the Communist Party. So he's sitting there and he's just like, okay, dude, this isn't just yoga anymore. What the hell is this? There's some of my boys down there, so Xi Jinping was saying. Some of my boys are down there, dude, and they're just like totally doing the splits, groin completely torn open. Do you think Jinping, do you think he's, or is it Xi Ping? Xi?
Z?
Xi Ping. Do you think ZP, whenever he's like really concocting acts of terror, do you think he's sitting there? Because I feel like a lot of people smoke cigarettes in movies, right? Can you imagine him opening up a ceramic jar of honey? And be like, sticky fingers. Their exact number at this time is hard to pinpoint. They claim that they had 70 to 100 million practitioners by 1999. I find that a little hard to believe, Nick. But the Falun Gong may be exaggerating their influence. Chinese authorities claim it's as little as 2 to 3 million, but they also are suspected of downplaying its influence to make the movement seem less like a threat. So now you have basically communist police being like, dude, 2 to 3 million tops, for real. And then you have the Gulong Fong or whatever. They're just like, nah, bro, we have 80 million red-blooded, non-communist Marines that are stretching and farting and doing breathing exercises. Also, I don't think we've really prefaced that it's like, man, it just seems like a yoga group right now. Doesn't really feel like a cult, does it?
So far.
People who are watching this video are probably like, how the fuck is this a cult? We're getting there. Worried that this movement overshadowed the CCP, they began a propaganda campaign that demonized Falun Gong and claimed that they were an evil cult. Not only was this sentiment spread through television and radio, but it was even regurgitated in schools.
You gotta start them young.
Lee's book about his teachings were banned, and he ended up fleeing the country, likely fearing persecution. He moved to the United States and became a permanent resident as of 19 98. At one point, a cult activist who protested a Slanders magazine cover denouncing the Falun Gong was supposedly beaten and arrested. This triggered a large-scale response. Before the legislature could meet to discuss a harsher crackdown on the Falun Gong, thousands of Falun Gong members gathered near Tiananmen Square to demand that their organization gain official status. The CCP, however, deemed it as superstition rather than religion. What started as a peaceful protest soon turned violent when members began huddling together to avoid being forcefully moved out of the way. People were beaten, and some women were dragged away by their hair with blood pouring from their head. In the end, more than 3,000 followers were arrested. Falun Gong was now a banned practice. The Chinese government didn't stop there. In fact, they ramped up their efforts by creating the 610 Office, a security agency whose sole purpose was to collect intel on the Falun Gong while continuing to spread propaganda. Physical objects pertaining to teachings were being confiscated and destroyed. Over time, more and more practitioners of Falun Gong were caught and given prison sentences. Reportedly, thousands were forced into mental hospitals, and others were moved into re-education camps.
Jesus.
God damn, overstretching and breathing? I'm still trying to figure out if this is a cult or not, Nick. I'm on the fence about going to the show now. I'm like, these motherfuckers got kicked out of China for breathing and stretching.
Well, that's the thing. Come on, man. It's China.
Listen. It's China. Other reports claim that practitioners of Falun Gong were detained and tortured. Some were beaten with electric shock batons, and others were forced to wear Di-Lao. This is a complex series of shackles attached to the victim's hands and feet, preventing them from walking, sitting, or standing up straight, which they would wear for grueling lengths of time. According to Amnesty International, hundreds of Falun Gong members who were mistreated or tortured were killed. While their deaths were reported as suicides, it was noted that the bodies were cremated too quick for anyone to properly assess the cause of death. All right, that guy took his own life. Throw me the bus! Quick, get me there! I feel bad for him. Can I not feel bad for him?
It seemed like, so far, nothing.
Nothing! But this is where things get a little strange. If Chinamen getting beaten, dragged through the streets wasn't strange. In 1999, when Li Hongzhi, who was the guy who started it, was living in America, he was interviewed by the Time magazine. In it, we start to see the more bizarre and mysterious side of the religion's creator. Early on in the formation of Falun Gong, it appeared that the exercises and meditation used to harness one's chi was intended for more than just physical health and spiritual growth. Li Hongzhi promised that these teachings could lead to enlightenment, which in turn unlocked supernatural powers. Ooh. Bunch of goddamn Chinese superheroes running around, right? These powers included seeing through objects, removing facial wrinkles, levitation, restoring the menstrual cycles of women after menopause, and the ability to cure any illness. This is basically a gender-swapped Jesus person who's just like, fuck it, you're fertile again. You can have kids whenever you want. It almost seems like he's prying on older people, which is very cult-like too. Very like Jonestown-y, right? Get all the old people together and you're just like, we can remove those wrinkles. You can have kids again. You can cure sickness, which also could be like, oh, my husband or my wife is sick. I could cure them. You know, whatever. Very manipulative is what it is.
My friend he was in a pyramid scheme thing, and he bought a drink that he swears to God cured his grandma of her illnesses. He was trying to get me to join it. I was like, no, dude, I don't want to join. He's like, I swear this product works. My grandma was sick. She was dying. She started drinking this. She's healthy now. All her ailments are gone off an energy drink.
He's like, it's called 5-hour energy. In this Time magazine, Time posed this question. They said, have you seen human beings levitate off the ground? Right? Because they're like, yeah, I heard you guys were prosecuted. He's just like, I can give you magical powers. You can fly. And they're like, okay, so this is taking a direction. Have you seen human beings levitate off the ground? Lee responded, I have known too many. It's like, we actually gotta stop. So we gotta ease up on the amount of powers given off. People are goddamn flying squirrels all around these places. Can you describe any that you have known? And then Lee's first response, David Copperfield. He can levitate, and he did it during performances.
So he's a bit delusional. He thinks David Copperfield is real.
Lee, my boy Lee, the creator of Shin Yun, he looked at the Vegas magician, David Copperfield, and he's using that as an example of a person having superpowers. These people exist. They are out there, dude. You know, there's probably still people that see these shows of Vegas, and they're like, oh. Shin Yun. He states that the goal of their religion is to complete their cultivation in order to free themselves from the worldly state and understand the truth of human life. With enough mental and physical exercise, one can, quote, achieve a divine status. So he's saying that we're going to get so fit that we can fly. We're going to be so in control of our bodies, breathing, stretching, everything. You're going to be able to Jesus touch someone and heal them. He discusses his belief that society currently has poor moral value and that this is mainly due to the lack of orthodox religious practices. He believes the other reason is that, quote, since the beginning of the century, aliens have begun to invade the human mind and its ideology and culture. See, that's the thing about Lee. He says just like, we got to get in shape, man. The moral fabric of this country just seems a bit off. I feel like people aren't, they're not taking care of themselves. And you're like, that's true. And he's just like, aliens are also coming. And they're f***ing with our minds. And like, we're dead. We're dying inside. You're technically dead. And you're like, you might be able to do the full splits, but now, at what point do you start getting bothered with that too? To me, if you're able to teach someone who's never done a backflip before how to do a backflip, or to stretch all the way, stretch their legs out, splits, I feel like you're gonna be able to talk that guy into anything.
I feel like once you cure my diseases, I will believe anything.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just saying that people want to latch on to anything to believe in. Lee believes that aliens from another dimension have been walking among humans and corrupting them by introducing them to modern scientific inventions. He believes that aliens want to find a way to clone human beings because our bodies are, quote, the most perfect form in the universe. Once they have done so, they will fully invade Earth. This is an interesting turn. What I like about Lee is that he's like taking a bit of Christianity and then he's taking some Scientology in there too, and he's just spicing that up. He's sitting there and he's just like, I don't know, dude, aliens want us to take over. We're gonna fully take over. We have to deny them our bodies, right? By stretching and breathing, and probably by donating to Shin Yun to keep the cause going. Which Time Magazine, he's saying this all the time. We're still not out of the Time Magazine, all right? And Time Magazine says, what do aliens look like? Lee says, some look similar to human beings. U.S. technology has already detected some aliens. The difference between aliens can be quite enormous. Can you describe it? You don't want to have that kind of thought in your mind. I'm kind of trying to do a Chinese accent just a little bit, but I'm not trying to go overboard with it. I love Time's response. Describe them anyway.
Yeah, please.
One type looks like a human, but has a nose that is made up of bone. Others look like ghosts. At first they thought I was trying to help them. Now they know that I'm sweeping them away. And in the year 2000, Falun Gong created the Epoch Times, which is now one of the most influential far-right conservative news organizations. While representatives deny their affiliation, it is clear that the articles are very generous towards Shin Yun. They're like, we don't even know that stuff. We don't even know what that is. And you like turn the page or whatever. And this is a giant Shin Yun like... Shin Yun theater goer. All art is ultimately for God. Theater goer feels Shin Yun's quest for peace. Shin Yun's music, a great gift for humanity. These are haunting. These look like church pictures too. Finally, we can get into Shin Yun being born into the world. Falun Gong believed that the sympathy people had for their harsh persecution in China began to die down over time. Because of this, their focus moved to using a form of entertainment to push their beliefs rather than endless protests. So they're just like, dude, people don't give a fuck that we were booted out of China. So how are we gonna win him back? And one guy's like, song and dance? He's like, yes. One day, he heard some artistically gifted disciplines trying to create a performance to push the teachings of Falun Gong and subsequently, quote, save sentient beings. They're like, we gotta get Shin Yun out there and also save all of human life against aliens. And they're like, Lee's just like, oh, I like you. Lee felt that a performance with such a lofty goal needed to be the highest quality possible. Thus, he sank all his effort into what was known as Shin Yun, which debuted 6 years later in 2006. Motherfucker spent a half a decade crafting the greatest show on earth. All about him being like wrongfully kicked out of China. He's like, everybody will dance and cry. Shin Yun is not known to be subtle in its messaging. After all, the tagline for the show is China before communism. In America, that's gotta kill. It makes me think more of like, of course it's in the Midwest because people are just like, communism? What the fuck are you talking about? It's just like China before communism. Like, well, yeah, what the fuck was that magical place like before they ruined it? It is a blatant propaganda piece denouncing the Chinese Communist Party, instilling their religious beliefs and pushing traditional Chinese values, paired alongside skilled dance routines and acrobatics. All right, so yeah, they're getting some messaging in there, but you're going to be like, well, god damn, that's like pretty impressive. According to a reporter, one scene from the show depicts a group of students meditating as they read Falun Gong's books, only to be ruthlessly clubbed by evil communists. One of them starts beating an injured victim to death as his friend tries to pull him to safety, but stops when he is suddenly so moved by the victim's kindness that he instantly reforms his communist ways and begins to dance.
I like that message.
I don't think it's bad. Really the only thing so far, if it was that you didn't have the alien stuff and like, make your wrinkles go away. I feel like it all would be fine. What him sitting there and he's just like, my friend, if you must kill me, fine. And the guy like is like, fuck communism. And he starts like twerking or whatever on stage. That's fine to me. Why not?
Because they're just depicting their protest.
They're predicting their experience. They're like, this is in a way, artistically, I'm showing you what happened to me. Their song and dance, right? Yeah, that's fine. But then China responds to Shenyun. China kind of figures out what the they're doing, and they're pissed. Shenyun was a massive success, which angered the Chinese government. China at first was like, it's going to fail. No one cares. And then when they figured out that like, oh no, this thing's crushing, dude. They're like, what? No! They wanted to stifle its message by any means necessary and ban the production company from ever performing in China. You cared? When you think we want to come back? The show's about you kicking us out, dude. Stories from Shenyun performers began to come out, wherein Chinese embassies were threatening to cut ties with advertisers and media partners if they allowed them to perform. This extended to harassing the families of performers, hacking their website, and finding any way they could to sabotage their traveling tour buses. It became incredibly common for production buses to have their tires slashed, specifically in ways that would lead to the tires exploding at high speeds, presumably to have them pop while on the road to cause accidents. A very calculated, pretty evil thing to do, if I'm being honest. This would happen all across the country, and it was suspected that the CCP agents were following them to thwart their ability to reach the venues on their tours. This escalated to bomb threats, mass shooting threats, and threats of against the performers.
Jesus Christ.
One of these threatening emails translated from Chinese to English reads like this. This is one of the threatening emails from China. I have made a large number of incendiary bombs using alcohol and glass bottles. On the first day of the Chinese New Year, we will secretly go to Dragon Springs Temple, which is home of the Shenyu's headquarters and training facility, and I will set fire to the surrounding vehicles, then hack and kill the guards, break into Dragon Springs Temple, and throw gasoline bombs at the wooden buildings! Exclamation point. Slash and kill everyone we can see! Exclamation point. At the same time, our people will attack congressmen who support Falun Gong. Okay. Awkward. Turtle? While the Falun Gong seems to have faced unfair persecution throughout its long history, they are still guilty of absolutely horrendous things. I feel like we focused on a lot of the positives for the majority of this video. But apparently there is some more stuff, which, you know, in 2024, the New York Times released a nuclear expose that unveiled how cult-like the Falun Gong really is. Similar to most cults, they have their own scheduled living area, in this case, a 400-acre compound in New York City named Dragon Springs. They have to be there.
They're providing free housing.
They're providing free housing in New York during these difficult times, but you do have to be there. That's a little dicey. Here, the performers live and train under abusive conditions. Former dancers explain that they were constantly pushed to their mental and physical limits, sometimes working 15 hours a day. And let me remind you, it's a cult, so there's no pay. Zero pay. 15 hours of physical training every day to be the greatest show on earth. Do we want to be special or not?
It's like the Yellow Deli.
If there's cult in business, you're not getting paid, dude. You might get a sandwich for free. You might be able to twerk and do the splits, but that's going to be about it. Because performers were given free housing and food, they felt indebted to the Shenyun staff and thus not deserving of pay. However, if a member decided they wanted to leave, they were then told that they would have to repay the cost of tuition, which exceeded $200,000. See, that's the part where it's very cult-like, where it's just like you're indebted to them. And then also it feels like you can't leave. You're like, I'm just going to be in debt for the rest of my life. What the fuck is this? As horrible as these conditions were, the performers had drunk the Falun Gong Kool-Aid, believing that they needed to give a flawless performance because Shenyun and its teachings would save the audience from the impending apocalypse. Don't forget about the alien stuff we said. We're talking a lot about the Chinese government stuff. They still thought that the alien invasion's happening, all right? That's still very much a threat. A former dancer named Mr. Sun used to only sleep 5 hours a night, working himself to the bone to perfect his routine despite having a sprained ankle. He told a New York Times reporter this, quote, "It's actually the mental trauma that still affects me until today. If you don't do it right, then it's on you. Then the universe is not saved because of you."
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for a dance routine, dude. You don't do the dance routine right, and all of a sudden it's just like, you let the goddamn aliens in, Mr. Sun. He's just like... Similar to many cults, a fear of the outside world was instilled in those living in Dragon Springs. People would not be granted permission to visit their families often, pressured to live on the complex until adulthood. They're swooping them up as basically children, teenagers, children, whatever, not allowing them to see their family, and then they're basically indoctrinated into this like way of living, being completely also isolated from the family. So the Shenyun cult becomes their family. Those who decided to leave were convinced to stay over the threat that they would be going to hell otherwise. Did we mention aliens? Don't forget about hell. It's here too. Performers truly believed that Li Hongzhi was the only one that could protect them and thought that they were in grave danger if they left. One of the most alarming discoveries was that because Li's teaching claimed to heal any illness or wound, performers were rarely allowed to seek medical care for serious injuries. Even a performer who suffered a broken kneecap forced herself to rehearse through severe pain and fear of appearing unfaithful to the religious practices. See, now I'm conflicted, dude. Well, now I'm like Xi-Ping. I'm like, well, Xi-Ping, good call. He said there still. I got it right the first time. When Daisy Wong, a former dancer, sprained her ankle, Li Hongzhi simply told her, quote, "It's supposed to self-heal if you just send forth righteous thoughts." That's how they buy into. We'll teach you. Go to the class, we'll teach you.
You're not dancing hard enough.
You're not dancing hard enough. Stomp your ankles harder. A performer in the orchestra had once come to Li with serious shoulder pain, only for him to touch his head and shoulder briefly before telling him he was healed. Of course, this did nothing, and he dealt with the pain for years while his peers claimed he was simply not faithful enough to be healed. How fucked up is that psychologically? Like every sense that you have, you would just believe that it's just a complete aberration, you know? Is that the right word? Aberration? He eventually left Shenyun to discover he had a bulging disc in his spine. Oh, that's what happens when you lack faith, dude. You get bulging discs. Many of the performers were young children as young as 11 years old who still had developing muscles and bones. The Shenyun production runners denied claims of withholding medical care, but there's no way that many people would come forward for it to be a lie, you know? Performers would be berated for being too fat, to the point that instructors would ask their peers to physically stop students from buying snacks. For one female student, this led to only allowing herself one meal per day for fear of being ridiculed. Starving yourself, that's fun.
Lizzo did this to her dancers.
Lizzo did this to her dancers, and now she's on Ozempic, and she looks great. You go, Lizzo. Wasn't the whole thing that she put a banana up her or something like that and wanted somebody to eat it? Performers as young as 16 years old began developing eating disorders from the intense pressure put on them to stay underweight. Mr. Li was treated like the leader of a cult, worshipped by his followers. Performers were told to refer to him as Master, and they would celebrate him on his birthday as well as Father's Day by making him gifts. Healthy. Here you go, Master. Mr. Li. While people felt sympathy for the Falun Gong early on due to the harsh treatment they received from the Chinese government, this expose revealed to the world that they truly were correct in calling them an evil cult. Which, here's the thing, Nick. This whole video, I feel like 80% of it I felt sympathy for the Falun Gong people. I'm just wondering if the success of the show exacerbated his beliefs and exacerbated his perceived power on this planet.
I mean, maybe he had righteous goals in the beginning, but I feel like you gotta have, like, a psychotic personality to want to lead a cult.
The back and forth of this video is that the Chinese Communist Party dragging people by the root of their hair, kicking people out for doing breathing exercises, and it could have been stuff too. Maybe there's some of the alien talk in there, some of the belief systems, that's fine. People being kicked out of the country for their beliefs is a bit crazy. I do have a deep sympathy for the people that had to endure that, but at the same time, it doesn't give you the right to manipulate people at such a young age as well into fear-mongering like any other hurtful kind of religion. You know, I think that people should believe what they want to believe, but whenever you physically and mentally destroy someone, I think it's a dangerous road to go down. A big thing to reiterate is that people in cults are not stupid. I would say a lot of the people, if not all the people in cults, are probably very helpful, smart, useful people that have been manipulated at a weird time in their life, or just whenever they were young enough to just be plucked up and put into this program. That's all they've ever known. You know, thank God that this expose kind of came out and that people can understand what more of these billboards are, which are just like giant propaganda machines to be like, look how cool this is. You want to be a part of the show? Isn't this great? It's just a false spectacle. So if you see a Shenyun billboard, just know that there's a darker side to this dance and song, even though the Chinese women look beautiful and they're jumping around and doing the splits. Sure, it's fun. We're not saying the show isn't good. We're saying that the teachings behind it from Mr. Li himself are a bit odd. Aliens, hellfire, godlike powers. Smells like a cult. So, without further ado, that's our video for today. The Shenyun Chinese dancing cult. We were thinking about going to see it, but you can't record, and I don't want to have to sit through the Chinese anti-communism dance.
I'm still going.
You're gonna go? All right, I'll go. All right, we're going. We'll see you when we get back. Bye-bye. There's one thing I actually hate in this world is cyclists. I'm sorry if that pertains to one of you, but actually I'm not sorry. Get a new hobby. The constant battle between boomer cyclists, any age cyclists and drivers is an ongoing feud that will never end. For as long as anyone can remember, there has been an endless beef regarding which side causes the most trouble on the road. Is it drunk drivers? Or is it cyclists swerving in between legs? Maybe he hits the side of your car with his fist because this is my road too, damn it. It's not. It's not. I have even had my own gripe with cyclists. While I lived in Portland, Oregon. I know, shocker. A person on a bike in Portland, Oregon, smashing your car and being a... That's odd. I think we were getting ready to park, following every traffic rule we could have ever done. And it was like the parking spots that are kind of diagonal. And as we were just like pulling into one of the spots, this guy on a bicycle speeds by and he hits the back of my wife's Jeep and just keeps hitting it like that. He does, look out! And we were pulling into a spot. Like, I don't know what the and ever since then, I'll be honest, I'm a little biased. I've had an issue with cyclists. I think it's a gross hobby. Also, don't act like you're saving the world riding a bicycle. Can I just say that too?
I'm a barista, and I'm going to my coffee job on my bike, not using fossil fuels.
You can't afford a car. Just say that. Can you say that? You're probably just like, I had too many. They took away my license. Don't need a license to ride a bicycle. Whichever side's to blame, one thing's for sure. Things have gotten so heated that both sides are responding in extreme ways. And of course, there's been some viral videos of maybe older bicyclists getting in little heated debates, let's just say, with young drivers. And today, I think we're gonna look at where did this feud start, who's in the right, who's in the wrong, and where the hell are we going in the future? And for me, it's gonna be in a car, because I want to get there in one piece. One piece! Which, first off, let's just explain the feud. Cyclists often complain that drivers do not share the road with them, or return the same respect they receive on the road. See, already. I'm like, when have you ever seen like a respectful cyclist? They say that there's a lack of instruction in driver's ed about how to properly navigate the road with cyclists present. Because most drivers do not have experience cycling on the road, there's a lack of understanding for the other side. So cyclists are just like, drivers are and they don't understand that we ride, we pedal, and we have 2 wheels and not 4. They're probably looking at us like we're aliens. I mean, they can't even understand the concept of a bicycle. I doubt it. Drivers, however, say cyclists act like they own the road, refusing to abide by the rules and often slow down all the other drivers. You know what I say to that? Point to the drivers. Is that not true? How many times have you been like, you know, like just waiting, whatever, and there's a guy out there. This is all up. Have you seen that video of like the chick, the foamy ass? And people are like, it's normal. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen foamy ass before in my life. Even if it is normal.
A lot of comments are saying that's hot.
Oh, that forbidden sea foam. This is all up. Have you seen that video of like the chick, the foamy ass? And people are like, it's normal. I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen foamy ass before in my life. Even if it is normal.
A lot of comments are saying that's hot.
Oh, that forbidden sea foam.
Does this annoy anyone else? Get off the road or cycle faster.
You ever take a turn and you just see a cyclist and you're like, here we go. You know what I mean?
All the time.
I wish that sometimes there was purge rules and I got to just like, maybe not tap the brake and maybe just kind of hammer the accelerator down a bit and just see what happens. It's purge day.
Well, there's nothing worse than being in a tractor with a trailer on the back and being stuck behind one of these buggers going up a hill.
Buddy, you can take the tractor around them. At the same time, though, you can't be the cyclist and hear like a giant tractor behind you and just be like, this is obnoxious, the amount of bicycles there are. How the f do you get into a place in your life where you're like, gonna meet the guys at a local coffee spot and just see if we can't do 12 miles today? A gang of bicyclists, and they all have the same like nylon fiber outfits with their alien helmets for wind resistance. You know what I mean? They would argue that the lack of cycling education leads to a lack of arm signaling. Obeying traffic lights, taking up multiple lanes, and blocking cars. Here's the solution. Run them over. Put the credits to the video. It's done. Kill every cyclist. That's my deal. If you ride a bicycle, you deserve to die. That's the video. This disconnect has led to a long-standing hatred that can sometimes result in irrational hostility and violence. I think it might be rational. But let's get into a little viral clip you may have seen recently. It tickled me to no end. A little tickle me Elmo kind of action. It was Gary Peacock and Pierce Kimpton in a viral video. 74-year-old cyclist Gary Peacock took matters into his own hands by detaining 22-year-old driver Pierce Kimpton. A cyclist did a citizen's arrest Father Time got off of his bicycle and performed a fucking citizen arrest on a 22-year-old. Peacock claimed that Kimpton nearly hit him with his car trying to pass him on the road. When Kimpton parks his car to skateboard with his friend, he finds that Peacock has followed him to give him a piece of his mind. He's just like, you son of a... cycles after him. In the video, Kimpton speaks to Peacock from inside his car, claiming that he gave the cyclist enough room. Peacock then aggressively opens the car door and fights to keep it against Pierce.
I've got a very aggressive teenager here that almost hit me in the car.
When Kimpton tries to get out, he is held back and told he's not leaving until police show up and demand they give him a ticket. He tells Kimpton, quote,
"If I have it my way, you're going to jail."
Which, you know, I would say, I would understand getting a little spooked, you know, somebody like, holy shit, whatever, but to then be like, you mother, and like to be angry, that whole like to follow him and then still just be like, you're going to jail! A bit of an overreaction. Nothing happened. Right? Eventually, the police arrive to break up the confrontation. The officer quickly decides that not only will Kimpton be fined $130 for being too close to the cyclist on the road, but Peacock will also receive a $160 fine for disorderly conduct.
Why am I getting for what?
Because you were aggressive to him.
Peacock insists that he should have a right to detain someone until police arrive. The officer lectures him like a child and tells him that he's being too aggressive to the child. You're 74, he's 22. What are you thinking?
Criminal citation?
Yes. Yes. Because that behavior is criminal. You don't get to act like that to people.
Peacock gets riled up, frantically trying to explain that he no longer wants to press charges now, that it means he has to get a citation. But it's too late. The officer is fed up. What did this solved nothing. Both people got in trouble. I don't like that.
The cop says, I'm giving you this fine, but once the court sees the footage, it's going to go away.
Okay, so he's just like, you know what? I'm going to give you this because this geriatrical is driving me insane, but don't worry. I just want to bring this point up because I have made it very clear that my rage for cyclists knows no bound. And I'm going to try to give you some facts and mostly opinions, on why you should share the same hatred too. I'm angry, and you should be too! Drivers may have irrational anger towards cyclists, but how can you not want to pick on people like this, dude? People say, oh, you're talking, but you look like that. Oh, really? Well, do I look like this? Yeah, I don't, all right? I'm not a big advocate for judging people with how they look, but if you're a cyclist and you wear those goofy-ass outfits, I think it's free game. Is it not? I have to do it. I must. See, this is the problem, dude. This is the fucking problem. People get so bought into dumb hobbies and everything else, they have to make it their entire identity, especially when it comes to, and I'll say it, dude, as a fat piece of shit, people who make like some kind of working out their entire identity, worse people. It's the same way I look at people making, like, I don't know, a show. Remember when The Office was a whole thing that became people's identities was The Office, or like Harry Potter, anime? It's the same stuff. The athletes or people that do these things hold the notion over that it's like, yeah, I don't think I could really live without it, and I'm just a lot healthier because of it. Does that make sense? Is that a good?
So you're saying you don't like people who commit their life to sports?
That's not what I said. You can commit your life to a sport. I have more respect for you if you can. I'm saying when you make it your personality. The people wearing the alien helmet, nylon fiber outfits, and they're going on a trail ride, and they're not competing, who was that for? Other than for you to be like, I'm a part of the clan. I'm a part of the tribe. If that doesn't make any sense, don't keep it in the video. I'm just saying my gripes. In 1992, a man named Carlson was fed up with how aggressive cyclists were treated. It was common to have insults hurled at you, and in some cases, even being bumped on the road. Good citizen. He decided to take to the streets alongside a giant group of cyclists to ride home, using the strength and numbers to force cars to let them have the road. This is what became known as critical mass. But what exactly is critical mass? Critical mass became a long-standing monthly cycling event where hundreds of cyclists would gather and flood the streets. It was essentially a party that traveled in a group across the city. Are you on my side yet? A petty group of 100 cyclists, 100 baristas getting together and being like, we're gonna go throughout the whole street. All of them. I don't care. During rush hour. People will just work 9 hours. I don't care. Gotta get my cardio in. And they have to suffer. It took place on the last Friday of every month. The last Friday of every month! You have to rearrange your plans for the cyclist in the city, okay? The main goal of critical mass is to essentially send a message to drivers that the streets belong to more than just them. Because of this, part of the event is to irritate drivers for being selfish and for not sharing the space. By being selfish and being a petty piece of shit who has to dress in the nylon thing with the alien helmet and ride around with their gay friends. Keep the gay in. I'm saying gay is in not cool, not homosexual, Nick. This is likely because there was no proper accommodating infrastructure to allow cyclists to travel safely alongside traffic. Probably because when people were building cities, they never thought, God, there's gonna be freaks roaming the streets on 2 wheels, riding around. Everyone else in the world is in cars. Anything for bikes, that person was probably stoned to death. Anybody back in the day who's like, what about bikes? What about bicycles? They probably took one of those, like, the stone slings and they're like, you know what I mean? Whoosh. It was common for them to completely take over the road, getting in the way of any driver who happened to be near them. So petty. Like a guy's just driving, they're just like, ooh, ooh, I'm turning! I'm turning! They even created their own move called corking, which is when you and other cyclists purposely cut off intersections to allow the swarm to push through safely and uninterrupted. Corking! My God, there's even a diagram of how it's done. I want to reiterate, I don't care if you ride bicycles. If a guy's like, sure, man, I'll go. Like mountain biking or whatever, you know how hard that must be? Insane. Imagine a guy's like, sure, yeah, I love riding. Yeah, that's cool. Where are we going? Downtown. Have you corked yet? Critical mass is no longer practiced as much today, except for a few cities here and there like San Francisco, where it originated from. That's odd. Probably Portland. While this event had a clear purpose, it likely caused several unknowing drivers encountering it to further deepen their personal hatred of cyclists.
Oh shit.
Way to go. Yeah, exactly. This is where some serious hatred, especially whenever you are driving home, to be inconvenienced in any way on your drive home from work. That's where some real shit starts, dude. That's where real hatred starts. And one of the major reasons it's not here anymore was the 1997 critical mass disaster. The bigger the critical mass became, the longer that drivers had to sit and wait when they eventually blocked their intersection. This resulted in the hatred of cyclists to grow bigger and bigger. This all came to a head in 1997 during critical mass, when around 5,000 cyclists began their usual monthly ride. 5,000. San Francisco police approved this and created an approved route that they would be allowed to travel on, strongly urging them to use it. They're like, you know what? 5,000 freaks on bikes. Sure. Alien helmets, your suits, whatever else you want to have, leotards, foams, whatever else you guys want to have, just use this route, please, would you, please? They opposed to this, and it was decided that the police would attempt to fully shut down the event. This led to thousands of cyclists breaking off into groups, essentially swarming the entire city and creating hours of widespread traffic in an attempt to avoid being herded by the police. If you are not a cyclist hater, how are you still not by now? Drivers and cyclists were at each other's throats. People were screaming, throwing things, and spitting at each other. Hundreds of cyclists were being arrested, some in brutal fashion. Love that. Love this. Man, I wish we had some B-roll. I wish we had from this event just a guy with a billy club just being like, stop it! Dragging a guy off his like mongoose bike. Just hitting his shins real hard. Is that wrong? Is that too much?
No.
While it was incredibly dangerous and chaotic, it actually pushed the city to create bike lanes and help cyclists share the space with drivers. If this was a form of protest, it definitely succeeded. That's why I have zero respect for San Francisco. The 3 main reasons I hate San Francisco. 1, the Giants. 2, the Golden Gate Bridge. Too many people jump off of it. Just figure that out. 3, they really help push bicycle lanes. And for that, I think that the city should be burned to the ground. Thank you. And good night. Okay. Or we can talk about something cool like in 2011 when a critical mass event in Brazil ended in tragedy as a driver drove his car through a massive group of cyclists. You push people to the brink, Nick! You push them to the edge! This man responsible was a 47-year-old man named Ricardo Nice, who was fed up of being held up by the group. He claimed that nearby participants were threatening to flip over his car and that he sped away from them in an act of self-defense. Another cyclist who witnessed the event claimed that Ricardo simply wanted to get past them and that he was in fact the person dishing out threats. I'm gonna go on a limb here and definitely say Ricardo was probably in his car and he's just like, "Get move!" And after he didn't respond, he's like, he just, you know what I mean? 16 people were caught in the crash and many were left with severe injuries. Luckily, nobody died. I will say at the beginning of the video, I don't condone this. And I'm joking around a lot, but I want to say that the way that they were, it was too much of a leisurely stroll. If it was another thing too, if it was like they're really going at it, they're going fast, I think it'd be a different thing. It just seems like complete and utter protest of like, we're gonna take our time, right?
That's what it is. It's always a protest.
Why do I feel like you have a bicycle?
No. No.
I could definitely see you being a cyclist, dude. That's f***ed up. Or we could talk about when a furious driver bit a cyclist's ear. Now we're getting to the part of the video that I like. In 2009, a driver named Curtis Cross from Indiana got into a heated exchange with Jeffrey Guffey, a cyclist. The alternation ended with Curtis biting off a chunk of his earlobe. God damn! Curtis had been driving fast on the road in his pickup truck when Jeffrey yelled at him to slow down. Already, dude, cyclist, don't act brave. If you have a guy from Indiana in a like double F-250, slow down, asshole. You better believe them brake lights are coming on. You know what I mean? After being flipped off, Curtis abruptly parked his truck and charged towards Jeffrey's. Just grabbed him. What started as a fight between the two ramped up fast. According to Jeffrey, he struck him to the ground and proceeded to bite his ear off and spit the trunks out directly in his face. Awesome. Curtis' lawyer claimed it was self-defense and his use of force was justified. Well, Curtis was ultimately released from jail with a $3,200 bond. Curtis looks like a guy that would bite somebody's ear off.
Have you ever rid your bike and someone got mad at you?
No, because I am on a bike. If I was ever in someone's way, I'd be like, oh, sorry about that. Or in 2007, police arrested 34-year-old Yonan Inouye after he stabbed a driver during a heated fit of rage. In the middle of a busy intersection, a male driver cut off Yonan as he was cycling beside him. Enraged, he caught up to the car and began a verbal confrontation. When both of them stopped to argue, Yonan suddenly pulled out a screwdriver and began to stab the man in the neck and face through the window. He was charged with aggravated assault and assault causing bodily harm. The victim was sent to the hospital with injuries that, while severe, were not life-threatening.
Got stabbed in the neck and
got stabbed 6 or 7 times, and he's just like, I'm good, I'm fine. In 2008, 2 people were brutally injured after an irritated driver was fed up with driving alongside cyclists in a city. Don't blame him. Christopher Thompson, a surgeon, he's even a doctor. He's a doctor, a learned man. Thompson was sick and tired of sharing the road with cyclists in his home, going so far as to tell police later on that he wanted to, quote, teach them a lesson. This is a learned man, surgeon, all right? How many years of medical school he had to go through to be in this? Do you think he's level-headed? I think he is. No, I think he is. To do this, he purposely passed the 2 of them in his car before slamming on the brakes. He brake checked him. This caused Ron to slam his face on the back window, resulting in breaking his front teeth and nose, as well as slashing his face. Christian, however, had his shoulders separated, and he tumbled onto the road. How sick would it be if he got out of his car, though, and did the surgeon thing? He's like, I can clear that up for you. Puts it in his pocket. In an attempt to gain sympathy, Thompson assured the judge that he was merely frightened by the cyclist and wanted photos of their suspicious behavior. I agree. He's a learned man, Nick. Don't act, Nick. You look very confused. I was afraid too. I've been afraid of cyclists. It makes sense to me. I think he's gonna get out of this okay. This was not received well. He had already been convicted of an aggressive encounter with 2 other cyclists only days prior. Poor guy had hate in his heart, bloodshed. In 2010, he cried his eyes out as he apologized to the 2 cyclists before being sentenced to 5 years in prison. And it's bicyclist, really? Hopefully no one needs a surgeon for their heart. Or in 2022, Mark Gringle had an altercation with an insane driver that ended up with him in a wheelchair. In Ravensdale, Washington, Gringle was training for an Ironman triathlon. While cycling on the road, a car sped past him and just barely ran into him. Gringle admits to flipping off the man as he flew by, and the driver reacted by parking his car to prepare for an altercation. If you ever feel wronged in your life, it's okay. You don't need to flip anybody off, especially if you're, I'm not to be sexist, if you're a woman and you like flip off a crazy guy, you have no idea. You have no idea what could happen. Happened to my wife. I was so upset when she's like, yeah, a guy ran past, I flipped him off. A guy just like ran into her and broke off the front bumper of her car and he drove away. We never even knew who he was. It's if you ever just slided, bury it deep and yell something in your head, but just let it slide. You never know where someone's at with teetering on the verge of insanity. You could have a guy, you could flip somebody off, he just gets out and beats you to death with a pipe. Just let it be, dude. Let kids have their, because they're like, hey, I win. But then they have to go home to their pathetic life inside their own mental prison. So who really wins? And Gringle began panicking and tried to pass by the car quickly. As he attempted to, he was brutally assaulted to the point of losing consciousness. I said, what is that? What does that mean? He's like, oh, he get grabbed? What happened? His pelvis, collarbone, and ribs were broken. My God. His lung was punctured as well. Just let them, let people just go. My God. He was bound to a wheelchair for several months. He stayed hopeful that he would recover sooner and be able to cycle once again. But the man responsible for the hit and run was nowhere to be found. Dang it. Darn it. I hate that. I'm sure they'll find him one day. Or in 2024, 2 cyclists were chased down and shot at during a charity event. Cyclists took part in a 16-mile ride to end hunger charity event. a 16-mile ride to end hunger. I think by the end of this, there's gonna be a lot of full bellies. Let's go, guys. Which angered 66-year-old David Earl Buston, who's fed up with the cyclist taking up room on the road, getting in the way. He quickly swerved around them, attempting to force them off the road. Instead of going on about his day, he decided to get back at them for inconveniencing him. Buston parked his car and loaded a Winchester Model 1300 shotgun. He shot 3 rounds toward the passing cyclist and missed every shot. He was found by police and taken into custody, later being charged with first-degree assault and reckless endangerment. What a f***ing dipshit. How can you be that angry? Like, don't get me wrong, I hate cyclists, don't get me wrong, but to pull over and just be like, I'm gonna kill him. And then you go about, you miss every shot, what are you, a fucking moron? My God. And lastly, in 2017, cyclist John Weisenberger was nearly run over by an enraged driver after confrontation on the road. 55-year-old Matthew Engel had turned onto the street to find Jan taking up the center of the lane. Furious, Engel pulls up next to him and begins screaming at him. After a heated back and forth, Engel drives past him only to put the car in reverse and attempt to run the man over. As Jan tells him he's on camera, the enraged driver screams that he's going to get his shotgun and shoot his head off before driving away.
You're on camera! You're on camera! You're on camera! You're on camera, motherfucker! Come here!
That's the opposite reaction. You're on camera. Cool. I'm gonna murder you on camera. Matthew Engel has been charged with reckless driving and declines to comment on what took place that day. He was risking facing up to 90 days in prison for his violent actions. It was thrown out after Engel proved to be taking anger management classes. Wow. So he's just like, I'm gonna kill you. And the judge is just like, it's fine. He's taking anger management classes. He didn't really do it, did he? Here's the thing. Drivers and cyclists have been in an ongoing feud for a very long time. And it seems silly to put blame on one side or the other, which we will. Cyclists. The truth is that there are asshole drivers and there are asshole cyclists out there. And both groups need to be more active in effort to try to share the road with each other. I think, personally, you need a new hobby, okay? A 4-ton vehicle is gonna beat a 120-pound man on a bicycle. Whatever happened to mountain biking, right? Whatever happened to trails? Now we have to do what I can do. I have to get my fix around my neighborhood. 5 p.m. I got up real early for my coffee job. I don't know why I keep bringing the barista thing. I think it's just because the guy that hit the side of my wife's car, I'm pretty sure he was a barista. He had like a coffee house shirt thing on, whatever.
His Starbucks apron on.
Definitely, there's no way they'd be Starbucks. It has to be some local thing where a cup of coffee costs $9, etc., etc. All I know is this: cyclists are one of the more annoying, I don't know, subsects of people out there, right? You have gym people who can be annoying in gyms and try to be the alpha in situations. But when it comes to people getting in full-fledged assaults, you know, people shooting guns at each other, granted all those are the car drivers, but I think it's more so it's just the idea of feeling like you're going to inconvenience someone just because you're on a bike and you share the road on either side, right? So this is what I gotta say. If anything, this has became more of a road rage video. I would say, if at the end of the day, if you feel like somebody slighted you, swallow that pride. Going home and relaxing, hey, give it 10 minutes, you're gonna feel totally fine. Don't ruin the rest of your life over a second of anger that pushes you to do something that you're probably gonna regret for the rest of your life. And also, run over every cyclist you see on the road. All I gotta say is that's my video for today. If you get on a bike, be careful out there. Take it easy.
Goober. Take off my camera, Goober. Don't touch my camera, Goober. Come up, so I'll leave it right there, Goober. All right, Goober. Nice outfit, too.
Yeah, you wish you could work extra hard like that.
Right.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come in and sit on down because today we're talking about America's favorite holiday, Black Friday. All of the beautiful, beautiful holiday charms are in the air, right? Friends, food, family, and more importantly, buying as much shit as we possibly can to fill the insatiable void in our lives. But today we're going to be talking about America's favorite holiday, Black Friday, aka one of the darkest times of year for any local Walmart or Best Buy employee. I don't know how much true that is anymore, but let me tell you, today we're going to be talking about how horrible it used to be. Black Friday, I always thought it meant because it was so dark. Because the days were so extreme, it was filled with so much despair, anger, and violence. That's why I thought they called it Black Friday. I had no idea. Nowadays, it's very sanitized, it's very organized. And usually, I think just because online shopping is so popular now, that people really don't need to go out and have these Black Friday sales, especially when you have Cyber Monday deals. Woo! But back in the day, there was the FOMO aspect of Black Friday. It was all about going out and getting what you want now, not later. I don't want to have to order something from the mystery box on my fucking desk, dude. I want to get it now. But Black Friday is fascinating because it's one of the few times a year where you can see human beings revert to their most animalistic caveman instincts, but instead of fighting over food and water, they're ripping each other's faces off for discounted TVs and Stanley Cups.
There was a recent video, I think, of women brawling for a discounted Stanley Cup.
They were doing it then, and especially now with the Black Friday season coming, you better believe people's paws are going to be coming out. Their claws are out, and they're willing to scratch.
I predict there will be one Stanley Cup death.
I think there will be more than one Stanley Cup death. I think there's going to be a lot of Stanley Cup deaths if they can keep their cool. We've seen the videos of hordes of people rushing the doors or two people fighting over the last flat screen TV, and people get hurt fighting for garbage. Over 100 people have been injured during Black Friday sales, and 17 deaths have been reported since 2006. 17 people have died since 2006. My God. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's over shopping. People die over shopping, not illness from stampedes and violence. You'd think major retailers would stop participating in this chaotic holiday by now. But then again, they've been missing out on the most profitable day of the year in America, possibly the world. So let's take a look at the chaotic world of Black Friday. But before we get into it, we have to understand, where did Black Friday come from? Before we can really digest this horrid holiday, we have to find out where this horrid holiday even came from. The term Black Friday originated in Philadelphia during the 50s and was related to the annual Army-Navy football game that would take place the Saturday after Thanksgiving. So on the Friday night before the big game, hordes of shoppers and tourists would flood the city in anticipation for the big event. And this would cause all hell on earth to break loose. We're talking about chaotic traffic, shoplifting, vandalism, and just overall mayhem in the city. Because of this, the Philadelphia police referred to this day as Black Friday to describe the absolute hell the city of Philly spiraled into. So my childlike instinct was correct earlier. Funny how it all comes back. Some merchants wanted to call it Big Friday because of the negative connotation of Black Friday, but unfortunately for them, it didn't stick, and hell still always broke loose. It wasn't until 1980s when the phrase Black Friday became to focus more around retailers, and it was reinvented to refer to companies that were in the red after making large profit for the holiday, thus being in the black. Now, the holiday evolved into a massive shopping day with annual profits up to billions of dollars worldwide. Stores would release incredible discounts that would send people into a frenzy to the point where people would camp outside of major retailers for multiple days to take advantage of it, which I did. I've done it many times. I didn't, not necessarily camp. I think the longest I waited outside, this is fucked up to say, the longest I waited outside I think was for 9 hours outside of Best Buy. Freezing cold for like a Vizio 32-inch TV. At that time I was like, oh my God, this is the biggest TV ever. You know what I mean? In my room, oh my God, I gotta play my Xbox on this or whatever.
I think for me it was when the PS4 or 3 came out. I wanted to wait outside.
But you didn't?
My parents wouldn't let me.
Bastards. Some people are even willing to wait weeks outside, setting up elaborate tents with multiple rooms with televisions and even air conditioners. I've never seen that. If you're doing that, that's cheating. That's stupid. As silly as this all may seem, we all know that there is a much darker side to this holiday. In a desperate attempt to beat the crowds for a bargain, countless individuals have suffered serious injuries or even lost their lives in order to save some money. These injuries are the result of stampedes, pepper sprays, shootings, car accidents, fist fighting, stabbings, robberies, and even the store merchandise themselves have hurt people.
Do not push me! It's a TV for God's sake!
Stanley Cups this year, I'm telling you, you're a little girl, better watch out because bitches will be throwing some cups. Which over 70% of these incidents are from Walmart, followed by Kohl's, JCPenney, and Toys R Us before the bankruptcy, of course. But it's funny how Walmart is 70% of these horrifying natural occurrences, and then followed by it is Kohl's. People get all excited about Kohl's cash, dude, buying jeans. Need to buy jeans, fist fight over jeans at Kohl's with my Kohl's cash.
That's the strat. You wait all year, save your Kohl's cash, and then buy on Black Friday.
Oh, absolutely. Because you know what? You're going to look good at school? Absolutely not. This isn't an uncommon occurrence either. It's rare that a year goes by without a horrific story coming out. Even in recent years, we still get insane Black Friday fight videos uploaded to YouTube. Like this one from 2022. Not going to show all of it because I'm pretty sure that's going to get us age-gated. But let's get into the actual meat and bones of the Black Friday injuries and deaths. Rah! In 2005, 10 people were injured at the Del Amo Fashion Center in Torrance, California. As part of a holiday sales promotion, someone decided it was a good idea to stuff 500 balloons with gift cards that would be dropped onto the shoppers. They're going to love this. What they did not expect was the 2,000 people that showed up, turning the event into absolute mayhem. In the process, 9 people were wounded and 1 elderly lady was sent to the hospital. 15-year-old Gina Silva reported that one of the balloons only had a $25 gift card to a sushi restaurant, which did not seem worth the risk. People were brawling. You know what it kind of reminds me a bit of is in that scene of Jingle All the Way, when all the bouncing balls. Whoever thinks it's a good idea to just like, whoever gets a balloon gets to have a discount, it's going to be violent chaos, is it not?
In Fresno, they're having like the world's largest water fight. They're trying to break the record, but they had to call it off because I think some people started throwing rocks.
Oh. All right, we have to reiterate once again, guys. No rocks, only water balloons and water guns. Don't throw the water gun, shoot water. Thank you. Or in 2008, 34-year-old Jimte Demore from Long Island was trampled to death. Jimte was an overnight stock clerk at Walmart that was preparing for the Black Friday crowd. Before the store had opened, the police were already pushing back fierce crowds that had broken through the metal barricades set outside. Because Demore was 6'5" with a large build, he was requested along with other larger employees to essentially act as a barricade for the thousands of shoppers when they opened the door. They were basically like, who's the biggest people we have employed at the store? A guy's like, I guess I am. Okay, you're going to be our literal first line of defense for the thousands of people trying to buy socks and King of Queens season box sets. Can you help us out? I guess I have to. Not only was this not in any way part of his job description, even the police officers before him gave up because of how intense the crowd was. Police officers themselves were like, this is not worth it to me. I have turned my back on justice. This is not what I should be doing. Demore agreed to help out, only to be trampled to death as soon as the doors opened by a horde of shoppers. The cause of death was asphyxiation. One of the other people injured happened to be a pregnant woman that Demore was trying to help before he was taken to the ground. Which, pregnant women in general should not be attending these riots known as Black Friday events, okay? I mean, that should be, a doctor should tell them. No smoking, no alcohol, and no shopping spree riots, please, thank you. There was another case in 2006 where a pregnant woman falling down at Walmart right as the doors open, which there's a video of that if you want to be horrified, there you go. A $2 million settlement was offered to Nassau County during a reckless endangerment charge against Walmart. $400,000 went to Demore's family and other people affected by the events of that night. Money! 2008 was a hell of a year for Black Friday. Another case in 2008 led to 2 people shot and killed inside of a Toys R Us.
Don't worry, that's not children.
Oh, good. In Palm Desert, California, a young woman was shopping for coloring books with her 2 boys when she overheard a heated argument happening nearby. Just an aisle over, 2 women were attacking each other, and after trading punches, their boyfriends intervened. Can you imagine seeing the Toys R Us draft maybe not for the kids, please, can you back up? Eventually, one of the men pulled out a gun and began shooting at the other. This resulted in the other man pulling out his own gun in retaliation, ensuing a shootout between the 2 men. Let me reiterate, inside of the goddamn Toys R Us.
Police say the deadly shooting involved 2 men who got into an argument, then a fight with each other inside the store. Dozens of shoppers watched in horror as they ran for the exits.
It was packed.
Oh, it's definitely a packed Toys R Us. A fully packed Toys R Us. How fucking stupid can people be, dude? Honestly.
They're fighting over pussy.
Is it pussy? Is it pussy or toys? Or is it pussy and toys?
No, it's just pussy.
Wait, they said it was just pussy?
They say, we don't know what they were fighting over. Definitely wasn't over toys.
Yeah, they're fighting over pussy. Definitely. Maybe pussy and money. Pam. Fighting over Pam. Chaos ensued as children began screaming and crying, begging for their lives. Okay, dude. It was noted that one 4-year-old grabbed her mother's leg and said, quote, "I don't want to die." We need to include that thing.
That was in the article.
Oh. In the exchange, both men were shot and killed. Both of them died? Oh my god. It was not clear what incited the conflict, as it apparently wasn't over a toy or product in the store. I bet it was something petty. You ever see a guy get super upset when you bump his cart or something? I bet it was something stupid like that.
It started with the women though. The 2 women were fighting.
Don't get me wrong, women were definitely the cause of this problem. We can at least agree with that. Women started and the men intervened. Like animals. There are speculations that it was gang related, as it's unclear why both men would bring a gun to a kid's store. know, people do a lot of weird shit. I don't think that means they're gang members, dude. Or we can talk about in 2010, a Marine was stabbed by a Black Friday shoplifter in Augusta, Georgia. Security cameras at a local Best Buy spotted a man attempting to cut a laptop out of its box and stuff it into his pants. Not a bad strategy. You gotta get that Toshiba laptop out of Best Buy somehow. After being confronted by the store security, he became irate and ran out the front door while pulling out a knife. Outside, there was a group of Marines and volunteers collecting Toys for Tots donations. Upon seeing the shoplifter, the Marine clotheslined him. Unfortunately, the shoplifter began swinging his knife wildly, stabbing 24-year-old Philip Duggan in the back. He was quickly tackled by the others and was held until the police arrived. He was charged with armed robbery, aggravated assault, and possession of a knife and the commission of a crime. If you did something like that and you're running out and you saw the Marines outside collecting Toys for Tots, you have to run by and be like, I'm sorry, I need to play World of Warcraft with my friends. Also, too, if you're humiliated enough, why would you not just go down? Why do you have to go out swinging with a knife? What does that do?
Desperation, man. You want that laptop, you'll do anything for it.
Yeah, I wonder how much do you think the laptop was?
$900.
You think it was like that much? I was just saying, I bet it was a $300 laptop.
Google Chrome laptop.
Yeah, it was a fucking Chrome pad or whatever. Or in 2010, Akasha Adonis was brutally assaulted at a Kohl's in Jackson, Tennessee. Kohl's cash bear, watch out. You can't buy pussy or weed with Kohl's cash, dude. Akasha entered a Kohl's alongside her mother as they were opening the doors for Black Friday. Another woman attempted to ram through them to get inside faster. As Akasha attempted to protect her mother, the woman began to scream in her face. At this exact moment, a random man began attacking Akasha, another woman completely separate from the confrontation. Not only was Akasha struck and had parts of her hair ripped off, but the man shoved his hand into her mouth and tore 3 of her teeth out of their sockets, breaking her jaw, and she was pushed to the ground. Do you know how fucking hard you would have to pull down on someone's face to do? Like, imagine actually like trying to rip a tooth out of your mouth.
She also got charged by 3 people.
This is Kohl's. What are you gonna get? What the hell are you gonna get in Kohl's that's worth that much?
Jeans.
Okay, I did forget about the Kohl's jeans. Okay, never mind. No, that's true. It was reported that the assailant simply stood up after the attack and began shopping at Kohl's like nothing had happened. And the staff did nothing to help the poor woman. What is wrong with this world? My God! The police were eventually called, but according to Akasha, there was a sharp change in tone when the officer realized that she was a transgendered woman. And he was dismissive to the witness and ultimately reported that the assailant defended himself and that she was put in her place. Oh my God. Even though the man was still in the store, there was no effort to review surveillance footage. In the end, Akasha spent $6,000 on medical bills, including surgery for her teeth and jaw. The damaged teeth couldn't be saved. No, we need to make a positive video at some point on this channel. I don't know if I can keep reading all of the atrocities that are going on. It is becoming mentally taxing. That is one of the saddest things I've ever read in my fucking life, dude. My God. Or in 2011, 20 people were pepper sprayed by a crazy woman in LA.
A woman in a black hoodie decided to wave out and spray at the same time some pepper spray.
All right, now we're kind of getting back into the mojo that I like to see here. At Walmart, a woman entered the store in hopes of buying a discounted Xbox 360. Not a bad pickup in 2011.
You gotta buy your son a Christmas gift.
A little late for the Xbox, though, I think, right? When did the Xbox drop? 2009? Discounted, dude. They're already discounted. Wait a minute. A couple years, right? She had bought pepper spray for this event in order to beat the rival shoppers getting in her way. Did she say that? She visited several aisles of the stores, spraying crowds of people. Some were hit directly, others were affected by the substance lingering in the air. Among the 20 people caught in the crossfire, some were young children, and amongst the panic, some people were trampled by the surrounding crowds. The woman was able to pay for her gaming console and exit the store scot-free, and the police officers noted that there was so much mayhem in the store that they could not identify her.
After she pepper sprayed even children inside the store trying to get to this Xbox 360, that they didn't know who did what. She was able to get to the register. She was able to check out and get the Xbox 360 at half price. It's what she really wanted.
Wait. Did they even catch her? Oh my God. So this is all just surveillance footage of this going on. What a strategy. Honestly, she just walks in and she's just like... It's like, yeah, I don't give a shit.
Okay, cool. See ya. It's like 2008 and 2011. That's the hot years, the most violent years of Black Friday. In another 2011 incident, a man from West Virginia was trampled to death at a Target. Walter Vance was a 61-year-old man that was shopping for Christmas decorations before collapsing due to a prior heart condition. According to witnesses, shoppers completely ignored the man as they walked over his body to look for discounted items. Not gonna lie, might have done the same thing. I don't know. Well, who knows, dude? When you're in the shopping fever, you know, you become a little disillusioned with what's going on around you. Am I wrong? That means the person who also was talking about this, the witness, also proceeded to ignore the man on the ground and just be like, "That's horrible." Oh my God. Look at the deal here. It was reported that 6 nurses eventually came to his aid, but it was too late. Walter had later died in the hospital. Oh God, Nick. Oh God! Once again in 2011, a 15-year-old girl was trampled close to death at a Walmart supercenter. Alicia Stone attended the store on Black Friday in an attempt to buy a discounted copy of Dance Central 2. The $60 game was being sold for $15, and there were only 8 copies available. Imagine being trampled almost to death. You almost die for Dance Central 2. I mean, $45 discount, though. That's a pretty good discount, dude. How do you only have 8 copies in your store? That's At one point, a crowd formed around her with the hopes of buying the same game. Some people were threatening physical violence towards other shoppers in the group. As an employee uncovered a shelf full of discounted games, around 50 people lunged forward. Alicia became caught between the rack and the crowd. And Alicia told reporters, quote, "I was trying to catch my breath, but I couldn't get out. There were people on top of me." My claustrophobic ass I would go insane, dude. She recalled being kicked and having her ribs stepped on as people tried to pull a copy of the game out of her hands. Dance Central 2! That's all it is! Oh, God! Elisha said, quote, "I just started praying. Please get me out of this." It's like that. How has there not been a movie about this? It's called Dance Central or whatever. Fortunately, a kind man that they were chatting with before the chaos began had fought his way into the crowd to save her. As she was hoisted over the crowd, she was missing a shoe and a sock. And in the end, Alicia got her game, but it cost her a trip to the hospital. Or in 2013, a 23-year-old shopper was arrested in a New Jersey Walmart. New Jersey police were already in the middle of handling an altercation in the infant section of the store. I guess the cops were like, "We were already dealing with something in the baby aisle of the store when we got word of something new." When 2 women were arguing, leading one of them to spit on the other child. God, people are gross, dude. As this took place, they overheard a man yelling and cursing nearby. This man was Richard Ramos, who was arguing with another shopper over a discounted television and became belligerent. How the f do you go from spitting to a child and some guy's just like, "It's my TV!" The manager called the police officers over to help, who tried to calmly escorting him out. And on the way, he suddenly yanked one of the officers' t-shirts. The police eventually had to pepper spray him before arresting him. He was charged with aggravated assault. Oh, God. Child spit and TVs, man.
I want to know what happened with the mothers.
Probably just let her off. They're like, just wipe the spit off and just can shake hands and be done with it. My God. Or in 2016, a shirtless man was found whipping shoppers with his belt. "Get away from me." In Vancouver, Adidas was selling a special limited edition shoe at a special discount on Black Friday. People crowded around the store, and over time, people started to get riled up, leading to fights breaking out amongst the sneakerheads. One man decided to take off his shirt and use his belt as a whip to attack random people. And then, according to a teenager at the event, quote,
"Out of nowhere, some guy came behind and just started choking him."
He's like running around with his belt, like swinging it at people, and then like out of nowhere, some guy came behind and like jumped on his back and just started choking him.
Another teen in the group said his friend's brother was injured amongst the chaos, having to rush to the hospital to get a wound stapled shut, a gash.
Our friend's brother went to the hospital.
Oh, okay, is he okay?
Yeah, he's alright.
Ultimately, the store had to respond by shutting down the sale before opening the store. Instead, they gave them away in a raffle, later to avoid further violence. It was outside a guy whipping, and he's like, "I'm getting it first, motherfucker!" Just a full-on brawl for some Adidas, dude.
Are they some Yeezys?
Well, if they're Yeezys, that's even worse now. In 2017, a man shattered his hip during a Black Friday brawl. Amongst crazy shoppers at Kmart, was Kmart still around in 2017? What? An altercation began between 2 people fighting over an electronic item. A video was uploaded to social media showing a man being brutally shoved into a shelf, shattering his hip. Roll the clip!